In the world you're about to enter, oxygen is a luxury and medicine is murder. Welcome to The Last Courier, where two broken souls navigate a reality so twisted that hoarding life-saving drugs is considered evil, but distributing them freely is a death sentence. If you've been searching for a full-length audiobook that will haunt your dreams and challenge everything you believe about right and wrong, then settle in, because Simon and Noemi are about to show you what happens when the only currency left is human suffering. Though before we get into it, take a moment to hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't already, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Please say hello in the comments, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We're on to building a global community here. Thank you for joining me today. Get comfortable, sit back, relax, and let's dive in. Chapter 1. The whistle cuts through the chemical stink of the drainage pipe. Long and sharp. One blow means run like hell, and right now I'd love to follow that advice. Water sloshes around my ankles. Not the clean kind. This stuff reeks of rust and something sweet that makes my throat close up. The pipes may be 4 feet wide, concrete pressing in from all sides. My flashlight beam catches the graffiti someone scratched into the wall. Floor 3 was here. Past tense. Always past tense down here. Another shuffle ahead. Then another. The slow don't coordinate, but when enough of them drift into the same space, they create these accidental herds, like sediment settling at the bottom of a glass. I press my back against the pipe wall. The antibiotics in my pack dig into my spine through the waterproof lining. 3 boxes of the good stuff. Pre-collapse manufacture dates, sealed blisters, the kind of score that should set me up for months. Should have, anyway. Now I'm calculating how many pills I can lose before my buyers in Low City tell me to find another line of work. The shuffling gets louder. My light catches movement, a shape in the tunnel ahead, moving with that distinctive bent forward lean. The slow always look like they're searching for something on the ground. Maybe they are. Maybe they remember dropping something important, and they'll keep looking until their bodies give out. I slide my hand to my knife. Not that it'll help much. You can't fight a crowd in a pipe this narrow. The math doesn't work. 1 blocks the way while 20 more pile up behind, and suddenly you're the cork in a very unpleasant bottle. The water ripples. Something disturbed it further back where I came from. Great. They're behind me too. I've been doing courier runs for 3 years. Started when the school I taught at finally admitted it didn't have money for teachers anymore, or books, or walls that didn't leak. The floor council promised they'd fix it all with some new tech deal, then sold our medical rations to fund it. Half the kids stopped showing up after that. The other half, well, no point dwelling on it. The thing about independence is it's the only currency that doesn't devalue. Credits, worthless paper. Promises, even worse. But knowing you can make it from point A to point B without anyone else, that's something you can count on. That's a shield against the world's tendency to take everything you care about and twist it into something unrecognizable. The first slow emerges into my light beam. Male, probably. Hard to tell when the features go slack like that. Pharmaceutical dependency does something to the facial muscles, smooths everything out until they all wear the same empty expression. This one's wearing what used to be a business suit. The jacket's torn at the shoulder, revealing a delivery company logo underneath. Even the middle management types are pulling double shifts now. He doesn't react to the light. They never do. Just keeps that steady shuffle forward, arms hanging loose, head tilted at an angle that would give a normal person neck pain. Behind him, more shadows. The pipe's getting crowded. I could try to push past. Sometimes you can shoulder check them and they'll stumble aside, forget you were there by the time they regain their balance. But in water this deep, with uncertain footing, the sound behind me clarifies into splashing, rhythmic. Multiple sets of feet moving through the flood. My chest tightens, Not panic, just my body doing the math my brain's already finished. No way forward. No way back. In about 30 seconds, this pipe's going to get very crowded, and I'm going to learn what happens when you become the path of least resistance for a few dozens of slow who've forgotten what personal space means. The whistle comes again. Closer this time. Not ahead, above. I shine my light up. There's a maintenance grate in the pipe ceiling, and through the bars, I catch a flash of orange. Not the emergency lighting. This is brighter. More deliberate. Hair, maybe, dyed the kind of violent color that says its owner doesn't care about blending in. You planning to stand there all day, or you want a hand? Female voice. Young, but with an edge that suggests she's been doing this longer than her years would indicate. A rope drops through the grate, knotted for climbing. Pride's a luxury I can't afford right now. I grab the rope, brace my feet against the pipe wall, and start climbing. The antibiotics shift in my pack, throwing off my balance. For a moment, I think I'm going to drop back into the water, become another obstacle for the slow to navigate around. But the rope holds. My shoulders burn as I pull myself up, concrete scraping against my elbows. The slow below don't even look up. Just keep shuffling forward, filling the space I abandoned. Hands grab my arms as I reach the grate, hauling me through. I tumble onto a metal walkway, gasping. The air up here isn't exactly fresh, still tastes like chemicals and decay, but it's better than the pipe. Close one, she states. I look up at my rescuer. She's younger than her voice suggested, maybe mid-20s. The orange hair's even brighter in person, cropped short except for a few longer strands that hang over a scar running from her left cheekbone to her jaw. Like someone tried to give her a smile and missed. She's wearing military surplus. The real stuff, not the knockoffs they sell in low city markets. A whistle hangs from her neck on a length of paracord. Thanks, I say. She shrugs. Wasn't charity. You owe me now. Of course, nothing's free in the gap. I should have stayed in the pipe, taken my chances with the slow. At least they're predictable. What kind of debt are we talking about? I ask. She eyes my pack, and I can see her doing her own math. COURIER. Good pack. Waterproof lining. Either carrying something valuable or stupid enough to invest in quality gear. Both possibilities interest her. Medical supplies, she speaks. The good kind. What you're carrying right now, that'll cover it. I almost laugh. 3 years of maintaining perfect independence, and it takes one flooded pipe to put me right back where I started, owing someone else for my survival. I don't have medical supplies, I say. She tilts her head, and I notice her hand drift to her belt. Knife there, handle worn smooth from use. That's unfortunate, she states, because down here, lies are expensive, and you're already in debt. The slow continues shuffling through the pipe below us. I can hear them bumping against the walls, the splash of disturbed water, the occasional moan that might be breathing or might be something else. In the distance, something metal groans under weight it wasn't designed to carry. I shift my pack, feeling the antibiotics press against my back. 3 boxes. My ticket to another few months of solo runs, of not owing anyone anything. Even if I had supplies, I say, they're already spoken for. I don't deliver. I don't eat. And if you don't pay your debts, you don't breathe, she says. That's how this works. You want to walk away, there's the tunnel. I'm sure the slow down there would love the company. She's not threatening me exactly, just stating facts. That's the thing about the gap. It strips away all the polite fiction. No social contracts here, no assumption that helping someone creates goodwill. Just transaction and consequence. I've built my whole life around not needing anyone. Every connection is a potential point of failure. Every favor owed is a chain waiting to drag you down. But right now, my perfect independence has led me to a metal walkway above a pipe full of slow, negotiating with a woman who saved my life and expects payment. 1 box, I say. 3. That's everything I have. That's what debts cost, she says. The walkway shudders. Somewhere nearby, something structural gives way with a sound like breaking bones. The woman doesn't flinch, just keeps those steady eyes on me. Waiting. I think about the buyer waiting in Low City, about the credits I need for next month's safe house rent, about the careful balance I've maintained, owing nothing to no one. Then I think about the alternative, the pipe below, the shuffling crowd, the water that stinks of chemicals and decay. Fine, I say. She nods like she expected nothing else. Name's Noemi. You? Simon. Well, Simon, she stands, brushing rust flakes off her pants. Welcome to the debt economy. Try not to go further underwater. She starts walking down the maintenance corridor without waiting to see if I'll follow. Like she knows I don't have a choice. Like my independence was always an illusion, and it just took one bad turn to prove it. I stand up, adjusting my pack. The antibiotics feel heavier now. Not just medicine, they're payment for a life I didn't want to owe anyone for. But I follow her anyway. Because that's what you do when you're in debt. Behind us, the slow continue their endless shuffle through the flooded pipe, going nowhere, looking for nothing, free in the only way that matters anymore. They don't owe anyone anything. I turn away and follow Noemi deeper into the maintenance tunnel. My flashlight catches her orange hair like a beacon in the dark. Independence, it turns out, is just another word for not yet desperate enough to pay the price of survival. Chapter 2. The neutral exchange point sits where it always does. Building 7, floor 15, right at the spot where Low City pretends it still has laws. Metal detectors that haven't worked in years. Security booths with no guards. The perfect place for deals that require the illusion of safety without the inconvenience of actual oversight. Noemi trails 3 steps behind me. She hasn't said much since the maintenance tunnels, just occasional comments about the route. Watch that wire. Ceiling's unstable there. Practical stuff. But I can feel her cataloging everything. My gait, which pockets I check, how often I look back. The market sprawls across what used to be a food court. Tarps stretch between pillars, creating a maze of stalls selling everything from shoe repair to expired vitamins. The crowd moves in patterns, avoiding certain areas by instinct. You learn which corners attract the desperate, which vendors water down their goods, which paths lead to dead ends where unpleasant things happen. You're tense, Noemi speaks. I'm focused. Same thing, different word. She states, my contact keeps a stall near the east windows, or what's left of them. Duct tape holds plastic sheets over the gaps, filtering the light into something gray and tired. Marcus has been my buyer for 2 years. Reliable, predictable, pays 60% of street value, which is robbery, but he pays in credits that actually work outside Low City. The crowd thickens as we approach. Market day always draws them out, people who still pretend shopping is a normal activity, not a negotiation with entropy. I spot Marcus's stall by the faded medical cross painted on a bedsheet. He's there, back to us, organizing pill bottles on his rickety table. Something's off about his posture. Your guy? Noemi asks. Yeah. He always stand like that? She noticed too. Marcus has this thing about his displays. Obsessive, sure, but it comes from decades of pharmacy work before the collapse. Every bottle labeled, every pill counted. But now he's just standing there, hands on the table, head tilted forward at an angle that makes my neck ache just looking at it. Marcus? I call out. He doesn't turn. A woman at the next stall glances over, then quickly looks away. That's the second warning. In markets like this, you don't ignore drama unless you know it's the kind that spreads. I move closer, Noemi matching my pace. The crowd parts around Marcus's stall like water around a stone. Now I can see his hands aren't organizing anything. They're just resting on the table, fingers splayed, a slight tremor running through them. Went funny yesterday, someone speaks. The woman from the next stall, not looking at us. Kept asking for his wife. She's been gone 3 winters. Gone. The universal euphemism. Could mean she left, got sick, or took a header off a high floor. Doesn't matter. Gone is gone. I circle around to face Marcus. His eyes are open but focused on nothing. A line of drool hangs from his bottom lip. The bent posture, the vacant stare, the way his chest rises and falls in mechanical rhythm, all of it screams one thing. He's turned, Noemi says. Not dead, not sick. Turned. Like it's a choice he made, a corner he decided to take. But that's how we talk about it. Makes it easier to pretend there's still a difference between us and them. Marcus's hand twitches. For a moment I think he's reaching for something, but it's just reflex, muscle memory. His fingers close on air, then open again. Behind the stall, his inventory sits untouched. Boxes of bandages, bottles of antiseptic, and there, 3 cases of antibiotics with manufacture dates from before everything went sideways. Those yours? Noemi asks. We're going to be. She looks at me like I'm particularly slow. Take them. He's still. I stop. Still what? Still human? Still Marcus? The body standing in front of us is neither. It's just mass, taking up space, converting calories to movement with no purpose behind it. But I knew him. Shared terrible coffee substitute while haggling over prices. Listened to him talk about his pharmacy days, how he used to compound custom medications for sick kids. Watched him count pills with fingers that remembered precision even when his mind started forgetting other things. He's not coming back, Noemi states. You know that. I do. The slow don't recover. Whatever cocktail of desperation and chemistry that creates them, it's a one-way door. Marcus is gone. This is just his body, stuck in a loop it can't break. Someone else will take them if you don't, she says. She's right about that too. Already, I can see other vendors eyeing the stall. In an hour, maybe less, someone will decide Marcus's inventory is salvage. They'll lead him away to one of the holding areas, the humane thing, they'll say, and divide up his stock. The market will close around the empty space like water, and by tomorrow, someone else will be selling pills where Marcus used to stand. I could take the antibiotics, call it payment for a debt that'll never be collected. 3 cases would more than cover what I owe Noemi, leave me with enough to maintain my courier reputation. Instead, I turn away. You're joking, Noemi speaks. I don't take from the turned. He's not using them. Doesn't matter. She makes a sound that might be frustration or amusement. Your moral code's going to get you gone. Maybe. But everyone draws lines somewhere. Mine's simple. I don't build my survival on someone else's collapse, even if they're already gone. Even if someone else will do it anyway. The moment you start making those exceptions, you're just another scavenger picking through the wreckage. Marcus shuffles slightly, his body swaying. The woman at the next stall starts packing up her goods. She knows what comes next, the awkward period where everyone pretends not to notice, then the inevitable cleanup. The market has procedures for this, efficient ones. So what now? Noemi asks. You needed a buyer. He's not buying. No, he's not. Which means I'm standing in a crowded market with 3 boxes of high-grade antibiotics and no way to convert them to credits. Word will spread, courier with no buyer, valuable cargo already in debt to someone. The math of that equation leads nowhere good. There are others, I say. In Low City? Some. She studies me. That scar on her face catches the filtered light, makes her expression hard to read. You don't have contacts lined up? Backup plans? I work with people I trust. Past tense. She says. Marcus shuffles again, bumping into his table. Bottles rattle. One falls, rolls across the floor. Nobody picks it up. The crowd gives it the same wide berth they give him, like his condition might be contagious through his possessions. I think about my options. Teresa on floor 22, but she deals in volume, won't touch anything less than 5 cases. The Vo brothers near the water processing plant, but they pay in barter, not credits. Dr. Endo in the clinic district, if she's still there, if the floor council hasn't shut her down for operating rating without licenses, nobody issues anymore. I know someone, Noemi states. Of course she does. This whole thing's probably orchestrated. Save the courier, create the debt, conveniently be there when his buyer goes slow. Paranoid thinking, but paranoia is just pattern recognition in a world full of bad patterns. What's the catch? I ask. No catch. Just commission. 20%. That's steep. That's opportunity cost. She speaks. Right now you've got product and no buyer. In an hour you might have no product either. 20% of something beats 100% of nothing. More math. Always math. Everything reduced to numbers, percentages, ratios, the calculus of survival. I used to teach calculus, derivatives and integrals, rates of change, the area under curves. Now I calculate different variables, risk versus reward, trust versus necessity, the derivative of desperation with respect to time. Who's your contact, I ask. Does it matter? You're not exactly swimming in options. She's right. Marcus stands there, swaying slightly, a monument to how quickly options disappear. Yesterday he was a buyer. Today he's an obstacle. Tomorrow he'll be removed, and the market will pretend he never existed. A commotion starts near the market entrance. Voices raised, someone shouting about contaminated goods. The crowd shifts, pressing closer to our corner. In the motion, I spot familiar faces, runners, dealers, the kind of people who notice when someone's vulnerable. Fine, I say. 20%. Noemi nods. No surprise, no satisfaction. Just business. Follow me. Try to look less like you're carrying valuable cargo. We leave Marcus there, still standing at his stall, still waiting for customers who will never come. The woman at the next stall has already gone, leaving her own goods unguarded. By the time we reach the market exit, I can hear the sounds of redistribution beginning. Quick, efficient, the market feeding on itself. For what it's worth, Noemi speaks as we enter the stairwell, most people would have taken his stuff. I'm not most people. No, she states. You're worse. You're principled. The stairwell echoes our footsteps, 12 flights down to wherever her contact operates. My pack feels heavier with each step. 3 boxes of medicine that were supposed to buy me another month of independence. Now they're just weight, slowing me down. Behind us, the market continues its daily business. Someone's probably already leading Marcus away. Someone else is definitely dividing his inventory. The space he occupied will fill with a new vendor, selling different things to the same desperate people. But I can't shake the image of him standing there, hands on the table, that bent posture, looking for something he dropped and can't remember what. Maybe that's what the slow really are. People who lost something essential and can't stop searching for it. Or maybe that's just what I tell myself to make sense of it. To pretend there's meaning in the shuffle, purpose in the vacant stairs. We reach the landing for floor 3. Noemi pauses at the door, hand on the handle. Quick question, she says. Your friend up there, how long were you planning to stand there staring at him? I wasn't staring. Sure. How long? I don't answer. Don't know how to explain that I was waiting for some sign of the person I knew, some flicker of recognition. Stupid, but hope makes idiots of everyone eventually. That's what I thought. She opens the door. Try not to freeze up at my guy's place. He's got a thing about loitering. We step out into floor 3's main corridor. The smell hits immediately. Cooking oil, unwashed bodies, the sweet, sick scent of pharmaceutical runoff. But underneath it all, something else. Ozone. Copper. The smell of credits being counted and deals being made. Noemi leads the way, and I follow. My contact's gone, my independence compromised, my debt growing with every step. But I'm still moving, still breathing, still not shuffling through the pipes with vacant eyes. For now, that's enough. It has to be. Marcus is probably halfway to the holding areas by now, led by someone who'll speak in gentle tones about dignity and humanity. The market's already forgotten him. By tomorrow, I'll pretend I have too. That's the real currency down here, not credits or medicine or favors. Forgetting. The ability to watch someone you know turn into something else and keep walking. To see the person become the past tense and not let it slow you down. We turn another corner, following signs someone painted years ago and never bothered to update. Behind us, I hear footsteps. Could be anyone. Probably is. But I check my knife anyway. Some habits you don't break. even when you're already broken. Chapter 3. The howl squats between two collapsed sections of floor 9, like it's holding them apart through pure stubbornness. No sign outside. If you don't know it's there, you're not meant to find it. The door's just a sheet of metal someone welded into a frame, but behind it, you can smell what makes this place special. Actual alcohol. Not the synthetic stuff that burns your throat and leaves you half blind. The real thing, aged in barrels, when barrels meant something. Noemi pushes through without knocking. The hinges scream, but nobody inside looks up. That's the first rule of the howl. Whatever you're doing, it's your business until you make it someone else's. The light inside comes from oil lamps and candles, throwing shadows that dance across faces I half recognize. Couriers, mostly. A few freelance medics. The woman in the corner who claims she can fix pre-collapse electronics, but probably can't. All of them nursing drinks they can't really afford, paying for the privilege of pretending things are normal for an hour or two. The bar itself is a masterpiece of salvage architecture. Cabinet doors, a section of kitchen counter, what might have been part of a conference table, all joined together with brackets and determination. Behind it stands the owner, a man who goes by Mackenzie. Never seen him smile, never seen him frown, his face stuck somewhere between the two, like he's permanently considering a joke that's not quite funny enough. Noemi. He speaks without looking up from the glass he's polishing. Bringing strays again? Business, she says. Always is. She leads me to a booth in the back, past a table where two men argue in whispers over a map drawn on napkin. The seats are cracked vinyl held together with duct tape, but they're actual seats, not milk crates or concrete blocks. Luxury. Mackenzie arrives before we're settled, carrying a bottle I don't recognize. The label's faded, but I can make out numbers. 18. Year. Single. The rest is gone, but those 3 words are enough. This is the kind of bottle people used to save for special occasions. Now every day you're not shuffling through the pipes as special occasion enough. We're negotiating, Noemi tells him. Course you are. He sets down 2 glasses, real glass, not plastic. Everybody negotiates at the howl. That's what the good stuff's for, makes people honest. He pours without asking. The liquid's the color of amber, catches the candlelight like it's got fire inside. The smell hits me before I even lift the glass. Wood and smoke and time. Mostly time. First one's free, Mackenzie states. Second one costs more than you got. He leaves the bottle. Trust or the appearance of it. Either way, it's a statement about the howl's particular kind of neutrality. You can poison yourself here, but nobody else will do it for you. Noemi raises her glass, studies the liquid like it might reveal something. You know what this cost before? More than I made in a month. Teaching? I look at her. She shrugs. You've got that look, she says, like you're grading papers in your head. Had a teacher once, back when the extraction schools were still running. In fact, same expression when someone disappointed him. The whiskey burns, but it's a clean burn. Nothing like the synthetic stuff that feels like swallowing glass. This is warmth that spreads from the center out, making my shoulders drop tension I didn't know I was carrying. So, Noemi speaks, setting her glass down. Let's talk about why you're really in the gap. I told you, courier run. Sure, but a courier with one contact? No backup buyers? That's either stupid or desperate, and you don't strike me as stupid. She's fishing, looking for leverage beyond the debt I already owe, but there's something in how she asks, not aggressive, just curious, like she's solving a puzzle. Markets change, I say. Markets collapse. She states, people adapt or they don't. You've been running the same route to the same buyer for how long? 2 years. And before that, different route, different buyer, but same pattern. She leans back, vinyl squeaking. You like predictability, control, the kind of person who'd rather have 1 reliable contact than 5 probable ones. The second sip goes down easier. Mackenzie was right about the honesty thing. Something about good whiskey makes lying feel like too much effort. Reliability's not a weakness. I say. Didn't say it was. Just observing. She traces a finger around her glass rim. Me? I learned early that reliable is another word for stationary target. Mom worked extraction up in High City. Worked for one of the extraction companies. Kept the same shift, same route, same break schedule for 6 years. Then one day they decided her job could be done by 3 people working stimmed-out 16-hour days. Let her go with a week's worth of basic meds and a thanks for your service. That when you left? That's when she took a long walk off a short platform. She says it matter of fact, like reporting weather. But yeah, I left after that. Figured if they could throw away someone that reliable, the whole system was broken. She pours herself another measure. The bottle's already down by a quarter. At the rate we're going, this negotiation's gonna cost Mackenzie more than he expected. Your turn, she states. What made a teacher start running antibiotics through the gap? I could lie. Make up something about needing the money, the adventure, the whatever. But the whiskey's working its particular magic, and anyway, she already knows enough to make the truth less dangerous than fiction. The school I worked at shut down, I say. Officially, they called it restructuring. Really, the floor council sold our medical rations to fund some tech deal that never materialized. Kids started getting sick. Then they stopped coming. Then you left. Then I stayed. The words surprise me. Haven't thought about it in these terms before. Stayed for 3 months after they stopped paying us. Tried to keep classes going in my apartment. Figured someone had to, you know? Someone had to pretend education still mattered. How'd that work out? About as well as you'd expect. Can't teach kids who are too sick to concentrate. Can't feed them knowledge when they need actual food. One day I showed up and nobody came. That's when I knew. Knew what? That reliability was just another word for being the last one to admit failure. She nods like this makes sense. Maybe it does. The Howl's particular atmosphere makes everything seem reasonable, even my own mistakes. So you became a courier, she speaks. Seemed like the opposite of teaching. No long-term commitments, no pretending things would get better, just packages and destinations and the spaces between. And no connections. Connections fail. Everything fails, she states. That's not a reason to give up on the concept. I finish my glass. The warmth has reached my fingers now, making the world softer around the edges. Not drunk. It would take more than 2 glasses for that, but loose enough to see the humor in my situation. 3 years building perfect independence, undone by a flooded pipe and a woman with violent orange hair. About your contact, I say. Right. Business. She straightens. Here's the thing. My guy's not exactly traditional. He runs an operation out of Noemi. The voice comes from behind me. Male, with an accent I can't place. We both turn to see a man standing by our booth, and my first thought is he doesn't belong in the Howl. Too clean. Clothes that actually fit. The kind of careful grooming that says he's got regular access to clean water and someone who cares how he looks. Vance. Noemi's voice goes neutral. Professional. Didn't know you came down to 9. I go where business takes me. His eyes find mine. New friend? Associate. Ah, he smiles, and it's the practiced kind that doesn't reach his eyes. Associations can be profitable or expensive, depending. There's weight to how he says it. Noemi's hand moves slightly, not quite reaching for something, but ready to. The easy atmosphere of our conversation evaporates like spilled alcohol. We're just having a drink, she states. Of course, Mackenzie's finest by the look of it. He glances at the bottle. Though I heard you've been drinking in other establishments lately, places with different clientele. I drink where I want, naturally, just making conversation. He looks at me again. Word of advice, friend. Be careful who you associate with in the gap. Some people's debts have a way of becoming yours. He leaves without waiting for response. Noemi watches him go, tension in her shoulders that wasn't there before. Friend of yours? I ask. Used to work together. High City extraction. He stayed. I left. She pours another glass, fills it higher this time. Now he runs his own crew. Independent contractor, they call it. Really just means he does the council's dirty work without the liability. And he's warning me about you. He's warning you about getting involved in old business, she states. Vance thinks I left High City with something that wasn't mine. He's been trying to prove it for 2 years. Did you? She almost smiles. Would it matter if I did? Maybe. Maybe not. The whiskey makes it hard to care about 2-year-old theft when I've got immediate problems. But it's another data point in the calculation I'm running about Noemi. Saves people from pipes, makes deals in neutral bars, has history with extraction crews and stolen goods. Your contact, I say. He's not going to be another Vance situation, is he? No. My guy's solid, runs a clinic near the water plant. Not the legal kind, but the kind that actually helps people. He'll take your antibiotics, pay fair price, maybe even throw in some extra if they're as good as you claim. And your commission? Still 20%. She finishes her glass. Plus, the life debt. Right, the debt. Everything circles back to that. The moment I grabbed her rope instead of taking my chances with the slow. One choice, creating obligations I'm still calculating. There's something else, she speaks. My guy, Dr. Park, he's got connections in High City, the useful kind. You deliver to him regular, build trust, maybe he introduces you around, could solve your single contact problem. I didn't say it was a problem. You didn't have to. It's written all over your face every time you think about your friend back at the market. Marcus, probably in a holding area by now, shuffling in circles with others who've gone the same way. Tomorrow they'll process him, reduce him to components, clothes to one pile, anything valuable to another, the body to wherever bodies go. Efficient, practical, horrible. One delivery, I say. That's all I'm committing to. That's all I'm asking. She stands, leaving the bottle. Finish that if you want. Mackenzie will put it on my tab. Consider it a down payment on future business. I haven't agreed to future business. Not yet. She pulls out a paper, slides it across. An address, directions, a simple map. But you will. Know why? Because independence is expensive and you're running out of credit, literal and figurative. So you'll deliver to Park and he'll offer you regular work and you'll take it because the alternative is ending up like your friend in the market, standing still while the world moves around you. She's probably right. The math keeps getting worse. Fewer contacts, more risk, the slow strangling of options that leads to bad choices or no choices. But admitting that feels like giving up something essential. Think about it, she states. I'll be here tomorrow, same time. If you want an introduction to Park, find me. If not, she shrugs. Good luck with the independence thing. She heads for the door, orange hair catching the lamplight one last time. I'm left with most of a bottle of 18-year-old whiskey and a decision that feels heavier than my pack. Mackenzie appears, starts clearing Noemi's glass. She's not wrong, About what? All of it. Girl's got a talent for reading people. Probably why she's still breathing. He pauses. That and she knows routes through High City nobody else does. Makes her valuable to people like Park. Could make you valuable too, by association. I don't want to be valuable. I want to be left alone. Then you're in the wrong world, friend. He speaks. This one runs on connections. Who you know, who you owe, who owes you. Try to opt out, you just end up owing everybody. He leaves me with the bottle. I pour one more glass, smaller this time. The warmth is through my whole body now, making the world seem both clearer and more distant. Like looking through good glass, everything sharp but untouchable. The map she left is hand-drawn but precise. Water treatment plant, sub-level 2. Dr. Park's clinic. Every turn marked, every hazard noted. The kind of map that says she's made this journey enough times to know which pipes leak and which guards look the other way. I fold it, put it in my jacket pocket, not agreeing to anything. Just keeping options open. The howl continues around me. Conversations in low voices, the clink of glass, someone laughing at something that's probably not funny. Normal sounds for a place that specializes in abnormal times. I could stay here, nurse the whiskey until Mackenzie cuts me off, pretend I'm still the person who walked in thinking independence was sustainable. But the antibiotics in my pack won't keep forever. Every hour they sit unsold is an hour closer to expiration, to worthlessness. And somewhere in the city, Marcus is learning to shuffle in a holding pen, his pharmaceutical knowledge reduced to muscle memory and nothing else. I stand, leaving credits on the table. Mackenzie nods as I pass. No words needed. The howl's that kind of place. It knows when you've made a decision before you do. Outside, the air tastes like rust and rain that won't come. Floor 9's particular smell, cooking fires, unwashed bodies, the sweet, sick scent that follows the slow. But underneath it, something else. Ozone, maybe. Or just the smell of change, which is probably the same thing. I think about Noemi's offer, her connections, the way she navigated Vance's implied threat without backing down. There's history there. The kind that complicates everything it touches. Getting involved means inheriting those complications. But I'm already involved, already in debt. The moment I grabbed that rope, I entered her economy of favors and obligations. The only question now is whether I play by her rules or pretend I still have my own. The map in my pocket feels heavier than the bottles in my pack. 3 boxes of antibiotics that need a buyer. One address that might solve that problem. And a woman with orange hair who's either my best option or my worst mistake. Tomorrow, I'll decide. Tonight, I'll walk back to my safe house and pretend the choice isn't already made. That independence isn't just another word for isolation. That I'm not already calculating the cost of connections against the price of standing still. The whiskey warmth fades as I walk, leaving clarity I didn't ask for. The math hasn't changed, just my understanding of it. In the end, everyone needs somebody. Even if that somebody comes with debts and complications and hair the color of warnings. Even if accepting help feels like admitting defeat. Even if independence was only ever an illusion and it took a flooded pipe and a bottle of 18-year-old whiskey to make me see it. I touch the map again, memorizing the route by feel. Tomorrow I'll find Noemi. Make the introduction. Enter whatever economy she's running. Tonight, I'm still independent. Still alone. Still pretending that's enough. But the deal's already struck, signed in whiskey and witnessed by a bar that's seen too many last stands to be impressed by mine. The howl knows what I know but won't admit. Some debts you pay by acquiring more. Some connections you make by letting go of the ones you've lost. Some choices are just the recognition that the choice was made the moment you reached for the rope. Chapter 4. The wind hits like personal insult. Up here on the external scaffolding, nothing breaks its momentum, just you and physics and the questionable life choices that led to climbing the outside of a 40-story tower in a windstorm. Watch the third bolt, Noemi shouts over the howl. It's decorative. Decorative. Someone thought aesthetics mattered when they installed these emergency ladders. Now half the rungs are rust and the other half are suggestions. My fingers ache from gripping too tight, knuckles white inside work gloves that weren't designed for this kind of work. The low city spreads below us like a vertical cemetery. Each floor a layer of accumulated failure, pressing down on the ones beneath. From up here, you can see the patterns, where water damage spreads like infection, where fires have carved black smiles into the structure. Beautiful if you don't think about the people inside. Terrifying if you do. Why exactly couldn't we take the internal stairs? I ask. Floor council's got them locked down. Someone tried to steal their emergency reserves last week. She pauses, adjusting her grip as the scaffolding shudders, probably because they're hoarding them while kids go without, but that's just speculation. The wind gusts harder, and then for a moment the whole structure sways. My stomach drops, but my hands stay locked. 3 years of courier work teaches you the difference between scary and dangerous. This is both, but only one matters. We're passing floor 33 now. Through a broken window, I glimpse movement. A family, maybe, huddled around what might be a cooking fire or might be furniture they're burning for warmth. Hard to tell. Hard to care when you're focused on not becoming a cautionary tale about gravity. There, Noemi points up. Service platform. We can rest there. The platform's just a metal grate jutting out from the building, but after 20 floors of ladder, it looks like luxury. We haul ourselves up, and I immediately sit back against the wall, legs shaking from sustained tension. Noemi remains standing, scanning the floors above. The wind plays with her hair, orange strands whipping around like warnings. She seems comfortable here, balanced on the edge of nothing like it's natural. Used to come up here to think, she speaks. When I was younger. Before. Before what? Before I learned thinking too much is dangerous, she states. Below us, the city continues its daily decay. I can see the market where Marcus probably isn't anymore, the neutral zones where deals go bad, the corridors I've walked 100 times thinking I was independent. From this height, it all looks like what it is, a maze with no exit. That your old school? I follow her gaze to a building 2 blocks over. The windows are mostly intact, which means it's been abandoned long enough that nobody bothers breaking them anymore. The sign's still there, East District Secondary Education Center. Even from here, I can see the optimism in those words. Someone believed education centers would matter. Someone was wrong. Yeah, I say. What did you teach? Math, science when they needed coverage. I pause. Critical thinking, supposedly. That why you stayed after the money ran out? Critical thinking? I almost laugh. Opposite. Stayed because I stopped thinking critically. Kept believing if I just held on long enough, things would stabilize. The floor council would find funding. Parents would organize. Something. But nothing. 3 months of nothing. Then one day I show up and the locks have been changed. Official notice on the door about structural concerns. Lie, obviously. They'd already sold the building to someone who wanted to convert it to housing. For the wealthy? For the connected. I stand, legs steadier now. Same thing, different word. She nods, starts climbing again. I follow, trying not to think about how many more floors we have to go. The wind's getting worse, like pushing us against the scaffolding one moment, trying to peel us off the next. My pack shifts with each gust, the antibiotics inside a constant reminder of why I'm up here instead of safe in my room. We pass floor 35. Through gaps in the structure, I can see inside. Workshops, cramped apartments, a floor kitchen where someone's boiling something that might be food. The smells mix in the wind. Cooking oil, human waste, the ever-present sweet sick scent that means slow nearby. Almost there, Noemi says. Floor 38 has what we're looking for, an actual entrance to the building. Maintenance access that probably should be locked, but isn't. The door hangs open, hinges complaining as the wind pushes it back and forth. Inside, sudden stillness. My ears ring from the wind's absence. The corridor is dark, but compared to the scaffolding, it feels safe. Walls on both sides, ceiling above. Floor that doesn't sway. Luxury. This way, Noemi says, but she's moving slower now. Cautious. I see why when we round the corner. The floor kitchen here is different from the ones below. Cleaner, organized, and guarded by 2 men who look like they eat regularly and enjoy their work. They're playing cards at a folding table, but their eyes track us immediately. Lost? One asks. He's got the kind of bulk that comes from calories and violence, not genetics. Passing through, Noemi states, through costs extra on 38. She sighs like this is a familiar dance. How much? Depends what you're carrying. And there it is, the low city's favorite game. How much can we take before you fight back? The guards know we're not residents. Know we came from outside, which means we're either desperate or carrying something worth the climb. Their math is simple. We pay or we try the scaffolding again. 20 credits, the bigger one says, each. That's new. Used to be 10. Inflation, he grins. Floor council raised our rent. We're just passing it along. I can feel Noemi calculating. 40 credits to walk down a hallway. Not much in the old world, but down here it's 2 days' food or a week of clean water. Pay it, and every floor might want the same. Fight it, and these two make sure we don't reach floor 37 vertical. Or, the smaller guard speaks, we could work out alternative payment. That pack looks heavy, friend. Might be carrying something that needs council inspection. Now the real game starts. They want to search the pack, find the antibiotics, claim some violation that requires confiscation. Probably split the take with whoever actually runs this floor, keeping enough to make the risk worthwhile. The pack's not part of this, I say. Everything's part of everything. The big one stands. That's how floors work. You want to use our space, you follow our rules. Our rules say we check for contraband. Since when are medical supplies contraband? His grin widens. Since the council decided they are. Public health risk, transporting medicine without proper documentation. You got documentation? Of course I don't. Nobody does. Documentation requires authorities who still function, systems that still process paper. The low city runs on informal agreements and violence, not forms in triplicate. Noemi steps forward. Tell you what, we pay 15 each. You forget you saw us, everyone stays happy. 20 was the friendly rate, now it's 30. For what? Negotiation fee. He's enjoying this. Plus emotional damages from your attitude. I'm doing the math again. 60 credits versus whatever percentage of the antibiotics they'll claim. Versus trying to fight 2 fed guards in a narrow corridor. Versus going back outside where the wind's probably worse now. All bad options, but some worse than others. That's when I spot it. A medical supply cabinet behind them. Doors chained shut, but the lock new. Whatever's in there, they're protecting it. And beside it, boxes. Small ones. The kind that hold insulin or other temperature-sensitive drugs. That's council medicine, I say. Both guards tense. The smaller one's hand drifts to his belt, where something angular makes a bulge. Council storage, council business. The big one speaks. Funny. Looks like hoarding to me. Careful, friend. Accusations like that can lead to accidents. But I'm already seeing it. The pattern Marcus mentioned once about certain floors. How medicine shipments meant for distribution get stuck in administrative delays. How floor councils develop emergency reserves that never quite reach emergencies. How kids get sick while locked cabinets stay full. Here's a different deal, I say. We walk through, you keep your side business. Or we can discuss what else might be in that cabinet. What else the lower floors might want to know about. You threatening us? Observing. I keep my voice level. Same way you observed our packs. Funny how observation works both directions. The guards exchange looks. The smaller one starts to stand, but the big one waves him down. He's running his own math now, the value of 60 credits versus the cost of attention, of questions about the cabinet, of lower floors realizing where their medicine actually ended up. You've got balls, he speaks finally. Stupid, but balls. Just a teacher who learned to count. He almost smiles. Almost. Get out of here. You've got 5 minutes before I change my mind and throw you both off the scaffolding. Noemi's already moving, and I follow. The guards watch us go, probably memorizing our faces for later. That's fine. I've made enemies in worse places for better reasons. We reach the internal stairs without incident. As we descend, Noemi glances back at me. That was risky. Everything's risky. Yeah, but that was stupid risky. They could have taken everything. They were always going to try, just gave them a reason not to. She shakes her head. For someone who values independence, you sure like making enemies. I don't like it. I adjust my pack, feeling the weight of medicine that should be helping people, not funding some guard's gambling habit. But I hate watching people hoard while others suffer more. We descend in silence after that. Floor by floor, passing the vertical geography of desperation. Each level has its own smell, its own sound, its own particular way of falling apart. But they all share the same basic truth. Resources flow up, suffering flows down. By the time we reach floor 20, my legs burn from the descent. But we're in safer territory now, neutral floors where the councils have less control and the guards more interested in bribes than theft. Your school, Noemi speaks as we exit onto a main corridor. When it closed, that why you became a courier? Part of it. What's the other part? I think about how to answer. About those last days, watching kids too sick to focus try to solve equations. About parents who stopped sending their children because walking to school exposed them to too much. About the moment I realized education was a luxury the low city couldn't afford anymore. I got tired of pretending, I say finally. Teaching assumed a future worth preparing for. When that stopped being true, I needed work that was honest about what we'd become. And courier work is honest? Package from A to B, payment on delivery. No promises about tomorrow, I states. Doesn't get more honest than that. She nods, like this makes sense. Maybe it does. We're all just finding different ways to acknowledge the same collapse. Some hoard medicine in locked cabinets, some shuffle through pipes with vacant eyes. Some climb scaffolding in windstorms carrying antibiotics to buyers who may or may not exist. Some pretend independence is possible while owing debts to women with orange hair and complicated histories. 2 more floors, Noemi speaks. Then we cut through the greenhouse district. Try to look like you belong. In a greenhouse district? Anywhere. She states, that's the trick to the low city. Look like you belong, and people assume you do. Look lost, and you become prey. Good advice. The kind that keeps you vertical in a world built on horizontal ambitions. I adjust my expression, shoulders, gait. Not trying to look tough. That attracts challenges. Just trying to look like I have somewhere to be and no interest in being delayed. We pass through the greenhouse district without incident. The plants growing here aren't food, mostly. Decorative things for people who can afford decoration. But seeing green still does something, reminds you colors exist beyond gray and rust and the brown of old blood. Almost there, Noemi says. Almost there. Almost at Dr. Park's clinic. Almost at whatever comes next in this chain of debts and decisions. The antibiotics shift in my pack as I walk, their weight a constant reminder that independence is just another word for not yet desperate enough to admit you need help. But I'm admitting it now. Following a woman I met yesterday to a clinic I've never seen to sell medicine to a buyer I don't know. Because that's what adaptation looks like. Not the dramatic kind. No revelations or transformations. Just the slow acceptance that your principles are luxuries you can't afford anymore. The city presses in from all sides, vertical tombs full of horizontal people. And somewhere in the distance, the wind howls through scaffolding. We're not climbing anymore, looking for other people to push around. But we're inside now, safe, if that word means anything here. Moving forward, if that direction exists. Still breathing, which is more than Marcus can say. For now, that's enough. It has to be. The dead zone smells like chemistry gone wrong. Sweet, sick scent so thick you can taste it. Mixed with something else, ozone maybe, or just the smell of synapses misfiring. We're 3 blocks into the wasteland between floor 15 and the water treatment plant, and already I'm regretting not bringing better face protection. Stay close, Noemi says, though she doesn't need to. In places like this, distance equals death. The slow hunters work in teams of 3. We spot the first group near what used to be a pharmacy, its windows long shattered, shelves picked clean. They move with purpose, not the shuffle of their prey. One carries a pole with a loop at the end. Another has what looks like a cattle prod jerry-rigged from shopping cart parts and batteries. The third just watches, making notes in a small book. Inventory, Noemi whispers. They track which ones have good shoes, jewelry, anything worth taking. It's efficient. Horrible, but efficient. The slow don't resist when the loop drops over their heads. Don't cry out when they're herded into groups. Just accept it like weather. Another thing that happens to them now. We duck into an alley as the team moves closer. The walls here are tagged with the universal symbol for contamination, 3 circles intersecting, but underneath someone's added, "still breathing though." Dark humor for dark times. "This way," Noemi says. The alley opens into what might have been a courtyard once. Now it's a gathering place for the lost. Dozens of slow mill around. Their patterns random but somehow synchronized. Like schools of fish, if fish forgot why they swam together. That's when I see her. The woman wears what's left of a postal uniform, the kind they issued before everything went private and then went nowhere. Her face has that slack quality they all develop, but something in how she moves catches my attention. Too deliberate, too much purpose hidden in the shuffle. "We need to go around," I say. "Through is faster. Around is safer." Noemi looks where I'm looking, sees the postal worker. "You know her?" "Not know. Recognize. There's a difference, especially here. Maybe. From before. Before's gone." "Tell that to her." The woman shuffles closer, and now I'm sure. Diane Chen used to deliver to the school, always had gossip about the floors above, the kind of information that seemed harmless then but would get you disappeared now. She'd bring extra stamps for the kids, let them send letters to nowhere just to practice writing addresses. We go around, Noemi decides, but it's too late. Diane's path intersects ours with the inevitability of mathematics. Up close, the damage is clearer. Whatever cocktail of desperation and chemistry got her, it wasn't kind. Her hands move constantly, sorting invisible mail, checking addresses that don't exist. I should keep walking. That's the rule. Don't engage, don't acknowledge, don't make it personal. The slow are weather now. You don't have conversations with rain. But she stops, right in front of us, and for one moment, half a second maybe, something flickers in her eyes. Recognition? Memory? Or just random neurons firing in patterns that used to mean something? Her mouth opens, closes, opens again. "Return to sender," she says, clear as day, then shuffles past, hands still sorting mail for a world that doesn't accept deliveries anymore. Noemi grabs my arm before I can turn. "Don't. I wasn't. You were." Her grip tightens. "Whatever you think you saw, you didn't. She's gone. They're all gone. Looking for the person in the shell just gets you killed." She's right. But being right and being human are different things, and sometimes the gap between them is where we live now. We push through the courtyard, past more because slow in various stages of decay. A man in a business suit sits on a bench, checking a watch that hasn't worked in years. Twin girls hold hands, shuffling in perfect synchronization. An old woman waters dead plants with an empty can. All of them were someone. Teachers, doctors, parents, children. Now they're obstacles to navigate, resources for hunters to harvest, reminders of what happens when the chemistry of survival goes wrong. "There," Noemi points to a gap in the fence. "We can." The shouting starts before she finishes. Behind us, the hunter team has entered the courtyard. The one with the prod starts herding, creating a channel of bodies. The others move in, professional and quick. "Return to sender," Diane shouts again, louder this time, agitated. The hunter with the notebook looks up. "Got a talker." "Talkers are worth more," Prodman says. They start toward her, and I'm already calculating angles. Distance, speed, the weight of the pack versus mobility, all the math that says intervening is stupid. "Don't," Noemi speaks again, but quieter this time, like she knows I'm going to anyway. I don't, but my hand goes to my knife, and that's enough. The motion catches Prodman's attention. He stops, evaluates, sees the pack, the way we're dressed, the fact we're vertical and aware. "Couriers," he says to his team. "Clean ones." "Just passing through," Noemi speaks. "Through costs extra in the zones. Another toll, another tax on movement, but this time I don't mind paying. Reach for my credits, making sure they see it's just money, not weapons. 30, I say. 50. 40. He considers, then nods. The transaction happens quick and they go back to their harvest. Diane gets looped, pulled into the group. She doesn't resist, just keeps mumbling about return addresses and insufficient postage. We leave through the fence gap. Behind us, the hunters work with quiet efficiency, the slow shuffle where directed. The city continues its orderly decay. That was stupid, Noemi speaks once we're clear. 40 credits isn't, not the money, the looking, the hesitating. She stops, turns to face me. I get it, you knew her, but that's not her anymore. What's left is just motion, chemical reactions playing out. You save one, there's 1,000 more. You save 1,000, the city makes more. It doesn't end. So we do nothing? We survive, she states. That's the job. Not saving, not fixing, not looking for people in the shells, just moving forward. She's right. The same way the hunters are right about talkers being worth more. The same way the floor councils are right about hoarding medicine. Everyone's right in their own calculation, and all the right answers add up to wrong. We walk in silence after that, through more zones, past more hunters, around more crowds of shuffling chemistry. The sweet sick smell follows us, getting into clothes, hair, the lining of my throat. Tomorrow I'll taste it in everything I eat. She spoke, I say finally. Reflex. Muscle memory. Maybe. Definitely. Noemi speaks. The slow don't come back. Whatever makes them, it's gone. Burned out. Used up. The talking ones just have stronger patterns, take longer to fade, but they all fade. Return to sender. Address unknown. No such person. No such zone. Your contact, I say. Dr. Park. He ever work with them? The slow? Yeah, she's quiet for a long moment. Then, sometimes, research, he calls it, looking for ways to slow the process. Maybe reverse it. But he's realistic. Says the chemistry's one way, like burning wood. You can't unburn it, just try to contain the fire. We're almost to the water district now, can smell the treatment chemicals over the sweet sick scent, hear the pumps that still work grinding away. Civilization, or what passes for it now. I had a neighbor, Noemi speaks, back in High City. Mrs. Park, no relation to the doctor, used to watch me when Mom worked doubles, taught me card games, how to braid hair, which berries were safe to eat if you got desperate. I wait. Sometimes stories need space to breathe. Found her last year in a zone near the mountain. She recognized me. I'm sure of it. Said my name. Asked about my mom. Lucid for maybe 30 seconds. She pauses. Then nothing. Just shuffle and stare. I stayed with her for 3 hours waiting for another moment. It never came. What did you do? Left. What else was there? She adjusts her pack. Week later, I went back. She was gone. Hunters probably, or maybe she wandered off. Either way. Either way. The universal ending to all stories now. Either way, gone is gone. The thing is, she continues, those 30 seconds made it worse. If she'd been completely gone, I could have walked away clean. But that flash of her, the real her, it made me hope. And hope's expensive down here. So you kill it. So you manage it. She speaks. You see someone you knew, you nod and move on. You don't engage. Don't look for flashes. Don't feed the part of you that wants to save everyone. Good advice. The kind that keeps you functional in a world that rewards functionality over feeling. But functionality is just another word for giving up slowly, and I've already given up on enough things. There's the clinic, Noemi points ahead. A squat building wedged between 2 water treatment towers. No signs, nothing to indicate it's more than another chunk of infrastructure. But the windows are clean, the door solid, and someone's maintaining the exterior. In the low city, maintenance is a declaration of intent. Remember, Noemi speaks as we approach, Park's particular about first impressions. Don't mention the zone encounter, don't seem too eager, and whatever you do, don't call the slow victims. What should I call them? Patients. If you have to call them anything. She stops at the door. Ready? I think about Diane somewhere behind us being cataloged for parts. About Marcus, probably processed by now. About all the shuffling shells of people I used to know. Yeah, I lie. Ready. She knocks 3 short, 2 long. A pattern that means something to someone. While we wait, I do the math one more time. The antibiotics in my pack versus the credits I need versus the debts I'm accumulating. Numbers are clean. Numbers don't shuffle through zones, mumbling about return addresses. The door opens and we step inside, leaving the sweet sick smell behind, but not the memory of it. That follows us in, settling into the spaces between what we were and what we're becoming. In the end, everyone's just looking for the right address. Some of us are just better at pretending we know where to find it. Chapter 6, The Subway Tunnel breathes like something diseased. Water drips in patterns that sound intentional, echoing through passages that haven't seen maintenance since maintenance mattered. My flashlight catches graffiti from 3 different eras: pre-collapse optimism, early panic, and the current gallows humor phase. Abandon hope, someone started to write, but it cuts off at abon, like even finishing the cliche required too much effort. Whistle ready? Noemi asks. I touch the metal at my neck. She gave it to me an hour ago, military surplus like everything else she carries. 1 long blow means run, 2 short means freeze, 3 means it's too late for signals. She speaks. But yeah, you got it. The bandits work this stretch like shift workers, which they probably are. Someone's organizing the gap's chaos, turning random violence into systematic extraction. Predictable in its own way, the kind of order that emerges when real authority collapses. We're 50 meters into the tunnel when the first sound reaches us. Voices, casual conversation, the relaxed tone of people who control their environment. Noemi holds up a hand and we stop. Wait. Listen. Told him Tuesday, but does he listen? Nobody listens anymore. That's the problem. Problem's the water. Tastes like batteries. Everything tastes like batteries. 3 of them, maybe 4. Posted at what sounds like the old turnstiles, where the tunnel narrows. Smart position. Anyone coming through has to pass their checkpoint or find another route, and other routes mean other bandits or worse, sections where the ceiling's given up and the slow congregate in the rubble. Noemi pulls out a small mirror, angles it around the corner. The reflected slice shows enough: men with improvised weapons, a barrel fire for warmth, boxes stacked like fortification. Professional enough to be dangerous, casual enough to be bored. She pulls back, considers. I can see her running calculations, the same math I'm doing. 4 bandits versus 2 couriers. They've got position and probably experience. We've got desperation and nowhere else to go. Then she hands me something from her pocket. Small metal cylinder, heavy for its size. Smoke, she whispers. Military surplus. Still good, probably. Probably. Everything's probably now. Probably works. Probably won't killed. Probably should have stayed home. But home's just another word for the place you pretend is safer than everywhere else. The plan's simple because complex plans require coordination we don't have. I throw the smoke, we run during confusion. Either it works or we learn what bandits do to couriers who try clever tricks. I pull the pin, harder than movies suggested, and toss. The cylinder clatters across concrete, rolling toward the firelight. For a moment, nothing. Then a hiss like angry snakes and the tunnel fills with gray. Shit! Enforcers! No, wait. Move, move, move. The whistle cuts through everything. 1 long blow that pierces the confusion and sets my legs moving before my brain catches up. We run into the smoke, past shapes that might be bandits or might be shadows. Someone swings something that displaces air near my head. Someone else shouts about gates and protocols. The smoke works too well. Can't see Noemi, can't see walls, can't see anything but gray and the occasional spark from the barrel fire. My hand finds tile, follows it forward. Behind us, voices organize themselves out of panic into purpose. They're running! 2 of them! South tunnel! Get the lights! A flashlight beam cuts through smoke, missing me by inches. Then another, sweeping systematic patterns. They're not panicking anymore. Professional thugs with hurt pride, the worst combination. The whistle again, 2 short bursts. Freeze. I press against the wall, trying to become architecture. Footsteps pound past, heading deeper into the tunnel. Noemi's somewhere close. I can hear her breathing, controlled but elevated. The smoke's thinning now, our cover evaporating. She appears at my elbow like a ghost with orange hair, points forward, moves without waiting. We creep along the wall while the bandits chase echoes further south. The turnstiles loom out of the haze, twisted metal and memories of when people paid to ride, almost clear when one of them figures it out. They doubled back! The gate! Running again, but now they know our direction. The tunnel ahead splits, main line continues straight, service passage branches left. Noemi goes left without hesitation, and I follow because following's all I've got. The service tunnel's narrower, older. Pipes run along the ceiling, occasionally dripping substances that smell medical. Our footsteps echo wrong here, too loud, giving away position with every stride. Behind us, arguments about who goes where. They're splitting up. Smart. How far? I gasp. Quarter mile. Maybe. Maybe. Always maybe. My pack bounces with each step, antibiotics rattling like accusations. Should have taken Park's first offer, should have stayed in the safe zones, should have done a lot of things differently. A flashlight beam catches us from behind. Then shouting, coordinated. They're faster than us. Not carrying medicine, not worried about preserving product. Just hunters running down prey. That's when I remember the whistle. One long blow, sharp and clear. The sound bounces off pipes, walls, fills the tunnel with its warning. For a moment, even our pursuers pause, because everyone knows that signal. Everyone knows what it means. Run like hell, but also help needed. And sometimes, in the gap, those are the same thing. The response comes from ahead. Another whistle, same pattern. Then another, from a different direction. The tunnel network carries sound strange, makes distance meaningless. Could be other couriers, could be slow hunters, could be worse. The bandits stop running. I can hear them discussing, voices urgent but lower now. They know the math too. Us versus them was profitable. Us plus unknown reinforcements changes everything. Shit, one says. Could be a whole crew. Could be nothing. You want to find out? More whistles, closer now. A conversation in brass and urgency. Noemi adds her voice 3 short bursts that I don't know the meaning of. The response is immediate. Multiple whistles, all 3 burst patterns. Whatever she said, the network heard. We're leaving. We're leaving. The bandit's voice carries decision. Not worth it. But the medicine, not worth it. Footsteps retreat, taking flashlight beams with them. We keep moving anyway, trust being another luxury we can't afford. The service tunnel opens into a maintenance room, ancient machinery rusting in place. Noemi leads us through, past boilers that haven't boiled in decades, through doors that hang on single hinges. Finally, we emerge into weak daylight. A loading dock, abandoned like everything else, but with sight lines and multiple exits. We stop, both breathing hard, listening for pursuit that doesn't come. The whistles, I say. Who responded? No idea. She grins, wild and exhausted. But bandits don't stick around to find out. Gaps full of crews, some helpful, some not. The unknown's usually enough. Usually? Usually. She wipes rust from her hands. Sometimes they call the bluff. Then you better hope someone actually shows up. I think about that. A network of people who might help, connected by nothing but brass and risk. Trust distributed across strangers. The opposite of independence, but maybe more reliable because of it. Come on, Noemi says. Need to keep moving while they're regrouping. We cross the loading dock, enter streets I don't recognize. This part of the gap changes faster than maps can track. Buildings collapse, routes close, new passages open. Navigate by landmark and those disappear too. Everything temporary except the need to keep moving. You did good back there, she speaks. I panicked and threw smoke. Right. Good. She states. Panic's just another word for quick thinking under pressure. The smoke was solid too. Probably expired, but chemistry's forgiving sometimes. Sometimes. Like the whistles. Like the network. Like everything that probably shouldn't work but does because people need it to. My pack feels heavier now, post-adrenaline weight. The antibiotics inside represent everything wrong with this economy. Medicine as commodity, health as luxury, survival as transaction. But they also represent 3 months of careful planning, of building reputation, of maintaining the illusion that independence was sustainable. Parks still makes sense, Noemi speaks, reading my mind or just my posture. Good buyer, fair prices, plus he actually uses the medicine, doesn't just flip it. Unlike me. You're a courier. Moving products is literally the job. She pauses. But yeah, there's something clean about knowing it goes to actual treatment. That it helps. Helps. Such a simple word for such a complex concept. Does moving medicine help if most can't afford it? Does treatment help if the conditions creating sickness persist? Does anything help in a system designed to consume itself? But those are teacher thoughts. Abstract, philosophical. Courier thoughts are simpler. Package from A to B, payment on delivery, don't die in between. There, Noemi points. Safe route to the clinic district. Assuming safe means anything anymore. The route's a elevated walkway, probably commercial once. Now it's neutral territory maintained by whoever benefits from connection. We join the flow of foot traffic, other couriers, medical runners, people with that particular hurry that means carrying something valuable. Halfway across, I spot them. 3 whistles hanging from 3 different belts, their owners deep in conversation near a water cellar. One catches my eye, nods. Recognition of shared experience, maybe, or just acknowledgement that we're all part of something unnamed but necessary. The network, I say. How big is it? No idea. That's what makes it work. Noemi speaks. No membership, no leader, no center to corrupt. Just agreement that the signal means something, that we help when we can. And when you can't, then you can't. No obligations beyond the moment. She touches her own whistle. But people remember. Who responds, who doesn't, creates its own accountability. We reach the clinic district as afternoon fades toward whatever passes for evening. The light goes gray-orange, pollution and sunset mixing into something almost beautiful if you don't think about what you're breathing. One more thing, Noemi says as we approach Park's building. About the bandits. They'll remember us. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually we'll cross paths again. That's how the gap works, big enough to hide in, small enough that everyone meets twice. And then we handle it, with whistles or smoke or whatever else we've got, she states. But that's future math. Right now, we're vertical, carrying medicine, and nobody's actively trying to unlive us. In the gap, that's a win. She's right. In the ecology of low expectations, we're succeeding. The antibiotics are intact, we're intact, and the network, whatever it is, proved itself real enough to scare off predators. But I keep thinking about those 3 bursts she blew. The coded conversation I couldn't follow. The instant response from strangers who might have been anywhere, doing anything but stop to answer. There's something there worth understanding. Something that might matter more than independence ever did. Thanks, I say. For the whistle, for the backup. Thank the network. I just made noise. But it's more than that. It's admission that we're connected, like it or not. That the whistle around my neck represents debt, but also possibility. That maybe independence was always the wrong goal in a world where survival requires witnesses. We reach Park's door. Same pattern knock. Same weight. But I'm different now. Carrying more than medicine. Wearing a whistle that makes me part of something I don't understand yet. The door opens. Time to make the deal. Time to enter whatever economy Noemi's been guiding me toward. But first I touch the whistle. Metal warm from my body heat. A simple tool that means complex things. In the distance I hear it again. 3 short bursts from somewhere in the gap. Could mean anything. Could mean nothing. But someone's listening. Someone's ready. And now so am I. Chapter 7. The greenhouse district shouldn't exist. That's my first thought as we enter through a gap in the chain link. Who wastes precious roof space on decorative plants when people need food? But then I see it properly. Not waste, but statement. The wealthy marking territory with beauty because they can. Keep your voice down, Noemi murmurs. Sound carries weird up here. The glass structures rise like broken prayers, half cathedral, half crime scene. Someone's maintained them, though. Pipes run between buildings, dripping nutrient solutions that cost more than most make in a month. Grow lights burn electricity nobody else can afford. The plants inside aren't food. They're orchids, ferns, things with Latin names that matter only to people who've never missed meals. We're moving between two houses when I see him. Floor council member, obvious from the clean clothes and the way he stands like the world owes him explanations. He's talking to someone bent over a plant, gesturing at leaves like they matter more than the empty stomachs 30 floors down. Told them twice about the pH levels. If they can't maintain simple chemistry, his voice cuts off as he notices us. Quick evaluation. Couriers, armed but not aggressive. Probably lost. His hand doesn't go to a weapon because people like him don't carry weapons. They carry authority. This is restricted space, he says. Just passing through, Noemi replies. Through costs permits. You have permits? The same dance, different floor, everyone wanting their cut, their authority recognized, their small kingdom validated. But there's something else in his eyes. Recognition? No. Calculation. He's looking at my pack the way Marcus used to evaluate medicine. Weight, quality, value. We'll go around, I say. No. His voice sharpens. You'll answer questions first. Security matter. Security. The magic word that justifies anything. He steps closer, and now I can see the pin on his collar. Floor 35 Council Infrastructure Committee. The people who decide which pipes get fixed and which floors get water. Someone hit our medical reserves last week, he continues. Took antibiotics meant for essential personnel. You wouldn't know anything about that? We just got here, Noemi states. So you say. He's studying my pack now, not bothering to hide it. That's heavy for personal use. I'm a courier. Convenient. A lot of thieves claim courier status, gives them excuses to carry contraband. Contraband. Yesterday's medicine, today's crime. The classification changes depending on who's asking and what answer profits them most. Behind him, I can see into the greenhouse properly now. Past the orchids and ferns, tucked behind decorative screening, are different plants. Organized rows, careful labeling, the kind of attention that speaks of value beyond beauty. Medicine. They're growing medicine up here. Interesting garden, I say, his expression flattens. Botanical research. Approved by the Council for morale purposes. Morale. I taste the word. That what we're calling it? Careful, courier. You're already trespassing. Don't add sedition to your problems. But I'm already doing the math. Those plants, the equipment to process them, the knowledge required. Meanwhile, 30 floors down, kids develop coughs that don't stop because basic antibiotics are reserved for essential personnel. Must be nice, I speak before I can stop myself. Having gardens while others have nothing. Everyone has what they earn. His hand moves to a communication device on his belt. Perhaps security should evaluate what you've earned. Noemi touches my arm. Warning. But I'm watching those plants, thinking about the school clinic that never had supplies, the parents who watched their children fade. The floor council promises that resources were coming. Just be patient. Just endure. Those medical plants, I say, how many doses does a harvest yield? That's not your concern. No? My concern's delivery, making sure medicine reaches people who need it. Seems like your plants could help with that. Our resources are allocated according to council priorities. Right, essential personnel. I let the contempt show. Must be exhausting, being so essential. His face reddens. The hand on his device tightens. Behind us, footsteps. Guards responding to some signal I missed. Time to go, Noemi speaks. But the councilman's blocking our path now. Authority challenged and demanding satisfaction. Your identification. Now. We're just leaving. Identification or arrest. Choose. The guards arrive, 2 of them, better fed than anyone below floor 20. They assess, position themselves to cut off retreat. Professional. The kind who enjoy their work. I could show identification, give him my courier code, let him run it, discover I'm legitimate if currently unemployed. But that goes into records, creates patterns, lets people track where I've been and guess where I'm going. Or, actually, I speak, I'd like to report a theft. Everyone pauses, not the response they expected. Those medical plants, grown with resources allocated for morale purposes, but they're clearly pharmaceutical. That's misuse of council resources, isn't it? The kind of thing oversight committees investigate. The councilman's face cycles through expressions: confusion, anger, calculation. You're threatening me? Observing, like you observed my pack. I shift weight, ready to move. Funny how observation works both directions. Arrest them. The guards step forward, but Noemi's already moving. Not violence, something better. She pulls out a small device, holds it up. Recording. The universal pause button for authority overreach. For the record, she speaks clearly, Floor 35 council member ordering arrest of registered couriers for observing medical plants in a morale garden. Timestamp included. Should make interesting viewing at the next public forum. Public forums stopped mattering years ago, but the threat of documentation still carries weight. Evidence creates complications. Complications threaten the careful balance of who gets what and why. The councilman weighs options. We're not worth the scrutiny that might follow. Not worth questions about gardens and medicine and allocation. But letting us go stings his authority. I can see him searching for middle ground. 1 minute, he decides. You have 1 minute to clear this level. If I see you again... We don't wait for the threat. Moving fast, but not running, keeping dignity while retreating. The guards watch us go, probably memorizing faces for later attention. That's fine. Later is later. Now is escape. We reach the stairwell, descend 2 flights before stopping. My hands shake slightly, adrenaline or anger, hard to tell the difference anymore. That was stupid, Noemi speaks. They're growing medicine while kids. I know. Her voice gentles. But knowing and doing something about it are different things. You can't fight every injustice. Not and survive. She's right. But being right tastes like ash when you've seen decorative plants getting better care than human beings. When you've watched systems designed to help get twisted into systems that hoard. He'll remember us, I say. Probably. But he'll also remember being recorded. Creates its own balance. She pockets the device. Wasn't actually recording, by the way. Battery died yesterday, but he didn't know that. The stairwell echoes our descent. Each floor we pass has its own sounds. Arguments, machinery, life compressed into vertical slices. Somewhere above us, the councilman's probably adjusting security protocols. Somewhere below, people who need medicine won't get it because someone decided orchids matter more. Your school, Noemi speaks, as we hit floor 25. When it closed. This kind of thing happened there too? Different version, same result. I think about those last months, watching resources disappear into promises. They kept saying temporary shortages, supply chain issues. Meanwhile, administrative offices got new furniture, security got raises, everyone who mattered got theirs. While you got nothing, while we got lessons in how the system really works, I speak. Best education I ever received, just not the curriculum I was supposed to teach. We exit the stairwell onto a commercial floor. Safer here. Too many witnesses for targeted harassment. The shops sell knockoffs and necessity, the kind of places that survive because people always need something. Park's clinic isn't far, Noemi says. 20 minutes if we don't hit more delays. 20 minutes, close enough to taste completion. But the image of those greenhouses sticks. Beauty and medicine side by side. One public, one hidden. The perfect metaphor for how the low city operates. They'll increase security now, I speak. Make it harder for people to see what they're growing. Probably, but seeds spread. Knowledge too. Someone else will notice. Start asking questions. She states. That's how change happens. Not all at once. Just cracks in the foundation. Spreading. Maybe. Or maybe the foundation's designed to crack in ways that don't matter. Let people see the corruption, document it, rage about it, As long as they don't actually stop it, the system keeps functioning. But I'm thinking like a teacher again, looking for lessons in a world that's moved past learning to pure survival. Courier thoughts are simpler. We're vertical, mobile, and closer to completing the deal. Everything else is philosophy. There's something you should know, Noemi speaks. About Park, he's got connections to the council, not friendly ones, but complicated. Complicated how? Used to be one of them. Medical advisor back when they still listened to doctors. Quit when they started treating medicine as commodity instead of necessity. Now he runs his clinic in spite of them, maybe because of them. Another idealist, another person who stayed too long trying to fix things from inside. I'm starting to see patterns. The ones who care most break hardest when systems fail them. So he'll understand why I antagonized a councilman? He'll understand, doesn't mean he'll approve. She speaks. Park survived by being practical, by working around the system instead of confronting it. He might see you as a liability. Then why bring me? Because he needs medicine more than he needs safe choices. And because... She pauses. Because sometimes the system needs people willing to tell council members their gardens are obscene, even if it's stupid. Especially if it's stupid. We walk the rest in silence. Around us, the low city continues its vertical existence. People adapt, endure, find ways to extract meaning from meaningless circumstances. Some grow orchids, some grow medicine, some just grow tired. But everyone keeps climbing or descending because staying still means becoming like Marcus, standing at an empty table, waiting for customers who'll never come. The clinic appears ahead, same squat building, same clean windows. But I see it differently now. Not just a destination, but a choice. Enter Park's economy, with all its complications and compromises. Or keep walking, find another buyer, maintain the independence that's already cost so much. Ready? Noemi asks. I think about the councilman's face when I mention the medical plants, the guards' readiness to enforce arbitrary authority, the way systems protect themselves by making resistance feel futile. Yeah, I say, ready, because futile's just another word for not yet successful, and I've got antibiotics to deliver to someone who will actually use them. In the low city, that's almost revolutionary. Almost enough. Chapter 8. The mountain's edge drops away like the world's giving up. 800 meters of nothing between the chute's lip and whatever's left of the old valley towns. From here, you can see the curve of the earth, or maybe that's just vertigo making everything bend. Don't look down, Noemi says, already looking down. The chute itself is elegant in its brutality. A reinforced concrete channel, worn smooth by years of disposal. Wide enough for industrial loads, angled steep enough that nothing stops once it starts. The high city's solution to the slow problem, let gravity do the work. I'm securing my pack against a rusted guardrail when we hear it. The mechanical groan of heavy machinery warming up. Somewhere above, decisions have been made. Quotas met. Time for another drop. We should move, I say. Wait. Noemi's staring at the channel, that 1,000-yard focus that means she's somewhere else. Sometimes you can tell, by how they fall, whether they're aware. Does it matter? It mattered to someone. The first body appears at the channel's mouth. Moving fast, already limp, past caring about the physics involved. Then another. The slow don't scream. Whatever makes that impulse is gone. They just fall, textile and flesh and the chemistry that failed them, all returning to base elements. They drug them first, Noemi speaks. Supposedly. Make it humane. Humane. Like there's a kind way to dispose of people who've been reduced to inconvenience. But that's high city thinking. Solve the symptom, ignore the cause, call it mercy. More bodies now. The drops hitting rhythm, one every few seconds. Someone's definitely meeting quotas. I try not to count, but my brain does it anyway. 20, 30, 50. Each one was someone, had names, histories, people who might still wonder what happened. That's when Noemi breaks. Not dramatically, just a sound, soft and animal, like something tearing inside. Her hands grip the rail hard enough to whiten knuckles. He wore blue, she says. I don't ask who. Brothers wear blue. Fathers wear blue. Everyone wears blue eventually. Extraction crew uniform. Said it was good work, honest. Better than scrambling in the low city. Her voice stays level, but there's fracture underneath. Last message was 3 months ago. Said they were promoting him. Management track. Then nothing. 60 bodies. 70. The count keeps climbing. High City doesn't send death notices, just stops sending paychecks. Family's supposed to understand. She laughs, sharp and wrong. So I came looking, spent every credit I had on bribes, access, information, found his crew chief. Know what he told me? I wait. Sometimes stories need their own pace. Workplace accident, contamination event, very sorry, but these things happen in extraction. She speaks. Then I found someone else, got drunk, told me the truth. My brother asked questions about quotas, about where the extracted materials really went, made noise about worker safety, so they transferred him to disposal duty, night shift, and one night he slipped. 90 bodies. Maybe more. Hard to tell when they blur together. But he was careful, always careful. Tied every knot twice, checked every harness 3 times. Drove me crazy with his safety protocols. Her knuckles crack against the rail. You don't slip when you're careful. You get pushed. The drop's slowing now. Final bodies tumbling with mechanical precision. Somewhere above, workers are probably cleaning equipment, filing reports, pretending this is normal because normal is whatever you do regularly enough. Could have been him, she says. Any of those drops could have been 3 months ago or yesterday or tomorrow because they all look the same, falling. I want to say something comforting. Something about closure or justice or how the dead don't suffer. But those are teacher thoughts, designed for a world where comfort mattered. Here, comfort's just another lie we tell to make horror bearable. Instead, I pull the pack off the rail, check straps, adjust weight. The antibiotics shift inside, reminding me why we're here. The pack, I say, we should. I know. She wipes her face with her sleeve, orange hair catching the light. Work to do. Always work. But she doesn't move, just stands there, staring at the empty channel, waiting for something. Maybe another drop. Maybe ghosts. Maybe just the courage to stop looking. That's when we hear the voices. High City Patrol, moving along the perimeter, professional chatter about sectors and sweeps. Getting closer. Noemi, I heard them. We need to go. 1 more minute. We don't have 1 more minute. The voices clarify. 2 guards, maybe 3, talking about overtime and coffee substitutes. Ordinary people doing ordinary horror because someone has to, and the pay's steady. I grab Noemi's arm. She turns, and for a second I think she'll fight. But something in my face must communicate the math. Getting caught here means joining the next drop. Her brother didn't die for her to follow him down. We move quick and low, using abandoned machinery for cover. The patrol passes close enough that I can hear their breathing. One complains about his boots. Another mentions quota increases. Normal conversation for people who've normalized atrocity. 20 meters from the chute, there's a service shed. Lock broken, door hanging. We slip inside, wait for footsteps to fade. The shed smells like motor oil and something sweet sick. Disposal crew equipment hangs on hooks, protective gear that protects against everything but conscience. I'm sorry, I speak once it's safe. About your brother. Everyone's sorry. Sorry doesn't bring them back. She's checking her gear, movements sharp and efficient. Back to business. But thanks. We wait another 10 minutes, then emerge. The patrol's moved on, probably checking other sectors where the desperate might gather. The chute stands empty now, waiting for the next scheduled drop. Tomorrow maybe, or tonight, depends on quotas. He sent most of his pay home, Noemi speaks as we creep along the perimeter. Even when I told him to keep it, save up, get out, but he believed in the work, thought extraction meant something, progress, future, all those words they use. Some people need to believe. Yeah, and some people use that need. She stops, points to disturbed gravel. Someone else was here, recently. Fresh footprints heading away from the chute. Not patrol boots, something lighter. Courier, maybe, or someone else with business near the edge. Could be anyone, I say. Could be. But she's already following the trail. Or could be someone who knows things about drops, about schedules, about who falls and why. The trail leads to another observation point, this one with sightlines on the access road. Perfect for watching arrivals without being seen. Professional positioning. Someone's been studying patrol patterns. That's where we find the bag. Small, black, the kind couriers use for priority items, but abandoned, strap cut. Whoever left it was in a hurry. Noemi opens it careful. Could be trapped, could be contaminated, could be anything in a place where bodies fall like rain. Inside, medical supplies, the good kind. Pre-collapse manufacture, sealed blisters, and underneath, wrapped in plastic, a data pad. Screen cracked but functional. Don't, I say as she powers it on. But she's already scrolling. Lists appear, names, dates, disposal codes. The bureaucracy of death, digitized for efficiency. Her finger stops on one entry. Chen M. 3 months ago, night shift incident. Your brother? She nods, reading attached notes. Details about the incident, the investigation that wasn't, the compensation that never came, all there in professional language that makes murder sound like metadata. Someone was documenting, she speaks, collecting evidence, building a case, and someone else stopped them. The implications hang between us. High city corruption's an open secret, but proof is different. Proof means consequences. Means someone might care enough to act. We take it, Noemi decides. That's not why we're here. No, but my brother's on this list. Other brothers too, other sisters, other people who got pushed for asking questions. She looks at me. You talked about teaching, about critical thinking. What's more critical than this? She's right. But right and safe are different calculations, and we're already carrying one dangerous cargo. Adding another multiplies risk exponentially. The antibiotics will still get delivered, but this goes too. She tucks the pad inside her jacket. Someone died collecting this information. Least we can do is make sure it wasn't wasted. The math of conscience. Someone always paying the price for someone else's principles. But maybe that's what makes us different from the high city. We see the cost and pay it anyway. If they catch us with that, then we fall like everyone on that list, like my brother, like we all will eventually. She speaks. But falling while trying means something, has to. Otherwise, what's the point? There isn't one. That's what I learned watching my school collapse. Sometimes there's no point except the moving forward. The next delivery, the next day vertical, the next chance to matter before you don't. We leave the observation point datapad hidden but burning through fabric like accusation. Behind us the chute waits for its next feeding, patient as gravity. Sure as systems that solve human problems by denying humanity. But someone's watching, someone's documenting, and now we're carrying proof that might matter to someone who can act, or might just get us killed for trying. In the gap, both outcomes are equally likely. That's what makes it honest. We're a kilometer from the chute when we hear it. The groan of machinery, another drop starting. I don't look back, but Noemi does, watching. Counting, looking for blue uniforms that won't appear because they already fell. We should have taken the bag too, she speaks finally. Left evidence we were there. We took what mattered. Did we? She touches her jacket where the pad hides. Or are we just pretending information changes anything? I don't answer. Can't, because maybe we're just couriers carrying data instead of medicine, and neither changes the fundamental physics. Things fall. People profit. Systems perpetuate. But we're still moving, still vertical, still carrying something that might matter to someone somewhere. In the end, that's all anyone can do. Carry what you can, deliver what you must. Try to ensure the falling means something, even when it doesn't, even when it can't, even when the mountain keeps feeding its concrete throat and calling it mercy. Chapter 9. The support shacks sprawl like architectural cancer along the mountain's base. Corrugated metal, salvage plastic, tarps that snap in the thin air like dying things. This is where High City keeps its engines, the human ones that make extraction possible but aren't welcome in the actual city. Look tired, Noemi mutters. Exhausted is better, but tired works. I don't have to pretend. 30 hours awake. The altitude, the weight of antibiotics and stolen data, exhaustion comes easy, but there's a specific kind of tired here. The bone-deep variety that comes from 16-hour shifts and stimulants that keep you vertical but steal tomorrow's energy today. We join a group heading for shift change. Nobody looks twice. Another pair of bodies in coveralls, shuffling toward whatever labor keeps the mountain profitable. The workers around us have that particular glaze. Not slow, but not far from it. Chemical assistants wearing faces thin. Processing or extraction, someone asks. Extraction. Noemi answers without hesitation. Third shift. Rough pull, veins getting thin up there. He pops something, 2 pills, white and innocent looking. Want some? First hit's free. We're good. Nobody's good on third shift, but he shrugs, moves on. The economy of exhaustion has its own rules. The checkpoint ahead is basic. One guard half awake, checking badges that probably expired years ago, but it's the principle that matters. The theater of security performed just enough to justify its existence. That's when I spot the foreman. Big man, soft around the middle, the way people get when they're managing instead of laboring. He's arguing with someone about quotas, gesturing at a tablet like the numbers personally offend him. Don't care about your excuses. 30 units minimum or find another mountain. The worker he's berating has the shakes. Stimulant withdrawal or just exhaustion. Hard to tell. But his hands tremble as he tries to explain something about equipment failures. Equipment fails when operators fail. The foreman notices us approaching, shifts attention. You two, why aren't you suited up? Just arrived, Noemi says, looking for shift assignment. Looking? He laughs. Not pleasant. Nobody looks in High City. You work where we tell you. His eyes narrow. Let me see your hands. We hold them out. Mine are COURIER soft, wrong for this place. But the foreman's not looking for calluses. He's checking for tremors, for the telltale signs of who's using and who might still have natural energy to exploit. You, he points at me. Vein 7 needs bodies, 12-hour minimum, but productivity bonuses for anything over. What about? I start to indicate Noemi. Did I ask for input? He grabs my shoulder, hard enough to establish dominance. Vein 7, now. Or would you prefer explaining to security why you're in support housing without assignment? The threat's clear. Play along or get processed as trespassers. But taking assignment means separation, means trusting Noemi to handle her part alone while I disappear into the mountain's mechanical digestive system. Vein 7. I repeat. Understood. Smart man, might last a whole week. He's already losing interest, looking for other bodies to allocate. Tool shed's that way. If you're late, that's a day's pay. I glance at Noemi. She gives the smallest nod. Go, she'll manage. We knew this might happen. Planned for it, even. But planning and doing are different things when you're about to vanish into tunnels that eat people. The tool shed's a converted shipping container, racks of equipment that should be retired but aren't. I grab what looks functional. Headlamp, pick, the kind of gear that marks you as temporary labor. The permanent workers have better personal equipment they guard like family. New meat? A woman beside me asks. She's got the look of someone who's survived longer than expected. Scars on her hands, but steady, not shaking yet. First shift. I lie. First's always rough. Here. She hands me a breather mask. The one you grab's got a crack, hairline, but enough to let the dust in. 2 days of that, and you're coughing blood. Thanks. Don't thank me. Just remember it. She speaks. High City runs on favors. Small ones keep you breathing. I strap on the gear, follow the flow toward tunnel mouths that gape like hungry things. The mountain's full of them. Centuries of mining, decades of expansion, all hollowing out the rock for whatever value can be extracted. Vein 7's marked by a sign someone's vandalized. Abandon hope scrawled under the official designation. The humor of the doomed. But we file in anyway because the alternative's worse than whatever waits in the dark. The tunnel swallows sound first. Conversations die, replaced by the rhythmic chunk of tools on stone. Then light fades, leaving only headlamp beams dancing like desperate fireflies. The air tastes processed, recycled through systems that barely work. You, new guy. A supervisor appears, clipboard in hand. Can you read? Yes. Then you're on inventory. Count loads, mark tallies, screw up and it's your ass in the cart. Better than swinging picks, though my back already misses the weight of the antibiotics. But this gives mobility reason to move through the tunnel system. Observe. Maybe find what Noemi's looking for. The work's simple enough. Carts come loaded with whatever the mountain gives, ore, minerals, the geological wealth that keeps High City functional. I count, mark, send them on. The workers barely look up as they load. That 1,000-yard stare of people who've accepted their circumstances. 3 hours in, the stimulants start appearing. Not official distribution. That would imply responsibility. Just workers sharing, trading, maintaining the chemical balance that keeps production moving. I watched doses get calculated, see the math of addiction play out in real time. First hit's free. The phrase echoes from earlier, because the first hit's an investment, creates customers who will work extra shifts to afford the next dose, who will push harder, dig deeper, burn themselves out for the chemistry that makes it bearable. I'm tallying a particularly rich load when commotion erupts deeper in the tunnel. Shouting, then silence. The supervisor rushes past and I follow because standing still draws attention. A worker's collapsed at the face, not unconscious, worse. That rigid tremor that means the stimulants and exhaustion have crossed wires. His crew stands around unsure whether to help or just keep working. Get him out, the supervisor snaps. Where, someone asks. Medical's full. They're not taking stim cases anymore. Then leave him. We've got quotas. The casual cruelty of it. A human reduced to obstacle, removed from the production line like faulty equipment. But that's High City efficiency. Extract value until there's none left, then dispose. They drag him to a side tunnel, prop him against the wall. Still breathing, still trembling, but no longer productive. In High City calculus, that makes him worthless. Back to work, the supervisor orders. The crew disperses, but I linger. Check the man's pulse, rapid but steady. His eyes track movement, aware but unable to respond. Not slow, but something adjacent. The place stimulants take you when your body can't keep up with what you're demanding from it. You counting or gawking? The supervisor's back, suspicious now. Counting. I show my tally sheet, just wondered if he's logged out. He's logged as equipment failure. Now move. Equipment failure. Perfect classification for a system that sees workers as machinery. I make a note on my sheet, but not the official kind. Details about which veins use most stimulants, where the collapsed workers get dragged, how many don't come back. Another hour passes. The tunnel system reveals itself through repetition. Main arteries, service branches, areas where official work stops and other activities begin. I spot workers trading more than stimulants. Information, contraband, small rebellions against the system grinding them down. That's when I find the med station. Not official. Those are up top, clean and restricted. This is an alcove with a folding table, basic supplies, and a woman who looks like she's been awake for days. You lost? She asks without looking up from bandaging someone's hand. Looking for 7's count station. Back that way. But since you're here, she gestures at boxes behind her. Mind moving those? Backs shot from bending over idiots who can't dodge falling rocks. I help shift the boxes, noting contents. Bandages, antiseptic, the kind of basic supplies that shouldn't be rare but are. And underneath, hidden but not well, empty stimulant containers. Dozens of them. Quite an operation, I say. Someone has to keep them functional. She finishes the bandage, sends the worker away. Company medics won't treat stim cases, say it's self-inflicted. But without stims, nobody makes quota. Without quota, nobody eats. Circle of extraction. Must go through a lot of supplies. She eyes me. You're not a regular. First shift. Nobody's hands are that clean on first shift. But she doesn't push. What do you want? Really? Truth feels dangerous here, but lies feel worse. Information about the disposal system. The chute. Her expression hardens. That's not information that helps anyone. Someone I know went down. Want to understand why. Why? She laughs, bitter. Because someone decided they were used up. Because the math said disposal was cheaper than treatment. Because that's what we are, resources to extract value from until we're empty. But there must be records. Investigations when someone falls, slips, gets pushed. She shakes her head. First rule of High City, gravity's always to blame. Can't prosecute physics. Behind her, another worker arrives. Gash on his forehead, that glassy look of someone running on chemistry instead of sleep. She sighs, gets back to work, but as I turn to leave, she speaks again. Vein 12. If you're really looking for answers about disposal, check Vein 12. That's where they send the ones who ask questions. I memorize the number, get back to counting. But now I'm seeing patterns, which workers shake, which veins report most accidents where the supervisors don't go. Building a map of how the mountain digests its human fuel. 6 hours in, shift change approaches. Workers start gathering near the entrance, exhaustion visible in every movement. But there's something else, anticipation. I follow the crowd to understand. Pay distribution, not credits. Those go to accounts nobody can access down here. This is about the other currency. A supervisor stands with a case, dealing out pills like a dealer with pharmaceutical precision. Standard ration, he announces, extra for anyone who pulled overtime. The workers line up, desperate casual. This is the hook. Work yourself past human limits, get rewarded with the chemistry to do it again tomorrow. Some pocket their doses. Others dry swallow immediately, needing the boost just to make it back to the shacks. You, counter. The supervisor notices me. Where's your tally? I hand over the sheet. He scans it, looking for discrepancies that would justify withholding payment. Clean count. Here. He holds out 2 pills. Standard ration. I'm good. Nobody's good in the mountain. But he shrugs, moves on. Refusing marks me as different, but taking marks me as complicit. No winning choice. The crowd flows toward the exit, and I flow with them. But I'm thinking about Vein 12, about patterns of disposal, about Noemi somewhere in this human machine, looking for her own answers. Outside, the air tastes like freedom, even though it's thin and contaminated. Workers disperse to shacks, to food stalls, to wherever they spend the hours between shifts. Some head for the med station, the official one that doesn't treat what it causes. Survive your first? The woman who gave me the mask appears. Still steady, still unshaking. Barely. That's how everyone survives. Barely. She studies me. You didn't take your ration. Don't need it, yet. Yet's the operative word. Everyone needs it eventually, or leaves. No third option in High City. What about you? You seem functional, got a system. Half doses, double shifts, pays for real food, clean water, burns you slower. She speaks. 10 years I've been burning slow. Figure I've got 2 more before the shakes start. Then what? Then I take the long fall, like everyone. She says it matter of fact. But 2 years is 2 years. In High City, that's almost retirement. She heads off, leaving me with the math. Everyone calculating their personal decay rates, managing their collapse. The whole system designed to extract maximum value before the inevitable disposal. I scan the crowd for Noemi, spot her near a water vendor. Different clothes, different posture. But that orange hair's hard to hide, even tucked under a cap. She catches my eye, tilts her head toward an alley. Learn anything? She asks once we're alone. Vein 12. That's where questions go to die. I hand her my tally sheet with the unofficial notes. You? Found someone who knew my brother, confirmed what we suspected. He was documenting disposal quotas, building a case. She touches her jacket where the datapad hides. This was his insurance, hidden before his accident. So now what? Now we get out, before someone realizes we're not who we claim. She's already moving. Shift change is chaos. Best time to disappear. We blend back into the crowd, 2 more exhausted bodies heading nowhere in particular, but I keep thinking about the woman with her 2-year plan. The worker collapsed in vein 7. The supervisor dealing stimulants like salvation. High City's brutality isn't random. It's systematic, calculated. The same organizational skills that make extraction profitable make human disposal efficient, and everyone knows it, accepts it, plans around it like weather. The antibiotics, I say as we near the perimeter, we still need to deliver them. We will, but this comes first. She pats the datapad. My brother died collecting this, others too, probably. Someone needs to know. Who? Who could possibly care? I don't know. She admits. But someone must. Has to. Otherwise we're all just managing our decay rates. Calculating how long before the mountain swallows us. Taking our rations and working our shifts and pretending the fall isn't coming. But it is. For everyone. The only question is whether we document it first. Whether someone notices the pattern before becoming part of it. Whether information matters when the system's designed to make people disposable. We clear the perimeter, heading back toward the gap. Behind us, the mountain continues its feast. Workers file in for the next shift. The cycle continues, and somewhere in vein 12, people who ask the wrong questions learn that gravity's always hiring. Chapter 10. Director Vane's office doesn't belong in the mountain. Too clean, too much glass, too many surfaces that reflect instead of absorb. He's standing at the window when they bring me in, looking out at the extraction operation like a general surveying conquered territory. Simon. He doesn't turn. The courier with principles. How refreshing. The guards who escorted me stay by the door. Professional stance, hands near weapons they won't need. This isn't that kind of meeting. This is worse, the kind where they offer you things. Sit. Still not looking at me. Unless standing makes you feel more independent. I sit. The chair's probably worth more than most people in Low City see in a year. Leather that remembers better times, wood that grew before the collapse. Everything here whispers the same message. Power persists while people perish. I'm told you were asking questions in the mines. He finally turns. Younger than expected, which makes him more dangerous. Didn't inherit this position. Earned it. Questions about disposal procedures, about workers who've had accidents. Just curious about the operation. Curiosity. He tastes the word. Expensive habit in High City. People get hurt indulging it. He moves to his desk, pours 2 glasses of water from a pitcher that's actually glass. The water's clear. Not a given anymore. Pushes one toward me. But curiosity can be valuable when properly directed, channeled into productive purposes. He sits finally. Studies me like I'm a particularly interesting specimen. You're not a miner. The hands give it away. Soft. Careful. Courier hands. Temporary work. Between deliveries. Please. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. Let's not insult each other. You're here with the woman. The one with the unfortunate hair and more unfortunate interest in her brother's death. My chest tightens. He knows. Of course he knows. High City's inefficient at everything except information control. Oh, she's fine, he continues. For now. Having her own conversation with security about trespassing, false identification, theft of proprietary data, serious charges, the kind that lead to long falls. What do you want? Direct. I appreciate that. He leans back. What I want is efficient resource management. Do you know what the greatest threat to High City is? Running out of mountain to hollow out? Sentiment, he speaks. People getting attached to inefficient systems, refusing to accept necessary losses. Your friend, for instance, can't accept that her brother was simply a statistically probable workplace casualty. He was murdered. He was recycled. The correction comes quick, precise. His productivity declined, his questions created inefficiency. The system corrected itself. The casual way he says it, like discussing inventory adjustments. But that's High City's real extraction, pulling the humanity out of human resources. The data pad, I say. That what this is about? Partially. Information's like water, wants to flow downhill. We just manage the channels. He stands again, back to the window. But I'm more interested in you. A courier who maintains independence in a system designed for dependence. That takes skill. Just stubbornness. Same thing, properly applied. He speaks. I have a proposition. A position. Master courier working directly for the consortium. Clean credentials, protected routes, access to supplies others only dream about. In exchange for doing what you do. Moving things from point A to point B, just with better points and cleaner packages. He turns, and occasionally carrying information about troublemakers, people whose curiosity might destabilize efficient operations. There it is. The offer every courier eventually gets if they survive long enough. Join the system that grinds everyone else. Become the boot instead of the face underneath. My friend, I say, would be released. Charges dropped, even permitted her stolen data. Though who would she show it to? Who has power to change what we do here? He spreads his hands. The consortium isn't evil. We're necessary. Someone has to manage resources, direct labor, make the hard choices about who's productive and who's recyclable. Recyclable. The language of atrocity dressed in efficiency. But he's right about one thing. Who would care? The low city councils are bought or broken. The workers here depend on the system even as it kills them. And outside, nobody remembers we exist. She won't stop, I say. Even if you release her, she'll keep looking for justice. Justice? He almost laughs. Justice is luxury thinking. We deal in optimization. But fine, let her look. Let her show her data pad to whoever'll listen. You know what they'll say? That's terrible. Someone should do something. Then they'll go back to surviving. He returns to his desk, opens a drawer, pulls out a courier badge. Not the makeshift kind we cobble together. Real consortium issue with clearances I couldn't forge in a lifetime. This is your better option. Take it and you're protected. Your friend, too, can't have my master courier's associates getting recycled. Refuse. He shrugs. Well, gravity's patient. I think about the pit. Bodies falling like rain. Think about Noemi's brother asking the wrong questions. Think about the workers in the mines burning themselves out for rations of chemistry that'll kill them slower. Then I think about Marcus, standing at his stall, vacant. The school emptied of children. All the systems I've watched fail because good people made reasonable compromises. You're thinking about principles. Vane speaks. How noble. How expensive. Your friends in holding cell 3, they're discussing her case now. Trespassing's usually just deportation. But data theft? That could be a recycling offense. I said she'd be released if you accept. Time-sensitive offer. He pushes the badge closer. Decide. Your independence or her life. See how principles taste when someone else pays for them. The math is simple. Say yes, we both live. Say no, she dies. In between, nothing but my attachment to the idea that I don't owe anyone anything, that I can navigate this world without becoming part of its machinery. But I'm already part of it. Have been since I grabbed Noemi's rope, since I carried antibiotics through a system that makes people sick, since I chose to survive in a world that requires compromise. If I take this, I say, she goes free. No tracking, no retaliation. Of course, we're not vindictive, just efficient. And the data pad? Worthless without context. Let her spread her truth. Truth without power is just noise, he states. Do we have an agreement? I reach for the badge, feel its weight. Real metal, not the tin we pretend means something. This is currency that matters. Access, protection, survival guaranteed as long as I'm useful. But then I think about the woman in Vein 7 who gave me the good mask. The medic patching workers the system broke. Small rebellions, tiny choices. The accumulated weight of people refusing to accept that this is all there is. No surprises me. Surprises him too, from his expression. No? He repeats. No deal. Let her go because it's the right thing. Because recycling people for asking questions is wrong. Because someone has to say no eventually. Someone does. Then they fall. His voice hardens. You're condemning her for your principles. I'm refusing to let you make her life my commodity. That's your system. Everything's tradable. Everyone's recyclable. Maybe that's efficient, but it's not human. He stares at me, then unexpectedly smiles, real this time, reaching his eyes. Fascinating. You'd rather she die than compromise yourself. That's either nobility or narcissism. He puts the badge away, but I respect conviction. So rare these days. So what happens now? Now? Now you both leave. Charges dropped, free to go spread your truth to whoever will listen. He waves dismissively. Consider it an experiment in inefficiency. See how far principle gets you in a world built on pragmatism. I don't trust this. Can't. But the guards are already opening the door, gesturing me out. No violence, no threats, just dismissal. Why? I ask. Because crushing you proves my point about power. But letting you go, that proves it better. He's already turning back to his window. You'll be back. Maybe not here, maybe not to me, but someone like me, and eventually you'll say yes. They always do. The guards escort me out, through clean corridors that smell like nothing, past workers who don't make eye contact, down to holding, where Noemi waits. She's intact. Angry, but intact. The datapad's even in her hands. They just let me go, she speaks, suspicious. Said charges were dropped. Yeah. Why? I could explain. Tell her about the offer, the refusal, Vane's strange mercy. But it would sound like heroics, and this wasn't that. This was just stubbornness dressed up as principle. Does it matter? We're leaving. She studies me, knows there's more, but also knows when not to push. Some stories need time before telling. We collect our confiscated gear. The antibiotics are there, untouched, even our credits. Either Vane's making a point about high city honesty or setting up something worse. But we take it all, walk out under our own power. The sun's setting as we exit the consortium building, light catching the mountain scars, making extraction beautiful for a moment. Below, the support shacks spread like infection. Above, the chute waits for its next feeding. He was right, Noemi speaks as we walk. About the data. Nobody'll care. I'll show it around. People will be appropriately horrified, then nothing changes. Maybe. But you'll try anyway. Have to. Otherwise my brother died for nothing. She looks at me. What did they offer you? Master courier position. Protection for both of us. And you said no? Why? I think about how to answer. About principles and compromises and the weight of small refusals. But those are teacher thoughts. Courier thoughts are simpler, because I'm tired of people thinking everything's for sale. She nods. We walk in silence after that, heading back toward the gap. The antibiotics need delivering. Park's still waiting, the simple work of moving things from here to there. But I keep thinking about Vane's certainty. You'll be back. They always come back, like gravity. Patient, inevitable, always hiring. Maybe he's right. Maybe principles are just delayed compromises. Maybe independence is another word for not yet desperate enough. But not today. Today we're walking away under our own power, carrying medicine and truth and the stubborn belief that saying no matters, even if it doesn't, even if we're just managing our descent, even if the mountain always wins. Not today. Chapter 11. The mountain facility reeks of chemical sweat and something else. Fear, maybe. Or just the accumulated desperation of 1,000 workers who never made it back out. I follow Noemi deeper into the extraction tunnels, our footsteps echoing off concrete walls that shouldn't be this damp. Stay close, Noemi says, her voice tight. The orange in her hair looks brown in the work lights. The structural supports are... A groan cuts through the air. Not human. Metal on metal, the sound of weight shifting where it shouldn't. We freeze. Compromised, she finishes. The serum sample weighs nothing in my pack, but I feel it with every step. A vial of processed murder. That's what we're carrying now. Not medicine, not hope. Just the distilled suffering of people who used to have names. Noemi's brother leans heavy on my shoulder. He hasn't spoken since we disconnected him from the machines. His breathing sounds wet, like there's fluid where there shouldn't be. Every few minutes, his legs forget how to work and we have to catch him before he drops. There, Noemi points to a service ladder. That leads to the western tunnels. The ladder rungs are slick with condensation. Or maybe it's the chemical runoff from the floors above. My hands burn where the metal touches skin, but I don't let go. Can't let go. The brother makes a sound between a cough and a sob as I hoist him up. I got you, I tell him, though I'm not sure he understands. His eyes track movement, but there's no recognition there. Just the hollow stare of someone who's been a resource too long to remember being human. Noemi climbs ahead, testing each rung before putting her full weight on it. Smart. The fourth one gives way under her boot, clattering down into darkness. We don't hear it land. Watch that one, she says. Like I have a choice, like I can skip rungs while carrying her brother. The tunnel above opens into a wider passage. Storage area from the look of it. Shelves line the walls, stacked with containers I don't want to know the contents of. The labels are all in that sanitized medical code the consortium uses. Subject 447B, batch 73, red, extract solution prime. This way, Noemi says. She's not looking at the shelves. Probably smart. Her brother's weight shifts and I adjust my grip. His shirt is soaked through with sweat or spinal fluid or both. The smell makes my stomach turn. Chemical tang mixed with the sweet, sick scent of decay. How far to the exit, I ask. 2 levels. Maybe 3 if the main shaft is blocked. If. Right, because nothing in this place works like it should. The floors are all wrong, some collapsed, others reinforced with steel that's already rusting. The consortium built this facility to last forever, but forever's looking shorter than they planned. An alarm starts blaring somewhere below us. Not the sharp pierce of a security alert. This is lower, grinding, the sound of machinery failing. They're flooding the lower levels. Noemi says, her scarred muzzle twitches. Standard containment protocol. Containment of what? She doesn't answer. Doesn't need to. We both know what they're trying to contain. Evidence. Witnesses. Us. The brother makes that wet breathing sound again, and I feel something warm trickle down my neck. Blood. His nose is bleeding. Or maybe it's from where they had the extraction tubes. Hard to tell in this light. Keep moving, Noemi says, but there's a crack in her voice. She's watching her brother bleed and trying to pretend she's not. The tunnel slopes upward. Good. Every step away from the refinery is a step toward. Toward what? The gap? Low City? There's nowhere safe to take him. Nowhere that has what he needs. Simon, Noemi starts. Don't. He's not going to. I said don't. But I'm thinking it too. The math is simple. He's dying. We're slowing down. The facility is flooding behind us and who knows what's waiting ahead. The pragmatic choice is obvious. I shift his weight again and keep climbing. The tunnel branches. Left leads to a lit corridor, voices echoing from somewhere beyond. Right is dark, but the air moves different. Fresher. Right, Noemi says. We take the darkness. My eyes adjust slowly. There's enough light bleeding in from somewhere to make out shapes, pipes running along the ceiling, debris scattered across the floor, and something else. Movement. I see them. Them, plural. 3 figures hunched in the corner, their bodies wrong in that specific way the slow get. The bent spine shuffle, the vacant stare. But these ones are making sounds. Not words exactly, but close. Like they're trying to remember how speech works. Keep walking, Noemi whispers. We edge past. The slow don't react at first, then one turns its head, tracking our movement. Its mouth opens, closes, opens again. It says. No. My skin crawls. They're not supposed to talk. The slow are gone. Everyone knows that. Once the extraction takes hold, there's no coming back. But this one is trying, fighting through the chemical fog to form a single word. No, it says again, clearer this time. No, back. Noemi stops. I can see her shoulders tense the way she grips her knife. We have to keep moving, I tell her. It's warning us. It's just random neurons firing, muscle memory. But even I don't believe that. The slow is looking right at us, its eyes more focused than they should be. And behind it, the others are stirring, lifting their heads, opening mouths full of black bile. Go, the first one says. Back. They know. They know. The meaning hits us at the same moment. Noemi grabs my arm, pulling me forward just as footsteps echo from the lit corridor. Consortium security, coming fast. We run, or try to. The brothers' legs tangle with mine and we nearly go down. Noemi catches us, surprisingly strong for someone her size. The darkness ahead seems endless, but she moves like she knows exactly where we're going. There's an access shaft, she pants, leads to the extraction waste pipes. Waste pipes, of course. Nothing clean about our escape. The footsteps behind us multiply. Shouts now. Orders to stop, to surrender, to submit to processing. Like we're going to turn around and walk back into their spinal fluid machines. The brother coughs, and more blood spatters my shirt. His weight is getting heavier. Not because he's gaining mass, but because his muscles are giving up. Going slack the way the slow do when the extraction finally wins. Here, Noemi says. The access shaft is barely wide enough for one person. We'll have to go single file. She goes first, then helps me lower her brother down. He groans when his feet hit the pipe, a sound that's too loud in the enclosed space. I drop down last, pulling the grate closed above us. Won't stop them for long, but maybe long enough. The waste pipe slopes down at an angle that makes walking awkward. Our feet splash through puddles of things I don't examine too closely. The smell is worse here, concentrated chemistry mixed with human waste, mixed with that particular reek of bodies breaking down. How do you know about this route? I ask. I designed it, Noemi says quietly. Back when I thought we were doing something noble, extracting compounds to save humanity. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Turns out humanity was the compound all along. Her brother stumbles and I catch him. His skin feels wrong. Too hot in some places, too cold in others. The extraction process does things to human tissue, changes it at a cellular level. I've seen the results shuffling through the gap, but this is different. This is watching it happen in real time. The pipe connects to the original mining tunnels, Noemi continues, talking to fill the silence, or maybe to avoid thinking about what's happening to her brother. Before the consortium, before the refinery, just honest mineral extraction. Nothing honest about taking things from the earth, I say. Maybe, but at least rocks don't scream. Fair point. The pipe levels out and widens into a junction. 3 other pipes feed in here, their contents mixing into a toxic soup that makes my eyes water. But there's light ahead, real light, not the artificial work bulbs of the facility. Sun's up, I say, surprised. How long were we in there? Simon. Noemi's voice is strange. I turn to look at her and see why. Her brother is standing on his own. Not well, not steady, but standing, and his eyes are focused, looking at her with something like recognition. No, he says, voice rusty, broken, but human. Is that... She's crying. I've never seen Noemi cry, not even when she found him hooked to those machines. But she's crying now, ugly sobs that shake her whole body as she grabs him. Yeah, she says, it's me. I got you. He tries to hug her back, but his arms don't quite remember how. The movement is jerky, uncoordinated. Still, it's movement, voluntary movement. The facility, he says, each word a struggle. Self-destruct, chemical stores. We know, I tell him. We'll go back. Finish it. He shakes his head, frustrated. No, already started. He coughs, spitting black. I activated it when you disconnected me. Backup protocol. Noemi pulls back, staring at him. What? 60 minutes, maybe less. Whole mountain comes down. The math hits me like a physical blow. We've been running for at least 40 minutes. Maybe more. The facility behind us is a bomb waiting to go off, and we're still in the blast radius. Run, I say. We run. The pipe exit looms ahead, a circle of painful brightness. Noemi goes first, pulling her brother through. I follow, squinting against the sunrise. We're on the north face of the mountain, farther from the chute than I expected. The slope is steep but manageable. There, Noemi points to an outcropping below. We can take shelter. The explosion starts as a rumble. Deep in the mountain's core, something fundamental fails. Then the sound builds, cascading upward through rock and steel and flesh. The ground shakes, splits. A fissure opens 20 meters to our left, venting superheated gas that smells like burning plastic and copper. We slide more than run, controlled falling down the mountain face as the facility tears itself apart above us. Rocks rain down, some small as pebbles, others large enough to shatter bone. One catches me in the shoulder and I see stars. Noemi screams something, but I can't hear her over the roar. Her brother is between us, somehow still conscious, his legs working just enough to keep him upright as we tumble toward the outcropping. We make it just as the main blast hits. The noise is beyond sound. It's pressure, pure force that flattens us against the rock face. I taste copper and ash, feel the heat wash over us like a physical thing. The mountain screams as tons of rock and twisted metal collapse inward. Then, sudden as it started, it's over. Dust settles around us like snow. Toxic snow that burns where it touches skin. The facility is gone. The refinery, the extraction chambers, the carefully labeled storage rooms full of human suffering. All of it buried under 1 million tons of mountain. It's done, Noemi says. Her voice sounds far away even though she's right next to me. Her brother is still breathing, still conscious. He looks up at the ruined peak with eyes that are almost clear. The stores, he says. All of them. Even the reserves. I understand what he's saying. The consortium didn't just lose this facility. They lost their entire supply chain. No more pure serum. No more extraction. The medicine economy just collapsed, which means the cities, both of them, are about to get very dangerous. We need to move, I say. Get to Low City before they realize what happened, Noemi finishes. We help her brother stand. He's steadier now, like destroying the source of his poisoning gave him strength. Or maybe it's just adrenaline. Either way, we start the long descent toward the gap. Behind us, the mountain continues to settle. Aftershocks send small avalanches down the slope, each one a reminder that we've destroyed the thing both cities depended on. The terrible equilibrium is broken. I think about the slow in the tunnel, the one who warned us. Was it coincidence that some victims were recovering speech just as we discovered the truth? Or was the extraction process itself failing, losing its hold as the consortium pushed too hard, took too much? Doesn't matter now. The refinery is gone. The only question is what comes next. The sun climbs higher, burning off the morning mist. In the distance, I can see the vertical sprawl of Low City. The towers look different from here. Fragile, like they're already starting to lean. Noemi takes her brother's hand. I adjust the pack with its precious, horrible cargo. 1 vial of pure serum, the last one that will ever exist. Time to go home, whatever that means now. Chapter 12. The gap stretches out below us, 2 days of broken landscape between us and Low City. 2 days to figure out what to do with the last vial of pure serum in existence. 2 days to keep Noemi's brother walking. His name is Marcus. Took him 3 tries to remember it, spitting the syllables out between coughs that bring up less black each time. Progress, maybe. Or just his body running out of toxins to expel. We need water, Noemi says. She's right. My throat feels like sandpaper, and we lost our supplies in the explosion. The emergency stations that used to dot the mountain trails are long empty, picked clean by scavengers or consortium work crews. There's a trader camp, Marcus says. His voice is getting stronger. Still broken, but human. East side, they don't ask questions. I look at him. Really look. Under the chemical burns and extraction scars, he's younger than I expected. Maybe 25. Young enough to remember the world before, old enough to know it's never coming back. You've been conscious this whole time, I say. Not a question. He nods, careful like the movement might break something. Sometimes. The extraction, it doesn't kill the mind, just locks it away. You're in there, screaming, but nothing comes out. Noemi flinches. I wonder how many slow she's put down over the years. How many were screaming inside their chemical prisons? We angle east, following what used to be a maintenance road. The asphalt is cracked, pushed up by years of freeze-thaw cycles, and the stubborn growth of plants that don't know they're supposed to be extinct. The sun climbs higher, baking the poison out of our clothes. The smell makes my eyes water. The trader camp squats in the shadow of a cell tower that hasn't transmitted anything in a decade. 5 trailers arranged in a rough circle, their sides reinforced with sheet metal and desperation. Smoke rises from a central fire pit, the good kind of smoke, wood and cooking meat, not the chemical haze we've been breathing. Let me talk, Marcus says. I know them. Noemi starts to protest, but he's already walking ahead, his gait steadying with each step. Whatever the extraction did to him, it's fading, or he's exceptional at hiding the damage. A woman emerges from the largest trailer, 50-something, built like she used to work the mines before they became something worse. Her left arm ends at the elbow, the stump wrapped in clean bandages. Recent wound. Marcus? She squints, disbelieving. They said you went up the mountain. Said you were gone, he finishes. Yeah, I was. She studies him, then us. Her good hand rests on a knife handle worn smooth by use. You bring trouble? Already left it behind, I say, gesturing toward the smoking mountain. She follows my gesture and her face changes. Everyone in the gap knows what that facility meant, what its destruction means. Inside, she says. Quick. The trailer smells like home. Not my home, I haven't had one of those in years, but the idea of home. Canned soup warming on a camp stove. Blankets that have been washed in the last month. A guitar missing 2 strings propped in the corner. Sit, the woman orders. You look like hell. We collapse onto a bench that's seen better decades. Noemi keeps her hand on Marcus like he might disappear if she lets go. Can't blame her. The woman fills cups from a water barrel. The liquid is cloudy, but it tastes like salvation. I drain mine in 3 gulps, and she refills it without being asked. I'm Dana, she says, settling across from us. Used to run supplies up to the facility before. She gestures at her missing arm. Industrial accident, they said. Wasn't an accident, Marcus says quietly. No, figured as much. Dana studies him with eyes that have seen too much. You were in there, the extraction ward, he nods. And you got out. Another nod. Well, shit, she leans back, processing. How many others? None, Noemi says. We barely. Her voice cracks. Just him. Dana's expression softens. She's done the math, same as us. 1 survivor out of how many thousand? The numbers are too big to mean anything. The explosion, she says. That was you? Fail-safe protocol, Marcus explains. I activated it when they pulled me from the machines. 60-minute delay. But the medicine was killing more than it saved. I set my empty cup on the table harder than necessary. The pure serum. You know what it's made from? Dana's good hand clenches. Heard rumors, didn't want to believe. Believe. I pull the vial from my pack, holding it up to the light. The liquid inside looks almost innocent, clear, slightly viscous, nothing to indicate it's distilled from human suffering. This is the last of it, ever. Good riddance, Dana spits, then quieter. What happens now, without the medicine? Nobody answers because nobody knows. The cities have built their entire economy on pharmaceutical scarcity. Take that away and what's left? The structures are still there. The towers, the councils, the hierarchies, but the foundation just got blown to fragments. People will get sick, Noemi says finally. Die from infections that were treatable yesterday. People were already dying, I remind her. Just different people. Marcus makes a sound between a laugh and a sob. The eternal exchange. Someone lives, someone else becomes product. The consortium called it biological equilibrium. The consortium can rot, Dana says. Question is what happens to the rest of us? Through the trailer's window, I can see other camp residents emerging. Word travels fast in places like this. They're looking toward the mountain, toward the pillar of smoke that marks the end of an era. Some seem relieved, others terrified. Most just look tired. You can't stay here, Dana continues. Once the cities figure out what happened, they'll send scouts, soldiers, anyone connected to that place. She shakes her head. They'll want someone to blame. She's right. The low city councils need the medicine to maintain power. The high city consortium needs it to exist at all. Take it away and both systems collapse. They'll tear the gap apart looking for answers. Or scapegoats. We need to reach low city before the news does, I say. There's a clinic on level 47. Doctor there needs to see this. I tap the vial. Needs to know what it really is. And then? Good question. What do you do with the last dose of poison in the world? Use it to save someone and perpetuate the horror? Destroy it and let people die from treatable diseases? There's no clean answer. Doc Park will know, Noemi says. She's been working on alternatives. Natural antibiotics, old world medicine that doesn't require. She can't finish the sentence. Dana stands, moving to a storage cabinet. She pulls out a canvas pack, starts filling it with supplies. Water purification tablets, protein bars that look like compressed cardboard, a medical kit that's more duct tape than medicine. Take the north route through the gap, she says. Bandits own the main paths now, but they don't bother with the chemical zones. Too much risk exposure. We're already exposed, I point out. Different kind of chemical, the old industrial runoff. Burns skin but doesn't turn you slow. She pauses, glancing at Marcus. Least, I don't think it does. Science isn't exactly my field. Marcus stands, testing his balance. I can make it. The extraction, it's like waking up from a nightmare. Pieces missing, but I'm here. Dana hands Noemi the pack. There's a radio in there. Emergency frequency. Won't reach the cities, but other camps monitor it. If you need help, we won't. I cut in. Can't afford to need help. Not anymore. Dana gives me a look that says she's buried too many people who didn't need help. Sure. Just remember, the world you're walking back to isn't the one you left. That explosion changed everything. We gather our meager possessions. The vial goes back in my pack, wrapped in cloth like it's precious instead of horrible. Noemi helps Marcus with his boots. His fingers still shake too much for laces. Small mercies that he can walk at all. One more thing, Dana says as we reach the door. The slow. You probably noticed they're different lately. Talking, remembering. It started about a week ago. We saw, Noemi confirms, in the tunnels. One warned us about security. Dana nods grimly. It's happening all over, like whatever was keeping them locked in is breaking down. Some recover fully, others, she shrugs, others just scream until they don't. The information settles in my stomach like lead. If the slow are recovering without the extraction process being stopped, what else is changing? How deep does this go? Thank you, Marcus says. He extends his hand and Dana takes it with her good one. For everything. Don't thank me yet. You're walking into a war you can't see coming. The cities won't let this go. Can't afford to. She looks at each of us in turn. Whatever you think you're going back to save, it might already be gone. We leave the camp as the sun reaches its peak. The north route stretches before us, a wound carved through the landscape by decades of industrial dumping. The ground shifts between rust red and acid green. Nothing grows here. Nothing lives. Just the perfect path for 3 people carrying the weight of a dead future. Marcus walks between us, steadier with each step, but still fragile. His breathing sounds better, less wet, more human. Every 100 meters he remembers something new. His old address, the name of a pet, the taste of real coffee. Pieces of himself floating back like debris after a flood. The facility had thousands of doses stockpiled, he says suddenly. Not just pure. Everything. Antibiotics, antivirals, painkillers. All of it. All gone now, I remind him. That's the point. Both cities were dependent on those stockpiles. Take them away and people die. Noemi finishes. We know. But Marcus shakes his head, frustrated. Not just die. The entire power structure collapses. The floor councils can't distribute what doesn't exist. The consortium can't trade extraction for resources. It's not just medicine we destroyed. It's the economy, the government, everything. He's right. I've been thinking too small. This isn't about one vial or one clinic. We just kicked the foundation out from under civilization's last attempt at order. Good, I say, and mean it. Noemi looks at me sharp. Good, Simon? People need medicine. Real medicine, not the pure serum, but actual antibiotics. Children get ear infections. Workers get cut on rusty metal. Without basic medical, without the threat of extraction, maybe people find another way. The words taste naive even as I say them. Maybe they have to. Or maybe they just die faster, Marcus says quietly. I was in there, remember? Saw the production numbers. For every dose of Pure they made, they manufactured hundreds of regular antibiotics, necessary evils funding greater ones. The path narrows, forcing us single file between pools of chemical runoff. The smell burns my nostrils, like battery acid mixed with rotting flowers. Noemi leads, picking the safest route with the surety of someone who's done this before. Marcus follows, his movements increasingly confident. I bring up the rear, watching our backs for threats that don't come. The silence stretches until Marcus breaks it. There's something else. About the slow. We wait. The extraction process. It wasn't just taking spinal fluid. It was replacing it with synthetic compounds, behavioral controls. He stops, gathering words. The slow weren't brain dead. They were remote controlled, and now the signal's gone. Because we destroyed the transmitter, Noemi breathes. The facility wasn't just producing medicine, it was maintaining the slow. Maintaining control, Marcus corrects. Without it, they're waking up. All of them. Everywhere. The implications hit like a physical blow. Thousands of slow shuffling through the cities, through the gap, through every corner of what's left of the world. All of them starting to remember who they were, what was done to them. Who did it? How long, I ask, before they're fully conscious? Varies. Hours for some, days for others. Some might never. He stumbles, catches himself on Noemi's shoulder. Some were under too long. Damage becomes permanent. But the ones who do recover, Noemi presses, they'll remember everything? Everything. We walk in silence after that, each lost in our own calculations. The cities are about to face an army of victims who remember every moment of their exploitation, every extraction, every calculation that turned them from people into product. The sun starts its descent, painting the chemical pools in shades of amber and bile. We need shelter before dark. The north route is safe from bandits, but not from exposure. Temperature drops fast here, and our stolen clothes are still damp with mountain runoff. There, Noemi points to a structure ahead. Used to be a monitoring station back when anyone cared about containing the industrial waste. Now it's just 4 walls and most of a roof. Better than nothing. We settle in as darkness falls. The protein bars taste like salted cardboard, but they fill the gnawing emptiness. Water is rationed, 3 sips each, no more. The medical kit yields bandages for our various cuts and burns. Small mercies. Marcus stares at the vial in my pack. What are you really going to do with it? Take it to Doc Park. Let someone smarter than me decide. It's not what I mean. His eyes are clearer than they've been all day. That vial, it's not just medicine. It's proof, evidence of what the consortium did. Not what both cities allowed. He's right again. The pure serum is more than just processed suffering. It's a confession written in chemical compounds. Proof that the entire system was built on human extraction. Cities won't want that truth getting out, Noemi says. They'll kill us before letting it spread. Already planning to kill us, I remind her. Might as well give them a good reason. She almost smiles at that. First time since finding Marcus. Always the optimist. Realist. There's a difference. There's a difference. Marcus lies back, exhaustion finally winning. His breathing evens out, not quite sleep, but close. Noemi watches him like he might disappear. Like this is all some extraction hallucination, and she'll wake up to find him still hooked to machines. He's really here, I tell her. I know, but she doesn't look away. It's just, I spent so long looking, so long believing he was dead, and now you got him back. Part of him. She pulls her knees to her chest. He's different, broken in places I can't see. The extraction took things that might not come back. He's alive. That's more than most get. Is it enough? I don't answer because I don't know. Is survival enough when it comes with that kind of damage? Right. Is being alive worth it when pieces of you are forever lost to someone else's greed? The temperature drops another degree and we huddle closer. Not for warmth. That's just the excuse. We're all thinking the same thing. Tomorrow we reach the low city borders. Tomorrow, the real fight begins. Simon? Marcus's voice is barely a whisper. The fail-safe. When I activated it, there was a message system, emergency broadcast to all consortium facilities. My blood chills. What kind of message? Contamination alert. Full lockdown. Nobody in or out until decontamination is complete. He coughs, sounding more tired than sick. Every facility, every outpost, every extraction site, all sealed. For how long? Indefinitely, or until someone with alpha clearance overrides it. Noemi sits up straight. The directors, they all had alpha clearance. Had, Marcus emphasizes, past tense. They were in the facility when it blew. The full weight of it settles on us, not just one facility destroyed. The entire consortium network locked down, sealed, useless. No medicine flowing anywhere, no extraction, no control. We didn't just break the system, I say slowly. We destroyed it completely. Yeah, Marcus agrees. Question is, what takes its place? Outside, something howls. Not human, not quite animal. The sound of the world trying to remember what it was before we broke it. Before we turned suffering into currency and people into products. I check the vial one more time. Still intact. Still horrible. Still necessary. Tomorrow we walk into a city that doesn't know it's already dead. Tonight we pretend that's not our fault. The howling continues, closer now. Marcus and Noemi draw nearer, seeking comfort in proximity. I keep watch, staring through cracks in the wall at a darkness that seems infinite. The old world is 12 hours dead. The new one hasn't been born yet. We're living in the space between heartbeats, and tomorrow everything changes. Chapter 13. The low city border guards are gone. Their checkpoint stands empty, gates twisted open like broken teeth. Ash falls from the towers above, gray snow that tastes of burning plastic and desperation. Started yesterday, Marcus says. He's walking on his own now, only stumbling every 10th step instead of every 3rd. Progress. The lockdown message. They probably ran when their radios died. Noemi kicks a abandoned helmet. It rolls into a puddle of something that might be water, might be blood. Hard to tell in this light. Or they were pulled back, floor councils consolidating power. Either way, we walk through unchallenged. The outer ring of low city sprawls before us. Shanties and scrap metal shelters where the overflow lives. People who couldn't afford even the lowest floors, they're gone too, leaving behind cook fires still smoldering and laundry hanging like surrender flags. Where is everyone? I ask. My answer comes from above. Voices carry down from the towers, hundreds of them, maybe thousands, angry, desperate, the sound of a city eating itself. Riots, Noemi says. News must have traveled fast. We stick to the edges, moving through the maze of abandoned shelters. Every corner could hide trouble, but the only things we find are abandoned possessions. A child's toy made from wire and cloth, a cooking pot with rice burned to the bottom. Photos of people who probably don't exist anymore. The first slow appears near the water reclamation plant. She's standing in the middle of the path, swaying slightly. Young, maybe 19. Her medical uniform is stained with extraction fluid and worse. Help, she says, clear as day. Please, help. We freeze. Yesterday the slow could barely grunt. Now full sentences. The control signal, Marcus whispers. It's degrading faster than I thought. The girl takes a step toward us. Her movements are jerky but purposeful. I was, nurse, tried to. Help them. They put me in the machine. Noemi's hand goes to her knife, old habit dying hard. I catch her wrist. I remember, the girl continues. Each word seems to cost her. Everything. The needles, the extraction, the way they laughed. Who laughed? I ask. Council. Members said I was worth more as product than person. Behind her, more shapes emerge from the shadows, dozens of slow, all in various stages of recovery. Some barely standing, others moving with increasing coordination, all of them heading the same direction. The towers, one manages. Justice. They shuffle past us, a tide of broken people remembering their rage. We press against a wall to let them pass. Some are crying, others wear expressions of such focused hatred that my skin crawls. This is happening everywhere, Marcus says. Every city, every settlement, thousands of them, all waking up angry. Can't blame them, I mutter, but I'm thinking about what comes next. The slow outnumber the healthy in most districts. What happens when they all regain enough function to act on their memories? We reach the tower base as full dark falls. The main entrances are barricaded, furniture, vehicles, anything heavy piled against the doors. Guards pace the improvised walls. Not regular security. These are floor council militia, identified by their red armbands and the way they shoot first. A body drops from somewhere high above. It hits the ground with a wet sound that makes my stomach turn. The guards don't even look. Service tunnels. I know a way. We circle to the east side, where the old maintenance infrastructure meets the new. The tunnel entrance is hidden behind a false panel that Noemi finds without hesitation. Inside, the air is stale but breathable. Emergency lighting casts everything in pale green. How do you know about this? I ask. Extraction teams use them, moving subjects without public view. Her scarred muzzle twitches. I mapped every route, every blind spot. Thought I was being thorough. Turns out I was planning my own escape. The tunnels wind upward, following paths that don't match any official schematic. We pass doors marked with codes I don't understand. Some hang open, revealing rooms I wish I hadn't seen. Examination tables with restraints, drains in the floors, the lingering smell of fear, sweat, and chemicals. Simon, Marcus stops at one door. I remember this room. I don't ask what he remembers. The extraction scars on his neck tell enough of the story. Level by level, we climb. The sounds of chaos filter through the walls. Shouting. Breaking glass. Once, an explosion that shakes dust from the ceiling. The city is tearing itself apart and we're walking through its dying nerves. Level 47. Doc Park's clinic should be just past the next junction, but the corridor beyond is full of people. Not slow. These move too quick, too purposeful. Looters, probably. Or just desperate citizens looking for medicine that no longer exists. Wait here, I tell the others. I creep forward, staying low. The crowd is focused on a door at the far end. Doc Park's clinic. They're trying to break it down, hammering with whatever they can find. Open up, someone shouts. We know you have medicine. Our children are sick. Please, another voice, elderly. My husband needs insulin, just one vial. The door stays closed. Smart. Opening it would mean being torn apart by desperate hands. I retreat to the others. Clinic's under siege, 20, maybe 30 people. Can we go around? Marcus asks. No, that's the only entrance. Noemi checks her weapons. One knife, half a clip and a pistol she took from Dana. Not enough for a fight. We need a distraction, she says. That's when we hear it, the whistle. Sharp, military precision. 3 short blasts. The crowd at the clinic turns, confused. The whistle sounds again from a different direction, then a third position. The slow are coming. They pour into the corridor from multiple directions, dozens of them, all in various stages of recovery. The crowd panics. Some run, others freeze. A few try to fight, but the slow keep coming, driven by something stronger than fear. Justice, they chant, not in unison. Their recovered voices are too broken for that, but the word repeats, ripples, builds. Justice, justice, justice. In the chaos, we move, staying low, hugging the walls. The crowd is too focused on the slow to notice 3 more bodies. We reach the clinic door as the corridor erupts into violence. "Doc Park!" I shout, hammering on reinforced steel. "It's Simon, the courier!" For a moment, nothing. Then locks disengage. The door opens a crack and we squeeze through. It slams shut behind us, locks re-engaging with a finality that makes my teeth ache. The clinic is a disaster, equipment overturned, supplies scattered, and in the middle of it all, Doc Park stands with a surgical saw in one hand and determination in her eyes. She's smaller than I remember, grayer, but still standing. "Simon." She lowers the saw. "Didn't think I'd see you again." "Brought you something." I pull out the vial. She takes it with hands that barely shake, holding it up to the light. Her expression goes through several changes before settling on grim understanding. "Pure serum. Where did you?" She looks at Marcus, sees the extraction scars, pieces it together. "The facility. The explosion. That was you." "Among other things," Noemi confirms. Doc Park sets the vial carefully on a counter that's somehow still clean. "Do you know what you've done? Without the pharmaceutical supply, people will die. Thousands. Tens of thousands." "People were already dying," I say. "Just different people." "I know what the serum is," she snaps. "Known for years. But sometimes the lesser evil is all we have." "Not anymore," Marcus says. "The extraction sites are locked down. The signal controlling the slow is failing. The whole system is collapsing." Doc Park sinks into a chair. For the first time, she looks her age. "I've been working on alternatives. Cultivating old antibiotics, synthesizing what I can from plants. But it's not enough. Not nearly enough." "It'll have to be," Noemi says. "You don't understand. I can maybe produce enough medicine for 100 people. Maybe. This city has millions. The math doesn't work." "Then we change the math," I say. She laughs, bitter and exhausted. "How? Magic? Prayer? You destroyed the only source of medicine that could operate at scale." "By turning people into medicine," Marcus reminds her, "that's not healing. That's cannibalism with extra steps." The sounds outside are getting worse. Screaming, running feet. Something heavy hits the door and we all flinch. "They'll break through eventually," Doc Park says. "The desperate ones, they think I'm hoarding medicine. Don't believe me when I say the cupboards are bare." "Then we need to move," Noemi decides. "Get you somewhere safe. Continue the work." "Where? Every floor is the same. Riots, looting, the floor councils shooting anyone who protests, and now the slow recovering, looking for revenge." She gestures at the chaos beyond the door. There's nowhere safe left. That's when I remember. The howl. They look at me. "Jenks's bar, level 30. He's got a bunker. Used to joke about it. Said he'd ride out the end of the world with bourbon and stubbornness." "A bar," Doc Park says flatly. "You want me to relocate my medical practice to a bar?" "Better than here," Noemi points out as something else crashes against the door. Doc Park starts gathering supplies. Not much left to gather, a few antibiotics, surgical tools, seeds for the medicinal plants she's been growing. It all fits in 2 bags, the remnants of a lifetime trying to heal a broken world. "The pure serum," she says, reaching for the vial. "Leave it," I suggest. We need to be better than them." The words surprise me. Don't sound like something I'd say, but I mean them. Using it just continues the cycle. She hesitates, then nods, leaves the vial on the counter like the poison it is. "Service tunnels?" Marcus asks. "Compromised by now," Noemi says. "We go up, through the maintenance shafts." Doc Park looks at the ceiling dubiously. "I'm 70 years old. Young enough to climb or old enough to die here," I tell her. "Your choice." She slings one of the bags over her shoulder. "Let's climb then." Noemi finds the access panel, hidden behind a medical diagram of the human body. Ironic. The shaft beyond is narrow, dark, but it goes up, always up in the low city, up toward the wealth, the power, the illusion of safety. We climb. Doc Park struggles but doesn't complain. Marcus helps her when the spacing allows. His recovery is remarkable, from barely walking to climbing maintenance shafts in less than 2 days. Makes me wonder what else the extraction process did, what other changes we don't understand yet. Level 46, 45, 44. The sounds of chaos fade as we rise, but I know it's temporary. The violence will climb too, always does. Level 40, we hear voices in the shaft. Guards checking the maintenance routes. We freeze, hardly breathing until they pass. My arms burn from the climb, but stopping isn't an option. Level 35. A side passage opens into a mechanical room. We take the break, muscles screaming relief. Doc Park dry heaves in a corner, but waves off assistance. I'm fine, she lies. Just need a moment. Marcus finds a water pipe, tests it, declares it clean enough. We drink like the desperate animals we are. The water tastes of rust and old metal, but it's better than nothing. 5 more levels, Noemi says. Then we cut across to the North Tower. Why not stay in the shafts? Doc Park asks. They narrow after 32. Have to go external. External. Outside the tower, crossing the bridges that connect the massive structures, in full view of anyone who wants to take a shot. One problem at a time, I say. We resume climbing. My hands are slick with sweat and what might be blood. Don't look. Don't think. Just climb. One rung. Another. Another. Level 30 arrives like a miracle. Noemi forces the access panel and we tumble out into a utility corridor. Empty, for now. We look like escapees from hell, covered in grime, blood, the accumulated filth of the city's bones. This way, I lead them through corridors I remember from better days. Back when I believed the Courier Guild meant something, when I thought neutrality was possible. The howl sits at the end of a dead-end corridor, unmarked except for a small sign that reads, "No credit, no exceptions, no fighting. Fighting costs extra." The door is reinforced steel painted to look like wood. Classic Jenks, I knock. The pattern he taught me years ago. Nothing. I try again, louder. A slot opens at eye height. One bloodshot eye peers out. We're closed, Jenks growls. Forever. It's Simon, I say. Need that favor you owe me. The eye narrows. Simon the Courier thought you were smart enough to stay out of the city. Turns out I'm exactly as stupid as you always said. A laugh like grinding gears. Locks disengage, 7 of them from the sound. The door opens and we stumble into the last functioning bar at the end of the world. Jenks looks exactly the same. Tall, scarred, built like he used to break legs for fun and might again if properly motivated. His prosthetic hand gleams in the bar light. Good tech, pre-collapse, worth more than most people's lives. Doc Park, he says, surprised. Didn't expect to see you in my establishment. Desperate times, she replies. He takes in the rest of us. Noemi gets a nod of recognition. Marcus gets a longer look, noting the extraction scars. Me, I get a raised eyebrow that says he knows I'm responsible for at least part of the chaos outside. Downstairs, he decides. Bar's closed, but the bunker's open. For friends. We follow him through the kitchen, downstairs that shouldn't exist according to any building plan. The bunker is bigger than expected. Military surplus meets prohibition speakeasy. Cots, supplies, and enough bourbon to forget the world is ending. Welcome to the real howl, Jenks says. Built it during the water wars. Figured if I was going to die, might as well be comfortable. Doc Park immediately starts setting up a makeshift medical station. Marcus collapses on a cot, exhaustion finally winning. Noemi checks the exits, always planning escape routes. So, Jenks says, pouring 2 glasses of something amber and dangerous. Want to tell me why the city's tearing itself apart? I take the glass, down it in one burn. We destroyed the pharmaceutical supply. All of it? All of it, he whistles low. That would do it. Pours another round. The pure serum too? Especially that. Good. He raises his glass. To the end of extraction, may it rot in whatever hell takes us all. We drink. The bourbon tastes like better days and broken promises. Around us, the bunker feels almost safe, almost peaceful. But I can hear the city dying above us, feel it in the way the walls vibrate with distant violence. How long can we stay, I ask. Long as you need, Jenks says. Got supplies for a month, maybe 2 if we ration. After that, he shrugs. After that, either the world figures itself out or we join the slow. They're not staying slow, Noemi tells him. They're recovering, remembering. His prosthetic hand tightens on the bottle. All of them? Eventually. Well, shit. He pours a third round. That's going to be a party I don't want to attend. Doc Park joins us, accepts a glass with hands that have stopped shaking. I can work here, continue my research, maybe find something that helps. Maybe's all we got? Jenks agrees. Maybe and bourbon. Above us, something explodes, close enough to shake dust from the ceiling. We don't flinch. What's the point? The old world is dying. We're just waiting to see what crawls out of its corpse. Marcus mumbles in his sleep. Not words yet, but trying. Even unconscious, he's fighting back to humanity. Makes me wonder if that's what we're all doing. Fighting back from what we let ourselves become. Get some rest, Jenks says. Tomorrow's going to be worse. He's right. Tomorrow will be worse, and the day after, and the day after that. But tonight, we're alive. We're together. We're human. For now, that's enough. For now. Chapter 14, the radio crackles to life at dawn. Jenks keeps an old emergency receiver running off batteries that might outlive us all. The voice coming through sounds official, scared, and lying through its teeth. Floor Council emergency broadcast. Remain calm. Medical supplies are being distributed. Report to your designated sector station for... Bullshit. Jenks switches it off. No supplies left to distribute. I'm helping Doc Park set up her makeshift lab. She's trying to cultivate antibiotics from mold samples, looks like. The setup is basic. Petri dishes, a microscope held together with tape and prayer, grow lights jerry-rigged from bar fixtures. This might work, she says, adjusting the microscope. Penicillin, original recipe, but it takes time we don't have. How much time? 2 weeks minimum for a usable culture. Another week to process, and that's if everything goes perfect. 3 weeks. The city will be bones by then. Noemi returns from her morning reconnaissance. She's been using the bar's hidden exits to scout the nearby floors. Each report is worse than the last. Level 29 is gone, she announces. Completely overrun. The slow are organizing. Organizing how? Marcus asks. He's been awake for an hour, stretching extraction-damaged muscles, relearning how his body works. Groups, leaders. They're not just wandering anymore. Someone's directing them. Who? I ask, though I can guess. The ones who recovered first, the strongest. She accepts water from Jenks. They're hunting floor council members, anyone connected to the extraction system. Can't say I blame them, Jenks mutters. You will when they run out of council members, Doc Park says. Mobs don't stop at justice. They go until there's nothing left to break. She's right. I've seen it before, smaller scale. When the water riots hit District 7, they started with legitimate grievances, ended with children trampled in the streets. Marcus stands, testing his balance. Better every hour. I need to go up. We all look at him. The recovering slow, they'll listen to me. I was Extraction's prime donor. If anyone can talk them down, you'll be torn apart, Noemi interrupts. They're not rational. They're angry. So was I. Still am. But burning down the towers won't bring back what was taken. Maybe burning's all that's left, I say. He looks at me with eyes that have seen the inside of machines. You don't believe that. Don't I? I've spent years believing the only truth is what you can carry. The only safety is distance. But here I am, underground with people I'd die for, pretending there's something worth saving in this corpse of a city. Doesn't matter what I believe, I tell him. What matters is surviving the next hour. The next hour brings proof of how naive we're being. It starts as a vibration, then a rumble, then the unmistakable sound of structural collapse. Somewhere above us, a piece of low city dies. That was close, Jenks says, checking his reinforced ceiling. Too close. Emergency channels explode with panicked reports. Level 31, directly above us, has partially collapsed. Not from explosives or violence, from the weight of bodies. Too many people crowding the walkways, fleeing violence from below, meeting violence from above. Engineering tolerances, Doc Park explains. These towers were built for a specific population density. Exceed that. Another rumble. Dust falls like snow. We need to move, Noemi decides. This bunker won't mean shit if 30 floors land on top of it. Move where? Jenks gestures at his kingdom of bourbon and stubborn hope. This is my place, I'm not leaving. Then you're dying, I tell him. Maybe, but I'll die where I choose. Can't argue with that, wouldn't if I could. Man's got a right to pick his own end. Doc Park starts packing her equipment. Not much to pack. The antibiotics that might save dozens someday. The seeds that could grow into medicine, given time and soil and miracles. The knowledge in her head that might matter if anyone's left to use it. Where, she asks. Good question. Up leads to the high city, now sealed behind consortium lockdown. Down leads to the flooded floors and certain death. Out leads to the gap, where the extracted chemical waste makes the air itself poison. The bridges, Marcus says, between towers. Neutral ground. For now, Noemi points out, everything's for now, but the bridges have infrastructure, water, power, defensive positions. He's thinking like a strategist, like someone who survived the extraction by understanding systems. Maybe that's what we need. Another collapse. Closer. The bottles behind Jenks's bar sing a death rattle. Go, Jenks says. He's pouring himself a final drink. Pre-collapse whiskey. The good stuff. Take the service tunnel to Tower 2, bridge access on the 8. I start. Go, Simon. Go, Simon. Let an old man have his last drink in peace. We gather what we can carry. It's not much. Never is. Doc Park takes her medical supplies. Noemi takes weapons. Marcus takes nothing. He is the weapon, the walking proof of what extraction really means. I take the memory. Jenks behind his bar, raising a glass to the end of the world. He's smiling. First time I've seen that in years. The service tunnel runs beneath the street level, connecting Tower 3 to Tower 2. It's older than the buildings above, part of the original infrastructure, concrete and rebar and the prayers of dead engineers. We move quick but careful. The tunnel has other occupants, shadows that flee our lights, sounds that might be human or worse. But nothing challenges us. Maybe we look as desperate as we feel. Tower 2 is marginally better than Tower 3. Less fire, fewer bodies, but the same sense of impending collapse, like the whole structure is holding its breath. We climb. No maintenance shafts here. Too many people had the same idea. Bodies clog the narrow passages. Instead, we take the main stairs, joining a stream of refugees heading anywhere but here. Don't look at them, an old woman whispers to her granddaughter. Don't look at their faces. She means the slow. They're everywhere, in various stages of recovery. Some still shuffle, locked in chemical dreams. Others walk almost normally, eyes blazing with remembered horror. A few have progressed beyond recovery into something else, something worse. You, one says, pointing at a man in a business suit. You signed. The papers. My daughter. Extraction. For medicine. The suited man backs away. I had no choice. The council required. Choice? The recovered slow laughs, a sound like breaking glass. You had choice. What happens next is justice or murder, depending on your perspective. I choose not to have a perspective. Keep walking. Keep climbing. Don't look at their faces. Level 28. The bridge access is a checkpoint turned charnel house. Whatever fight happened here, nobody won. We step over the remains carefully, trying not to think about who they used to be. The bridge itself is a marvel of pre-collapse engineering. 4 lanes wide, suspended between towers by cables thick as trees. It was meant to unite the city. Now it might be all that's left. Others had the same idea. Makeshift camps dot the bridge's span. Families, loners, clusters of survivors trying to make sense of the senseless. They watch us pass with hollow eyes. Another group of refugees. Nothing special. Nothing worth robbing. We claim a section near the center where the bridge's infrastructure building provides minimal shelter. It used to be a maintenance station. Now it's our new home, if home means anywhere you're not currently dying. Doc Park immediately starts setting up again. The woman's persistence is either admirable or insane. Maybe both. Water access here, Marcus reports, testing a tap. Pressure's low, but it's clean. Or clean enough. Noemi scouts the perimeter, counting exits and entrances. Defensible. If we barricade the east approach. With what? I ask. She gestures at the abandoned vehicles scattered across the bridge. Those. So that's what we do. Push cars and trucks into position, build walls from the detritus of the old world, create the illusion of safety 200 feet above certain death. As we work, others approach. Curious, desperate, looking for leadership or hope or just someone to blame. We have none of those things to offer. You're the doctor, a woman says to Park. From level 47. You have medicine? I'm working on it, Park replies. Working on it? The woman's voice cracks. My son is dying. Infection. Simple infection that antibiotics could cure. I know. I'm sorry, but the medicine is gone, the woman screams. Because they destroyed it. She's pointing at us now, at Marcus's extraction scars, at the guilt written on our faces. You killed us all. She's not wrong, but being right doesn't help her son, others gather. The mood shifts from desperate to dangerous. They know who we are now, what we did, what it cost them. You need to leave, I tell Park quietly. Now. I'm not abandoning. You're not abandoning anything. You're surviving to fight another day. Marcus steps forward before anyone can move, stands where everyone can see his scars, his trembling hands, his body broken by extraction. You want someone to blame, he says. His voice carries despite the damage. Blame me. I was subject prime, the source. Every dose of pure came from someone like me. The crowd stills, but I didn't destroy the medicine to hurt you. I destroyed it to stop them from making more, from turning your children into what I became. Our children are dying now, someone shouts. Yes, Marcus agrees. And I'm sorry, sorrier than you can imagine. But keeping the extraction going would have killed them slower, turned them into resources, made them into me. He pulls his shirt aside, showing the full extent of the scarring, the ports where tubes entered, the patches where skin never quite healed right, the map of systematic suffering written on his flesh. This is what your medicine cost. This is what the consortium charged. Not credits. Not trade. Lives. The crowd wavers, some still angry, others beginning to understand. Most just tired, so tired of everything being impossible. We can't bring back what's lost, Doc Park says, stepping beside Marcus, but I'm trying to find another way. It won't be fast. Won't be easy. Won't save everyone. But it won't cost what the old way cost. Pretty words, the woman with the sick son spits. My boy needs medicine, not philosophy. Then help me, Park challenges. Anyone with medical knowledge, anyone who remembers the old ways before the collapse, help me save who we can. A long moment. Then an elderly man steps forward. I was a pharmacist, before. Still remember some things. Another. Nurse. Pediatric ward. A third. Not medical, but I can grow things. Had a garden on level 15 before the water failed. One by one, they come forward. Not many. Maybe a dozen out of hundreds. But it's a start. The woman with the sick son glares at us with eyes like broken glass. If he dies while you're playing with your experiments, then he dies, I say. Harsh, but true. Just like thousands of others, but maybe the next child doesn't. Maybe we figure this out in time for them. She wants to hit me. Scream. Rage against the unfairness. Instead, she turns and walks back to her son. Because that's what parents do. They stay with their children, even when staying means watching them fade. We work through the night, setting up Doc Park's expanded lab, teaching what we know to those willing to learn. Pretending we're building something more than elaborate hospice care. The city burns around us, literally now. Tower 4 is fully ablaze, flames licking up its sides like orange tongues. The smoke turns the moon bloody. Ash falls like snow that burns. Think Jenks made it? Noemi asks during a quiet moment. No, I say. Think he cared? No, she nods. We stand together, watching the city consume itself. Behind us, Doc Park and her volunteers work by lamplight, trying to grow medicine from mold and memory. Marcus helps where he can, his recovery a small miracle in a night full of endings. We did this, Noemi says. Not accusation, just fact. We did. Worth it? I think about the extraction chambers, the slow shuffling through the gap, the pure serum distilled from human suffering, the system that turned people into currency. Ask me if any of us survive. She laughs, short and sharp. Optimist. Realist. There's a difference. But maybe there isn't. Maybe optimism and realism are just different ways of describing the same thing. The stubborn refusal to stop trying, even when trying seems pointless. A child cries somewhere in the makeshift camp. Not the healthy cry of hunger or fear. The weak sound of a body giving up. Doc Park and her volunteers rush to help, but we all know how this ends. Without antibiotics, without proper medicine, infection wins. Still they try. Because that's what humans do. We try until we can't. Marcus finds me as dawn approaches. He moves easier now, the extraction damage fading or adapting. His eyes are clearer than they've been since we found him. The slow are organizing, he says. I can hear them on the wind, feel them in my bones. Feel them how? The extraction. It connected us. All of us who went through it, like a network but made of suffering. He touches his scars. The signal's gone, but the connection remains. They're coming. Here, everywhere. They want justice. They want revenge, I correct. Is there a difference anymore? Maybe not. Justice and revenge start to look the same when the system that separated them collapses. When there's no law but what you can enforce. No right but what you can take. How long? I ask. Day, maybe 2. They're gathering numbers, remembering how to be human, how to hate properly. Can you stop them? He laughs, but it's not funny. Stop them? I am them. Every recovered slow is me with a different face. We all want the same thing, which is to matter, to be more than resources, to make those who did this to us understand what it felt like. I get that. The anger, the need to balance the scales, but I also know where that leads. Seen it too many times. The oppressed become oppressors, the victims become perpetrators. The cycle continues with different players. So what do we do, I ask? Survive, Marcus says. Same as always, but maybe... He stops, searching for words. Maybe we try to break the pattern, do something different. Like what? I don't know, but it has to be better than this. He gestures at the burning city, the camps full of refugees, the children dying of treatable diseases. He's right, this can't be the answer. But I don't know what is. Doc Park interrupts, exhausted but oddly hopeful. I might have something. We gather in her makeshift lab. The other volunteers are there, equally tired, equally desperate for good news. It's not perfect, she warns. Not even close, but this mold culture shows promise. Broad-spectrum antibiotic properties. It could work. How long to produce, the pharmacist asks. 2 weeks for cultivation. Maybe less if we can optimize conditions, but, she pauses, we need a clean room, sterile environment, and we need to protect the cultures from contamination. The bridge won't work, Noemi says. Too exposed, too much ash and smoke. Then where? Park asks. Nobody has an answer. Everywhere is compromised, burning, collapsing, or overrun. The city is dying and taking everything with it. That's when I remember. The water treatment plant, level 10. That's flooded, someone protests. The residential areas are, but the plant itself was built to resist flooding. Sealed systems, backup power. If it's still intact, it's in the slow zones. Noemi interrupts, completely overrun. Everything's overrun, but the slow are leaving the lower levels, moving up. If we move fast, it's suicide, the pharmacist says. Maybe, but staying here is just slower suicide. They look at each other, weighing impossible odds against impossible odds, the arithmetic of desperation. I'll go, Marcus says. The slow won't attack me. I can scout, see if it's viable. I'm coming with you, I say. And me, Noemi adds. Doc Park nods slowly. If it's intact, if it can work, we move the lab, all of us. And if it can't, someone asks, then we die trying something instead of die doing nothing, Park says. Hard to argue with that logic. We prepare to leave as the sun rises over a city that might not see another sunset. The smoke turns the dawn into a wound. Ash falls heavier now, coating everything in gray snow that tastes of endings. Marcus leads the way, back toward Tower 2, down toward the flooded floors and the slow and whatever's left of the water treatment plant. I follow, wondering if we're walking toward salvation or just a different flavor of doom. Behind us, Doc Park and her volunteers pack their fragile hope into carryable containers. The bridge camp watches us go with eyes that expect nothing and hope for everything. The city continues its death rattle. Floors collapse, towers burn. The slow rise like a tide of justified fury. And in the middle of it all, a handful of broken people carry mold cultures and medical knowledge toward a possibly flooded water treatment plant. It's not much of a plan, but it's all we have. It's all anyone has at the end of the world. Chapter 15. The water treatment plant squats like a concrete tumor on level 10. Half submerged, half forgotten, all desperation. The floodwaters lap at its base, black with a decade of accumulated toxins. Bodies float past, some old, some fresh, some still moving. Slow, Noemi says, pointing at the moving ones. But different. She's right. These slow aren't recovering like the ones above. They drift with the current, eyes open but unseeing, making sounds that aren't quite human anymore. The water's done something to them, changed them, or maybe just revealed what they always were underneath. Marcus wades in first. The water comes to his waist, rippling with each careful step. They won't attack, he says, but he doesn't sound certain. I follow. The water is warm, too warm, like body temperature, like it's alive. Things brush against my legs. I don't look down. One of the floating slow drifts close. Its mouth opens, releasing a bubble of black bile. The eyes track us, but there's nothing behind them. Whatever recovery process the others are experiencing, these won't get it. The water's made sure of that. Keep moving, I tell myself as much as them. The plant's entrance is above the waterline, barely. The doors hang open, twisted by some old violence. Inside, emergency lighting runs on geothermal taps that will outlive us all. Green light on wet concrete, the sound of dripping water and our own harsh breathing. Smells like a tomb, Noemi says. Everything smells like a tomb now, I counter. We move deeper. The plant was built to last, over-engineered by paranoids who knew water would be worth killing for. The treatment chambers are massive, cathedral-like spaces filled with silent machinery. Some of it still runs. Filters turn, pumps cycle, cleaning water that no one's left to drink. Here, Marcus calls from ahead. The control room is intact, sealed. The door requires a code, but Marcus knows it, another fragment of memory floating back. Inside, it's pristine, like the operators just stepped out for lunch and never came back. This could work, Noemi admits. Clean, powered, isolated. I checked the systems. Half are green. The others died with their operators, but what's left might be enough. Water, power, sterile environment. Everything Doc Park needs to maybe save a fraction of who needs saving. Movement, Marcus says. He's at the window, looking back the way we came. The floating slow are converging. Not attacking, not yet, but gathering at the entrance like they're waiting for something, or someone. We need to move fast, I decide. Get back. Bring the others before. The lights flicker. Not power failure. Something else. The machinery changes pitch, cycles shifting. The water outside begins to churn. What did you do? Noemi asks Marcus. Nothing. I just entered the code. A voice echoes through the plant. Not human. Not quite. It's the sound of the systems themselves, speakers that haven't worked in years suddenly remembering how. Purification protocol activated, contamination detected, initiating cleanse. The water outside starts to bubble. The floating, slow thrash like suddenly animated by something like panic. One tries to climb the entrance stairs but falls back, skin sloughing off where it touched metal. The plant's still running, Marcus breathes. The full system. It's trying to clean the water. By boiling it? Noemi watches the slow dissolve. That's not cleaning. That's sterilization, I finish. It's killing everything in the water. Biological contamination includes us, if we were still in there, Marcus says. The process continues. The black water turns clearer as whatever chemicals the plant's releasing do their work. The slow stop moving, stop floating, just disappear into the improving water like they never existed. Doc Park can use this, I say, but we need to warn her about the systems. One wrong input and screens around us light up. Data flows, not just plant operations, city infrastructure, water table levels, contamination reports, population density tracking, the plants connected to everything, monitoring the slow death of Low City in real time. Look at this, Noemi points to one screen. Tower 3 collapsed, completely. Jenks's bar is under 30 floors of rubble. I don't respond. Already knew he was gone. Seeing it confirmed doesn't change anything. Tower 5 is going, Marcus reads from another display. Structural integrity at 12%, estimated collapse in... He stops. We can see the number. 3 hours, maybe 4. Thousands of people about to be buried. Can we warn them? Noemi asks. With what? The emergency systems are down. Communications are fried. Even if we could, where would they go? Every tower is failing. She knows I'm right, but the knowing hurts. We watch the numbers drop. 11%, 10%. Each percentage point represents lives that won't be saved. There, Marcus points to another screen. High City. The mountain facility is gone, obviously, but the city itself remains. Locked down, sealed but intact. The displays show power consumption, water usage, all the signs of life continuing behind their barriers. They're just waiting, Noemi says. Waiting for us to die so they can come down and reclaim what's left. Let them try, I mutter. The slow will, I stop. The screens are tracking slow movements too. Thousands of them, marked as biological anomalies, moving in patterns that look almost military, converging on specific targets. Floor council buildings, medical facilities, extraction points. They're organized, Marcus confirms. Look at the movement patterns. That's not random. That's strategy. Who's leading them? He pulls up more data. Thermal imaging shows a large group gathered in what used to be Central Plaza. At the center, a heat signature burns brighter than the rest. Enhanced metabolic rate, Marcus reads. Consistent with advanced recovery from extraction syndrome. Subject is... He stops, stares. The recognition hits all of us at once. Director Vane, Noemi whispers, but Vane died in the mountain. I watched him fall, didn't I? Or did I just see what I wanted to see? Not Vane, Marcus corrects, but someone with the same level of extraction exposure, someone who went through the process multiple times and survived. The screens flicker. The bright heat signature moves, and the mass of slow move with it, heading toward Tower 2, toward the bridge, toward Doc Park and her desperate attempt at salvation. We have to go, I say. Now. But the water outside is still churning with chemicals. Touching it means death, just different from drowning. We're trapped in our sterile bubble while the world burns outside. Manual override, Marcus says. He's at a different console, fingers flying over controls he shouldn't remember how to use. I can shut down the purification cycle. But what? The contamination is real. The water is poison. Had been for years. The plant was keeping it contained. If I shut it down, the poison spreads, Noemi finishes. Groundwater, rain cycle, everything. Choose between certain death now or possible death later. Same choice we've been making all along. Do it. I decide. Marcus enters commands. The churning stops. The chemicals dissipate. The water goes still. Black again, but navigable. We run. Through the plant. Through the entrance. Into water that burns where it touches skin, but doesn't dissolve us. The slow are gone. Not even bones left. Just us and the dead water and the need to move faster than disaster. The climb back to the bridge is a nightmare of failing infrastructure and human stampedes. Tower 2's emergency stairs are packed with refugees. We push through against the flow, ignoring curses and pleas alike. No time for humanity, only survival. Level 20. A man tries to rob us. Noemi breaks his wrist without stopping. The crowd closes around him and we keep climbing. Level 25. The stairs crack under too much weight. Bodies fall past us, screaming. We hug the walls and keep going. Level 28. The bridge. Still standing, though cables sing with tension they weren't designed for. The camps have swelled, hundreds now, maybe thousands. And at our makeshift lab, Doc Park works with her volunteers, unaware of what's coming. "Doc!" I shout, pushing through the crowd. "We need to move! Now!" She looks up from her cultures. Already I can see growth. The faintest fuzz of maybe salvation. "We just started the new batch. Leave it. The slow are coming. Organized. Led by someone who knows exactly where we are. But the medicine won't matter if we're dead." She hesitates. The pharmacist touches her shoulder. "He's right. Pack what we can carry. Leave the rest. It takes too long. Everything takes too long. But we manage to pack the essential cultures, the most promising samples. The rest we abandon. Someone else's hope left behind." "Where?" Doc Park asks. "The plant," Marcus says. "It's secure, sterile, powered, and surrounded by poison water," someone points out. "Better than here," I say, because I can see them now. The slow, moving up Tower 2's exterior, using maintenance ladders and scaffolding, hundreds of them, and leading them, a figure that moves with too much purpose, too much rage. Not vain, but someone who learned from him. Someone who survived the extraction process not once but many times. Someone with every reason to burn the world that made them. "Go," I tell the others. "Get to the plant. We'll catch up." "Simon," Noemi starts. "Go." They go. Doc Park and her volunteers carrying their fragile cultures and even more fragile hope. Marcus leads them, knowing the safe routes or the less deadly ones. Noemi stays. Of course she does. 2 against hundreds? She asks. Just need to slow them down. Buy time. With what? Strong language? I look around. The bridge is packed with refugees, abandoned vehicles, the detritus of collapse, and cables. Massive support cables under more strain than they should be. "Remember what you said about defensible positions?" I ask. She follows my gaze. Understanding dawns. That's insane. That's the point. We move to the nearest cable anchor. It's the size of a small building, holding tons of tension. The access panels are locked, but locks mean nothing anymore. Inside, mechanical systems I don't understand but can guess at. Release mechanisms, emergency disconnects, all the ways a bridge can die. "This will kill everyone on the bridge," Noemi says. "Everyone on the bridge is already dead, they just don't know it yet." Harsh. True. The slow aren't coming to negotiate, and the refugees have nowhere to run. "There has to be another way," she insists. "Name it." She can't, because there isn't one. Just the mathematics of survival. Save who you can. Mourn the rest later, if there is a later. The slow reach the bridge. I can see their leader clearly now. A woman, young, extraction scars covering every visible surface. Her eyes burn with the kind of fury that comes from remembering every moment of your own dissolution. She sees us, smiles. It's worse than any snarl. "You," she calls out. Her voice carries impossible distance. "The ones who destroyed the mountain, the ones who thought they were saving us." "We did save you," I shout back. "The extraction stopped. You're free." "Free?" She laughs. Others take up the sound. Hundreds of recovered slow, laughing at the absurdity. "Free to what? Die of infection? Starve in the ruins? Watch our children suffer because you destroyed the only medicine that worked?" "Medicine made from people like you," Noemi shouts. "Yes!" The leader spreads her scarred arms. "And we chose that, some of us, to save our families, to buy food, to survive another day. You took away our choice and called it liberation." She's not wrong. That's the worst part. We made the decision for everyone, decided the extraction had to stop, didn't ask the people paying the price if they agreed. "It was killing you," I try, "all of you. Everything kills us. At least extraction paid for our children's food first." The crowd of slow presses forward. The refugees on the bridge panic, pushing in all directions. Some go over the sides. Their screams last long enough to count. "Enough talk," the leader says. "You burned our world, now we burn yours." They charge. I hit the emergency disconnect. Nothing happens. "Manual release," Noemi says. She's already moving, wrench in hand. "Help me." We work together, straining against bolts that haven't moved in decades. The slow are halfway across the bridge. Refugees flee or fight or simply freeze. Bodies tangle, blood flows. The bridge groans under the weight of so much desperate humanity. The first bolt gives, then another. The cable sings a different note now. Higher, sharper, the sound of metal approaching its limit. One more, Noemi gasps. The leader of the slow is close now, close enough to see the calculation in her eyes. She knows what we're doing, knows what it means, doesn't care. Do it, she says. Add more bodies to your count. See if it helps you sleep. The final bolt releases. The cable snaps with a sound like the world breaking. The bridge lurches, tilts. People scream and slide and fall. The leader maintains her balance, still smiling, still approaching, but the bridge holds. Damaged, listing, but not collapsed, yet. Go, I tell Noemi. Get to the plant. Protect Dock Park. Not without you. Someone has to make sure this finishes. Has to. The leader reaches us. Fast. Faster than anyone damaged by extraction should be. Her hand closes on my throat. You think you're a hero, she hisses. Think you saved us, but all you did was trade one suffering for another. I can't breathe. Can't speak. Can only meet her eyes and see my own reflection in their fury. Noemi moves. Knife flashing. The leader blocks without looking, catches Noemi's wrist, twists. The knife falls, kicks it over the edge. I was a mother, the leader says, still holding my throat. Still smiling. Had 3 children, sold myself to extraction to feed them. Spent 2 years as a slow, aware but unable to move, unable to scream. You saved me, woke me up, to find all 3 dead from preventable diseases because the medicine ran out. Black spots dance in my vision, but I can see past her. See the other cables straining, see the bridge starting to buckle. Just need a little more time, a little more weight. I'm sorry, I manage. No, she says, but you will be. She lifts me. Stronger than possible. The extraction did more than scar her, changed her, made her into something between human and weapon. She walks to the edge, holding me over the drop. Any last words? She asks. Any wisdom for the ones you're leaving behind? I look at Noemi, at the refugees still trapped on the failing bridge, at the slow who just want their suffering to mean something, at the city dying all around us. Burn it all, I tell her, but build something better after. She tilts her head, considering. Then, no, we'll just burn. She lets go, I fall, but not alone. Noemi hits the leader from behind, momentum carrying them both over the edge. We tumble together, all 3 of us, as the bridge finally surrenders to physics and pain. The last thing I see is the structure folding in on itself. Cables snapping, concrete crumbling, bodies falling like rain. The leader still smiling as we plummet toward the black water below. The last thing I think is, at least Dock Park made it. At least the medicine has a chance. At least impact. Water like concrete, pain like extraction, darkness like the space between heartbeats. But not death. Not yet. I surface gasping. The water burns but doesn't dissolve. The treatment plant's chemicals have diluted. Still poison, but slower poison. Around me, bodies hit the water. Some surface, most don't. The bridge continues its collapse above, raining debris and the dying. Noemi surfaces 10 meters away. The leader doesn't. We swim for shore through water thick with endings. Behind us, Tower 2 sways. Without the bridge for support, its own weight becomes a death sentence. We reach the muddy bank as it begins to fall. The sound is indescribable. 30 stories of home and hope and human stubbornness meeting gravity and losing. The splash when it hits sends a wave that nearly drags us back. But we crawl higher, out of the water, out of immediate danger, into a world with 2 fewer towers and uncounted fewer souls. Think Dock Park made it? Noemi asks. She's bleeding from a dozen cuts, extraction scars on her face reopened, looking like her own ghost. Has to have, I say, because if she didn't, if the medicine died with the bridge, then all of this was for nothing. We lie in the toxic mud, watching the city die, pretending tomorrow will be better, knowing it won't. But maybe the day after, or the day after that. Maybe somewhere past all this dying, something better waits, worth hoping for anyway, worth the fall. Chapter 16. The water treatment plant looks different from the mud. Like a fortress. like a tomb, like the last place anyone should put their hope. But it's standing, and in Low City, that's becoming rare. Noemi and I drag ourselves from the poisoned beach. Every step burns. The chemicals in the water have left their mark, skin blistering where it stayed wet too long, clothes dissolving at the seams. But we're alive. Can't say that about the hundreds who fell with the bridge. Movement, Noemi croaks. Her voice sounds like mine feels. Raw, broken. Third floor window. I look. Someone's watching us. Not slow, too purposeful. They disappear before I can make out details. Could be Doc Park's people, I say. Could be anyone. True. The city's rules died with the bridges. Anyone could have claimed the plant, but we've got nowhere else to go. Tower 3 is rubble. Tower 2 is a smoking crater in the water. The others are falling one by one, dominoes of architectural hubris and human desperation. We approach carefully. The main entrance is barricaded now, furniture and debris piled high. Professional work, someone who understands defense. Doc Park, I call out. It's Simon and Noemi. Silence. We need medical attention. Chemical burns, please. More silence. Then, Simon's dead. Saw him fall. I recognize the voice. The pharmacist. Takes more than a bridge to kill me, I tell him. Though it gave a good try. Locks disengage. The barricade shifts enough to let us squeeze through. Inside, the plant is transformed. What was sterile emptiness now bustles with purpose. Doc Park's volunteers have claimed the space, set up treatment areas, started the work of maybe salvation. The pharmacist looks us over. You look dead. Feel worse, Noemi admits. He leads us to Doc Park. She's in the main treatment chamber, surrounded by jury-rigged equipment and desperate hope. The cultures are growing. Actual visible growth. Might be medicine. Might be false hope. Too early to tell. Thought we lost you, she says without looking up. Glad we didn't. The bridge. I start. We saw. Watched from the upper windows. Now she does look at us. Tired eyes and a tired face. How many made it off? Not enough, she nods. Expected that answer. Marcus is upstairs, monitoring the city feeds. What's left of them? And the slow, scattered when the bridge fell. Their leader? Didn't surface, Noemi says. Good. Doc Park turns back to her cultures. One less complication. But I'm thinking about what the leader said. About choice. About suffering. About the arrogance of deciding what's best for people who never asked for our help. Marcus finds us getting our burns treated. He looks better. Stronger. Like surviving the extraction gave him some kind of immunity to everything else trying to kill us. You need to see this, he says. We follow him to the control room. The screens still work, still show the city's death in real-time data streams. But something's different. New patterns, new movements. The high city, Marcus points. They're opening the barriers. On screen, the mountain settlement's gates swing wide. Vehicles emerge. Military trucks from the look of them, heading down the only remaining road. They're coming to claim what's left, Noemi says. No, Marcus corrects. Look at the thermal readings. I look. The trucks aren't carrying soldiers, they're carrying slow. Hundreds of them, thousands, all the ones the high city had in storage. All the extraction victims they hadn't processed yet. They're dumping them, I breathe, getting rid of evidence. More than that, Marcus pulls up another feed. They're directing them. See the movement patterns? The slow are being guided towards specific targets. The patterns are clear once you see them. The slow masses moving towards surviving medical facilities, food stores, water supplies, anywhere people might gather to survive. They're using them as weapons, Noemi realizes, clearing out the survivors before they move in. Brilliant, I say, and mean it. Let the slow have their revenge. Let them burn out the resistance, then move in when the dust settles. We have to warn people, the pharmacist says. He's been listening from the doorway. Warn who? I ask. With what? And tell them to go where? No answers, because there aren't any. Just the slow recognition that we're watching the end in real time. Not just of Low City, of everything we've built since the collapse. All of it burning because we forgot people were people, not resources. An alarm sounds, not from the plant systems, from outside. We crowd to the windows. Slow. Not the directed masses from High City, local ones. Dozens, maybe hundreds, approaching the plant. But these move different. Organized but not hostile. They stop at the water's edge, held back by the chemical barrier. What do they want? Someone asks. One of the slow steps forward. Middle-aged woman, teacher, from the remnants of her clothes. She cups her hands around her mouth and shouts, "We need medicine." The words hang in the air like accusation. Medicine, Doc Park says quietly. They're asking for medicine. Do we have any? I ask, though I know the answer. The cultures need another week, minimum, and even then, small batches. Not enough for... She gestures helplessly at the gathering crowd. The slow teacher shouts again, "We know you're trying to help. We can wait, but we need hope." Hope, the one thing in shorter supply than medicine. Marcus heads for the door. "I'll talk to them." Marcus. Noemi starts. "They're like me, recovered, trying to remember how to be human. They deserve to know what we're doing, what we're trying to do." He goes before anyone can stop him. We watch from the windows as he exits the plant, walks to the water's edge. The slow recognize him, or recognize what he is. One of them. Survivor. Proof that extraction doesn't have to be the end. They talk. We can't hear the words, but we can see the body language. The slow asking questions, Marcus answering, gesturing back at the plant, at the windows where we watch. Some of the slow nod, others shake their heads, all of them look tired beyond description. "They're not going to attack," Doc Park observes. "Not these ones," I agree, "but the ones High City is releasing." Another alarm, different pitch. The plant's sensors detecting something in the water. The screens flash warnings, contamination levels spiking, but not the industrial runoff we expect. Bodies, the pharmacist reads from the display. Massive biomass entering the intake zone. We look downstream. The water churns with new additions. Not individual bodies, but rafts of them. Hundreds, thousands, lashed together with whatever was handy. The High City trucks dumping their cargo into the river system. "They're poisoning the water supply," Noemi says, "using the dead too." "Not dead," Marcus says. He's back, soaking from wading through the shallows. I can feel them, the connection. They're slow, dormant but alive. High City dumped them, knowing they'd contaminate everything downstream. "Can the plant handle it?" I ask. Doc Park checks the systems. "Not at this volume. The filters will clog. The chemicals will run out. We've got maybe 6 hours before total system failure. 6 hours. After that, no clean water, no sterile environment, no chance for the medicine to grow." "Options?" I ask the room. "We could manually clear the intakes," someone suggests. "Send teams out with hooks, pull the bodies to shore." "That's suicide," the pharmacist says. "The water's toxic enough without adding decomposition." "We could increase the chemical flow," another volunteer offers. "Dissolve them before they reach the intakes." Like we did with the first slow, I remember. But that used most of the reserves. Do it again and there's nothing left for actual water treatment. "Then we shut down," Doc Park says quietly. "Seal the plant, let the water system die, focus on keeping this space sterile until the medicine is ready." "And the people outside?" Marcus gestures toward the slow still gathered at the water's edge. "The survivors in the towers? They need water. They need medicine more," Doc Park counters. "If we can't produce it, none of this matters." She's right, but being right tastes like ash, like choosing who dies now versus who dies later, like every decision since we destroyed the mountain. "There's another option," Marcus says slowly, "the slow outside. They're organized, motivated. If we could coordinate with them." "You want to recruit the slow?" Noemi interrupts. "The same ones who tried to kill us?" "Different group. These ones just want to survive. Same as us." He looks at each of us. They're immune to the water's toxicity. The extraction process changed their biochemistry. They could clear the bodies. "In exchange for what?" I ask. "First doses. When the medicine is ready, priority treatment for their sick." The room erupts, arguments for and against. The ethics of negotiating with slow. The practicality of trusting people we've spent years fearing. The mathematics of survival that get uglier every hour. Enough. Doc Park cuts through the noise. Marcus, can you guarantee they'll help? No, but I can ask. I can try. Then try. We're out of better options. Marcus heads back outside. This time I follow. Not because I trust the slow, because someone needs to watch his back and Noemi's burns need more treatment. The slow teacher is still there. Up close I can see the extraction scars, faded but present. Whatever they did to her, it was early in the program, before they perfected the horror. You're the courier, she says, not a question. The one who carried the medicine. Before. Yeah, my daughter died waiting for antibiotics you were supposed to deliver. I meet her eyes. No point in excuses. I'm sorry. Are you? She tilts her head. Or are you sorry you got caught in your own revolution? Both. Neither. The question's too complex for the world we're in now. Marcus interrupts. We need help. The high city is dumping slow into the water system. If we can't clear them, the plant fails. No water, no medicine, no hope for anyone. And you want us to clean up their mess, the teacher says. I want us to survive. All of us. Together. She looks at the other slow. Silent communication passes between them. The democracy of the desperate. Terms, she asks. First doses of medicine go to slow volunteers. You're sick, get priority. Not enough. We want partnership. Equal say in how the medicine is distributed. Equal access to the plant. I can't promise. Then find someone who can. Marcus looks at me. I'm nobody's leader, just a courier who broke the world trying to fix it. But maybe that's qualification enough now. Deal, I say. The teacher extends her hand, scarred fingers, steady grip. I'm Ellen. I coordinate this group. Simon, I coordinate nothing but try anyway, almost a smile. That's all any of us do now. Within an hour, the slow are in the water. Dozens of them, wading through toxic sludge that would kill anyone else. Pulling bodies to shore, clearing the intakes. Saving the plant that might save us all. I watch from the shore, Marcus beside me. The work is horrific. The bodies aren't just dead, they're breaking apart. The high city used the ones too damaged to recover, the ones extraction destroyed completely. It's psychological warfare disguised as practical disposal. They're doing it anyway, Marcus observes. The slow work in teams. Methodical, unflinching. Some cry as they work. Others sing songs I don't recognize. All of them keep moving. Guilt's a powerful motivator, I say. Not guilt. Hope. They see what we're trying to build, want to be part of it. What are we building exactly? He looks at me. I don't know, but it's got to be better than what we had. Hard to argue with that logic. The first intake clears, then the second. The plant's systems stabilize. Not perfect, not even good, but functional. Enough to buy time for the medicine to grow. Ellen emerges from the water, covered in things I don't want to identify. That's the first wave cleared, but more are coming. I can feel them. The extraction connection, the thing that made the slow vulnerable, makes them valuable now. They can sense each other, track the dumping, prepare for what's coming. How many more? I ask. Thousands. High City had storage facilities we didn't even know about. They're emptying all of them. Can you handle it? She looks back at her people. Exhausted, traumatized, still working. We'll handle what we can, but we need those doses. Soon. Some of us are running out of time. I see it now. Some of the slow move slower than others. Not from the water, from whatever internal damage the extraction left. They're dying, just slower than the rest of us. Doc Park says a week, I tell her. Then we'll last a week. But we both know that's optimistic. The city's dying faster each hour. High City's biological warfare accelerating the process. And somewhere out there, the consortium plans its return, waiting for us to finish destroying ourselves so they can rebuild on our ashes. A sound carries across the water. Engines. Big ones. We look upstream. Barges. Dozens of them. Each loaded with cargo we don't need to see to understand. High City's not just dumping bodies anymore. They're sending everything. Every slow in storage. Every failed experiment, every person who might tell the truth about extraction. Get your people out of the water, I tell Ellen. We can handle. Not this. This is different. Look at the water around the barges. She looks, sees what I see. The water bubbling, foaming. Whatever's on those barges, it's already dissolving, already spreading. High City's not just disposing of bodies, they're creating a chemical weapon. Everyone out! Ellen shouts. Now! The slow scramble for shore. Most make it, some don't, overcome by whatever's spreading through the water. Their screams are brief. Final. A reminder that recovery from extraction doesn't mean immortal. The barges get closer, unstoppable, unmanned, just floating bombs full of dissolved humanity. The plant, Marcus says, we need to shut everything down, seal it completely. We run. Ellen and her people follow. The race between us and the spreading contamination, between survival and one more way to die. We make it inside as the first barge reaches the intake zone. Alarms scream, systems fail, the plant shudders like a living thing in pain. Seal everything, Doc Park orders. Every door, every vent, nothing gets in or out. We comply. Turning the water treatment plant into a tomb, our tomb maybe, but one with clean air and the possibility of medicine and the illusion of time. Outside, the water turns colors that shouldn't exist. The barges continue their procession. High City's final gift to the people it pretended to protect. Now what? Ellen asks. She's claimed a corner for her people. 24 slow who risked everything to help us, who deserve better than dying in a sealed box. Now we wait, Doc Park says. The cultures need time. The contamination needs to settle. Everything needs time we don't have. And High City? Someone asks. We'll come when they're ready, I answer. When they think we're weak enough, dead enough, broken enough. Are we? Ellen asks. Broken enough? I look around the room, slow and not slow. Volunteers and survivors. All of us carrying scars from the world we're trying to leave behind. All of us hoping for something better without knowing what that means. Ask me in a week. She almost laughs. Assuming we last that long. We'll last. How do you know? I don't. But sometimes the lie is all that keeps you moving. Sometimes pretending to have hope is the same as having it. Sometimes surviving another hour is victory enough. The plant settles into waiting. Outside, the water burns with new colors. The city continues its collapse. And somewhere in the distance, High City watches. Waits. Plans. Inside, we count hours in microbial growth, in the slow healing of chemical burns, in the careful rationing of hope. Day one ends with no deaths. In Low City now, that's a miracle worth celebrating. 6 days to go. Maybe we'll make it. Maybe. Chapter 17, Day 3. The cultures are growing faster than expected. Doc Park won't say it's working, won't jinx it with optimism, but I see her checking the samples every hour. The fuzz has become visible growth. Might be medicine. Might be false hope with a biological structure. The plant's been sealed for 72 hours. The air tastes recycled, processed like breathing through cotton. Outside, the water's settled into a new color, rust red with veins of chemical green. Nothing lives in it now. Nothing could. Movement. Marcus calls from the observation deck. We've maintained a watch rotation. Slow and not slow together, united by the shared need to see death coming. Ellen takes shifts like everyone else. 70 hours ago, she was just another victim. Now she's essential. Funny how apocalypse changes job descriptions. I join Marcus at the window. Below, figures pick through the ruins of the dock area. Not slow. They move too purposefully. Survivors. Looking for anything useful in the chemical wasteland we've made. Should we help them? Marcus asks. With what? We open those doors. We die. The seal's the only thing keeping the air clean. He knows I'm right, but the knowing hurts. We watch the scavengers search. Find nothing. Move on. Just more ghosts in a city full of them. High City's mobilizing, Noemi reports from the comm station. She's been monitoring what's left of the emergency frequencies. Most are dead air. But High City's signals come through clear. They want us to know they're coming. How long, I ask. 2 days. Maybe less. They're waiting for something. for us to weaken further, for the last towers to fall, for hope to die completely. Ellen says this matter-of-factly. She's learned pragmatism the hard way. It's what I'd do. Good thing you're not them, someone mutters. Aren't I? She looks at her scarred hands. I chose extraction, sold myself for medicine to save my family. How different is that from what High City did? Just scale and power. You were a victim, Doc Park says firmly. They were perpetrators. Everyone's both, Ellen counters. That's what makes this so hard. No clean victims, no pure villains, just people making horrible choices to survive. She's right. Been right since we started this. The comfortable fiction of good versus evil died with the bridges. Now we're all just trying to be less monstrous than yesterday. The pharmacist interrupts. Doc, you need to see this. We crowd around the microscope. The culture sample swims with life, but it's more than just growth. It's active, aggressive. The mold is attacking the bacterial samples Doc Park introduced. Winning. It works, she breathes. It actually works. For a moment, nobody speaks, the weight of possibility too heavy for words. Medicine, real medicine. Not extracted from suffering, but grown from knowledge and patience and hope. How much can we produce? Ellen asks. Practical, direct. Speaking for the 24 slow who've been clearing bodies for 3 days straight. With this setup, Doc Park calculates, maybe 50 doses in the first batch, 100 if we're lucky. That's not enough, the pharmacist says. It's a start, Marcus counters. Proof it can be done. We can scale up, find better equipment, train more people. If we survive High City, I remind them, if anyone's left to train, if the world doesn't finish dying while we're growing mold in Petri dishes. You're right, Ellen says. So what do? Give up? Let High City take what we've built? We fight, Noemi says quietly. Everyone looks at her. Not with weapons, with what we have. Medicine, knowledge, the truth about extraction. Truth doesn't stop bullets, someone points out. No, but it might stop the people firing them. She looks at Marcus. You can still feel them, right? The others slow? The ones High City's dumping? He nods. Faintly. The connection's weaker now, but it's there. Then we use it. Reach out. Tell them what's happening, what High City's doing, what we're trying to build. A psychic recruitment drive? I'm skeptical. Even if it works, how many slow are left to recruit? More than you think, Ellen says. The extraction facilities were everywhere. Hidden, official, black market. Tens of thousands went through the process. If even half survived, that's an army, the pharmacist finishes. An army of sick, traumatized people who just want their suffering to mean something, Doc Park corrects. Not soldiers, patients. Sometimes those are the same thing, I say. We spend the next hours planning. Not for battle, none of us are generals, but for something else. Resistance through existence, survival as rebellion, the radical act of making medicine while the world burns. Marcus and Ellen work together, trying to strengthen the extraction connection, to reach out to slow across the dead city. Some respond. Faint touches of consciousness. Others are too far gone, lost in the chemical haze of their own dissolution. There, Marcus says suddenly. A group, north side. They're organized, scared, but listening. Can you communicate? Not words, impressions, feelings. He concentrates, sweat beads on scarred skin. They know about the medicine, want to help. It's working, Ellen confirms. I can feel them too. They're moving, coming this way. Through that water, Noemi points at the toxic moat surrounding us. They'll die. Some will, Ellen admits, but some won't. The extraction changed us, made us resistant. Not immune, but resistant. That's suicide, Doc Park protests. That's hope, Ellen counters. Same thing these days. By nightfall, they start arriving. Slow from across the city, drawn by Marcus and Ellen's call. They gather at the water's edge, dozens, then scores. Some wade in immediately. Others hesitate, remembering what water used to mean before we poisoned it all. I can't watch this, the pharmacist says. But we do. We have to. These people are risking everything on the promise of medicine that might not even work. The least we can do is witness their courage. The The first wave enters the water. Some make it halfway before the chemicals overwhelm them. They sink without sound, joining the dissolved remains of earlier attempts. But others push through, reach the plant's lower doors, collapse on our threshold, burned but breathing. We can't let them in, someone says. The contamination. We can't leave them out there, Marcus interrupts. They came because we called. Decontamination protocol, comment, Doc Park decides. We use the maintenance airlocks, strip them, wash them, burn the clothes. It's risky, but we're not monsters, Ellen finishes. Not anymore. We work through the night, processing the slow who survived the crossing. Each one carries stories of the city's death. Tower 6 gone, Tower 4 still burning, High City's forces massing at the mountain's base, the end coming whether we're ready or not. By dawn, we've added 43 people to our sealed sanctuary. 43 slow who crossed poison water for the chance at tomorrow. The plant groans under the population pressure. Air systems strain. Water recyclers work overtime. We can't sustain this, the engineer reports. Too many people, too little resources. Then we unseal, I say. Take our chances with the outside air. That's death, Doc Park protests. The contamination levels are dropping, Marcus interrupts. He's at the sensor stations, reading data I don't understand. The chemical reaction is burning itself out. Another day, maybe two, and the air will be breathable. Toxic still, but survivable. High City will be here before then, Noemi reminds us. Then we speed things up. Ellen stands, addressing the crowd of slow and volunteers and desperate survivors. We have medicine growing. We have people willing to fight for it. We have proof that extraction wasn't necessary. That's more than we had a week ago. It's not enough, someone calls out. It's never enough, Ellen agrees. But it's what we have, so we use it. Make it matter. Make all this dying count for something. The room stirs. Not quite hope, but the possibility of hope. The precursor to maybe believing tomorrow exists. Doc Park takes charge. First batch of antibiotics will be ready in 18 hours. We'll need volunteers to test efficacy and people to help scale production. Anyone with chemistry knowledge, biology, even cooking experience, anything that involves mixing and measuring and patience. Hands raise. Not many, but some. The slow woman who was a teacher volunteers. A man with extraction scars covering half his face admits he used to brew illegal alcohol. Skills from the before times finding new purpose. We organize, assign roles, create the structure of survival in our sealed tomb. Outside, the city continues dying. Inside, we pretend we're building something that will outlast it. Marcus finds me during a quiet moment. The connection's stronger now. With so many slow here, I can feel others out there, hundreds, maybe thousands, all waiting for something. Waiting for what? Direction, purpose, a reason to keep being human instead of just victims. We can't save them all. No, but we can try. That's what makes us different from High City, from the consortium. We try even when the math says we'll fail. He's young, still believing effort matters more than outcomes. But maybe that's what we need, someone who hasn't learned the pragmatism of accepting necessary deaths. Noemi joins us. High City's moving, advance units heading down the mountain. They'll be here tomorrow night, day after at the latest. Armed? Heavily. And they're bringing extraction equipment. We all process that. High City's not just coming to reclaim territory, they're coming to restart the system, to turn whoever survives into the next generation of medicine. We need weapons, I say. We need allies, Ellen corrects. She's been listening. Weapons just delay the inevitable, but if we could unite the survivors, show them what High City plans. With what? I gesture at our sealed environment. We can't even open the doors without risking contamination. Can't broadcast without equipment. Can't? We have the slow, Marcus interrupts. The connection. It's not just feeling. Some of us can share images, memories. If we could coordinate. A psychic network, Noemi says slowly, using extraction victims to spread the truth about extraction. Poetic justice, Ellen adds. The system they built to control us becomes the tool of their destruction. It's insane. Relying on a barely understood connection created by medical torture. But insanity's all we have left. We gather the strongest slow, the ones most recovered, most connected. Marcus leads them in something between meditation and seance, trying to strengthen the bond, to push beyond feeling into communication. I can see them, one woman whispers, so many, all confused, all angry. Show them. Marcus instructs, show them what we're building, the medicine, the hope, the chance for something better. The room fills with tension, the slow, straining to project, to share, to make their suffering useful one last time. It's working, Ellen breathes. I can feel minds touching, understanding spreading. Look, someone points to the windows. Outside, beyond the poison water, figures emerge from the ruins, slow. Dozens, then hundreds. Not moving toward us, they know the water's still deadly, but gathering, organizing, facing the mountain where High City waits. They're choosing sides, I realize. Our side, Marcus corrects, the side that says people aren't products, that suffering isn't currency, that maybe tomorrow can be different from yesterday. Beautiful words, Doc Park says. She's checking the cultures again. Always checking. But High City has guns, vehicles, organization. We have sick people and hope. Sometimes that's enough, Ellen says. Sometimes sick people with hope change the world. And sometimes they just die hoping, I counter. But I'm preparing anyway. We all are. Because what else is there to do? Give up? Let High City restart the extraction? Accept that this is all humanity can be? No. We'll fight with what we have, medicine and truth and the collective rage of everyone the system consumed. It won't be enough. The math says we lose. But maybe the math is wrong. Maybe hope multiplies different than ammunition. Maybe an explosion shakes the plant. Close. Too close. High City? Noemi asks. No, Marcus says. He's at the window, face pale. The slow. They're attacking the chemical barriers, trying to drain the poisoned water. That'll kill them, Doc Park protests. Yes, Ellen says quietly, but it'll also clear the moat, give the others a chance to reach us, to stand with us when High City comes. Sacrifice. Always sacrifice. People dying to maybe save people who might save others. The arithmetic of desperation playing out in real time. Then we honor it, I decide. Get ready to receive survivors, set up triage, make their deaths matter. We unseal the lower doors. The air that rushes in burns our lungs, but doesn't kill us. Progress. The slow, who sacrificed themselves to drain the poison, bought us breathable atmosphere with their lives. They start arriving within hours, slow from across the city, injured, sick, desperate, but moving. Coming to defend the idea of medicine without extraction, coming to fight for tomorrow with bodies that barely survived yesterday. How many doses do we have? Ellen asks Doc Park. 47, maybe 50 if we dilute. Not enough. It's what we have. Ellen nods, calls the strongest slow together. We vote. Who gets the first doses? The sickest, the strongest, the children? Democracy in the ashes, fairness among the dying. They debate, argue, finally decide. Children first, then those most likely to survive to carry knowledge forward. The terminally ill accept their fate with grace that breaks my heart. Night falls on a plant transformed. What was a sealed tomb is now a fortress of the desperate. 300 slowed, slow and survivors packed into spaces meant for 50. The air thick with human scent and fading hope, and the determination to make ending mean something. They're coming, Noemi reports. High City forces. 3 hours out, maybe less. Then we make ready, Ellen says. But ready for what? We have no weapons. No walls beyond the plant's industrial structure. No strategy beyond stand and die for the idea that people deserve better. Marcus finds me on the roof. The city spreads below us, more dark than light now. Fires burned out, towers fallen. Just the skeleton of what was, waiting to be picked clean. Think it matters, he asks. What we're doing, or are we just choosing a different way to die? Ask me tomorrow, I tell him. Will there be a tomorrow? There's always tomorrow, just not always for us. He nods. 19 years old and already understanding what takes most a lifetime to learn. That survival isn't about individual continuation. It's about ideas living past their creators, about planting seeds in poisoned ground and hoping something grows. The medicine works, he says. Doc Park confirmed it. The first test doses, people are responding. Good. Is it 50 doses for 300 people? How do we choose who lives? We already chose. The vote. The vote was about order, not value. How do we say this child matters more than that elder? This slow deserves treatment, but that one doesn't. We don't, I admit. We just do the math and hate ourselves for it. I'm tired of the math. Then you're tired of being human, because that's all we are. Calculations. Cost versus benefit. Save one or save many. Always choosing, always losing someone in the exchange. The consortium thought that way, he points out, led to extraction, to people as products. No, the consortium forgot the hate ourselves part, did the math without the guilt. That's what made them monsters. We stand in silence, watching High City's lights descend the mountain, death coming in ordered formation. Bringing extraction equipment and the promise of returning to the old ways, the terrible, efficient old ways. I won't go back, Marcus says quietly. Won't be extracted again, no matter what. None of us will. You say that, but when they're offering medicine for submission, antibiotics for cooperation, how many will hold firm? Too few. We both know it. Desperation makes pragmatists of everyone. When your child is dying, ideology becomes negotiable. Then we make sure it doesn't come to that, I say. How? I don't answer because I don't know, but something's building in my chest. Not hope exactly, more like resolve. The decision that this is where we make our stand, win or lose. This plant, these people, this attempt at something better. Simon, Noemi calls from below, you need to see this. We descend to find her at the communication station. The emergency frequencies are active. Not High City's clear signals, but something else. Scattered, chaotic, alive. Survivors, she says. All over the city, they heard about the medicine, about what we're doing. They're coming. Coming here? Coming to fight with us, for the chance of tomorrow, without extraction. On the screens, heat signatures move through the ruins. Individuals, groups. Entire communities we thought dead, converging on the plant. On the last stand of the desperate against the return of the old world. How many? Ellen asks. Hundreds, maybe thousands. Noemi's voice carries wonder. They're bringing whatever weapons they have, kitchen knives, construction tools, rocks. Against High City's guns, the pharmacist says. It's suicide. It's choice, Ellen corrects. For the first time in years, real choice. Fight for tomorrow or accept yesterday. Die trying or live kneeling. The slow in the plants stir. Now, the connections spreading the news. Minds touching across distance. The collective decision to resist rippling outward like waves in poisoned water. Then we prepare, Doc Park says. She holds up a vial. Clear liquid. The first batch is ready. 50 doses. Who gets them? The vote was already taken. The children are brought forward. The sick. The chosen few who might carry knowledge forward if everything else fails. Each injection a statement of faith in tomorrow. A child with infection brewing in her lungs receives the first dose. We watch, breath held, as medicine meets disease, as science confronts suffering, as hope takes biological form. She breathes easier within minutes. The fever breaks within an hour. By the time High City's forces reach the poisoned moat, she's sitting up, asking for water. Alive. Proof that we didn't burn the world for nothing. It works, people whisper. The medicine works. Word spreads, through the plant, through the connection, to the survivors converging on our position. The medicine works. Extraction isn't necessary. There's another way. High City's vehicles array themselves beyond the moat. Speakers crackle to life. Attention survivors. This is Director Keene of the High City Consortium. We're here to restore order, to restart medicine production, to save who can be saved. With extraction, Ellen shouts back, with turning people into products. With necessity, the speakers respond. The old ways were harsh but effective. What you're offering is false hope. 50 doses when thousands need treatment. You've doomed more than you've saved. Hard to argue with the math, but the math was always High City's weapon, the reduction of human suffering to acceptable losses. We'll make more, Doc Park calls out. Teach others. Build better. You'll die trying, Director Keene interrupts, but we're not unreasonable. Surrender the facility. Share your production methods. We'll integrate them into the existing system. Save who we can while maintaining order. Your order requires extraction, Marcus shouts. Requires victims. It requires sacrifice, which you've already proven you understand. How many died when you destroyed the mountain? How many are dying now for lack of medicine? You're not heroes. You're idealists who chose feeling good over doing good. The words hit because they're not entirely wrong. We did choose, did sacrifice thousands for the idea that tomorrow could be different. The only question now is whether we were right. Survivors begin arriving, flooding in from all directions, some armed, most just angry. They array themselves around the plant, a human shield of the desperate and determined. High City's forces don't attack. Not yet. They're waiting for something. Sir, one of the volunteers calls, the water. Look at the water. The poison moat is draining, but not from the slow's earlier efforts. This is systematic. High City brought pumps. They're clearing their own path. They'll be able to cross soon, Noemi observes. Let them come, Ellen says. She's standing with her people, the slow who chose resistance over surrender. We've been victims long enough. The first shots come at dawn, not a full assault. Testing, probing our defenses. We have so few to test. People fall. Blood mixes with chemical residue. The medicine saves some. Not enough. Never enough. But we hold. Kitchen knives against military weapons. Rocks against rifles. Hope against arithmetic. I find myself at the front, not from bravery, but from momentum. A High City soldier raises his weapon. Young, scared, probably told he was saving civilization. You don't have to do this, I tell him. You destroyed everything, he says. The medicine, the order, the future. We destroyed extraction, like that's all. Just the suffering. Same thing, he says, and fires. The bullet takes me in the shoulder, spins me around. I fall into chemical mud, blood mixing with poison. Above, the sky lightens with dawn or fire. Hard to tell anymore. Noemi's there, pressing something against the wound, shouting for help. Behind her, the battle continues. Desperate people fighting for the right to find another way, dying for it, making the choice High City never offered. Hold on, Noemi says. But I'm looking past her, at Ellen rallying the slow, at Marcus standing despite everything extraction took from him, at Doc Park still working, still growing medicine, still believing tomorrow can be different, at the survivors who came to fight for 50 doses and the promise of more. Did we do the right thing? I ask nobody. Ask me tomorrow, Noemi says, echoing my own words back to me. I try to laugh, but it comes out bloody. Tomorrow. Always tomorrow. The promise we kill for. Die for. The maybe that justifies the now. High City presses forward. We press back. The plant becomes a charnel house of competing visions. Extraction versus experimentation. Order versus hope. The math versus the meaning. I don't know who wins, don't know if winning is even possible anymore. But I know we fought. Know we tried. Know we chose tomorrow over yesterday, even if tomorrow kills us. The medicine exists, the knowledge spreads. The slow remember they were people. The survivors remember they have choices. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all revolution ever is. The reminder that things can be different, even if different means dying. I close my eyes as the battle rages, feel Noemi's hands keeping me grounded, hear Ellen commanding the impossible, smell smoke and chemicals and the peculiar scent of hope burning. Tomorrow, I think. Always tomorrow, even if we don't live to see it. Even if darkness, but the warm kind, the kind that promises dawn eventually. If anyone's left to see it, if anything's left to save, if tomorrow means anything at all, ask me then, if you can, if I'm there to answer. If Chapter 18. I wake to white, clean white, medical white, the kind that only exists in memories of the before times. For a moment, I think I'm dead. Then the pain hits, and I know I'm not that lucky. Easy, Doc Park says. She's beside me, checking bandages that smell of her cultivated antibiotics. You lost a lot of blood. The bullet missed the artery by millimeters. The battle is over, for now. I try to sit up. The room spins. We're still in the plant, but transformed. The industrial space has become a proper medical facility. Clean, organized, functional. How long was I out? 3 days. 3 days. Anything could have happened. Everything probably did. High City withdrew. After 16 hours of fighting, we held. How many did we lose? She doesn't answer immediately. That tells me enough. Too many. Always too many. 87 dead, over 200 wounded. But Simon, we held. The medicine production continues. We've made another 100 doses, and more importantly, she pauses. Others know. The story's spread. Extraction sites across the continent are shutting down. The slow are organizing everywhere. And High City's just accepting that? No, they're regrouping, planning, but so are we. She helps me stand. My legs work, barely. The shoulder screams protest, but functions. Good enough. These days, functional is a miracle. The plant's main floor has become a combination hospital, laboratory, and fortress. Survivors move with purpose. Slow and not slow working together. The integration I'd never thought possible happening out of necessity. Ellen finds me by the observation window. Her scars seem lighter somehow. Or maybe I'm just getting used to seeing past them. You look terrible, she says. Feel worse, but alive. That's what matters. She joins me looking out at the city, or what's left of it. The towers that still stand lean at angles that promise future collapse. But there's movement in the ruins, life persisting despite everything. What happens now, I ask? We rebuild. Not like before. Better. Slower. Fairer. You sound optimistic. I sound practical. The old system is dead. We killed it. Now we build something new or we all die in the ruins. Marcus appears, moving with confidence that seems impossible for someone who was an extraction victim a week ago. But time moves different in collapse. Days become years. People become who they need to be. High City sent a message, he says. They want to negotiate. Of course they do, Ellen laughs. They're running out of medicine, running out of slow to extract, running out of options. What do they offer, I ask? Shared governance, combined resources, a gradual transition away from extraction. Lies, Noemi says. She's been silent in the corner, cleaning weapons we took from High City soldiers. They'll say anything to get access to our production methods, then restart extraction the moment they can. Probably, Marcus agrees. But some in High City might be genuine. Not everyone supported extraction. Some were trapped by the system like we were. The system they benefited from, I remind him. Yes, but benefit and belief aren't the same thing. Some might welcome change, and some might be waiting to stab us the moment we trust them, Noemi counters. The debate continues. Others join. Voices raised in disagreement that would have been impossible under the old system. Democracy in action, messy and inefficient and beautiful. Doc Park interrupts. We need to make a decision. The medical situation is stabilizing here, but reports from other settlements are dire. Without extraction, without the consortium's distribution network, people are dying of basic infections. We have production methods. We have knowledge. Do we share it or hoard it? Share, Ellen says immediately. Information wants to be free. Share carefully, I qualify. High City could weaponize our methods, turn them into new forms of control. Then we teach everyone, Marcus suggests. Flood the world with knowledge, make it impossible to monopolize. The democratic distribution of medicine, Doc Park muses. It could work, but we'd need teachers, travelers, people willing to carry knowledge to hostile territory. Couriers, I say. The word tastes like irony, but carrying hope instead of extracted suffering. You volunteering? Noemi asks. Am I? My shoulder throbs. My body bears the scars of a week that broke the world. I'm tired in ways that sleep can't fix, but the alternative is sitting still, watching, waiting for tomorrow to come to us instead of chasing it down. Yeah, I decide. I'm volunteering. Then I'm coming with you, Noemi states, not a question. And me, Marcus adds. The slow, need-to-see recovery is possible. That extraction doesn't define us forever. Ellen shakes her head. I'm staying. Someone needs to coordinate here. Keep production going. Keep High City honest if we do negotiate, but I'll send some of my people with you. The strongest, the ones who remember being human. And just like that, we have a mission. Carry the knowledge of medicine without extraction to whoever needs it. Spread the virus of hope before High City can develop an immunity. We spend the next days preparing. Doc Park teaches us everything, how to identify the right mold, how to cultivate it, how to process it into medicine. The knowledge feels heavy, precious, like carrying fire from the gods. High City requests another meeting. This time they send Director Keene herself. She arrives in an armored vehicle, flanked by guards who look nervous. They should be. The slow watch from every window, every doorway, remembering what her system did to them. Director, Ellen greets her. We've chosen Ellen as our representative. Who better than extraction's victim to face extraction's architect? I prefer Keene now, the director says. Titles from the old system seem inappropriate. The system you ran, the suffering you ordered, the suffering I managed. There's a difference. I didn't create extraction, I inherited it, tried to make it efficient, humane. Humane? Ellen's voice could cut steel. I spent 2 years as a slow, aware, screaming inside. That's your humane? Keene doesn't flinch. Compared to the alternatives? Yes, without extraction, without the medicine it produced, millions would have died. Millions did die, just slowly, as products. I know. For the first time, Keene shows emotion. Regret? Exhaustion? That's why I'm here. The old way is dead. You killed it, fine. But people are dying now, today. Children with infections that basic antibiotics could cure. Your method works, but it's too slow, too small. We need scale. You need our knowledge, Ellen corrects. Yes, and you need our infrastructure, our distribution networks, our organizational capacity. Apart, we both fail. Together, maybe some survive. It's the same arithmetic it's always been. Who lives, who dies, who decides, but maybe the variables have changed. Maybe. Conditions, Ellen states. Full transparency, all production methods shared freely, no patents, no control, no extraction ever again. And if someone chooses extraction, Keene asks, if someone decides selling their spine fluid is worth feeding their family, then we make sure they have other options, real options, not the false choice between extraction and starvation. They negotiate for hours, the details that matter, the structures that might prevent the return of the old ways. It's not trust, won't be for years, maybe never, but it's progress. The acknowledgement that yesterday's methods are dead and tomorrow needs building. I watch from the sidelines, preparing for our own journey. 7 of us will go, me, Noemi, Marcus, and 4 slow volunteers. Our packs carry cultures, equipment, and enough antibiotics to prove the concept. Not enough to save everyone, but enough to teach others to save themselves. Ready? Noemi asks. No, but going anyway. She almost smiles. We've been through too much for easy expressions, but something like warmth exists between us now, forged in falling bridges and chemical burns and the shared belief that tomorrow matters. Marcus checks our route. North first, to settlements that lost contact during the collapse, then west, following rumors of intact communities, finally south, to the coast where ships might carry knowledge across dead oceans. It'll take months, he calculates. Maybe years, assuming we survive, assuming anyone listens, assuming the knowledge takes root. Lot of assumptions, I note. Better than certainties. Certainties got us extraction. Assumptions leave room for hope. Hard to argue with that logic. Ellen sees us off at dawn. The plant continues behind her, people working, learning, building. High City's vehicles are gone, but their proposals remain. The uneasy dance of former enemies learning to coexist. Don't die out there, she tells us. We need success stories, proof that what we're building works beyond these walls. We'll do our best. Do better. The slow are counting on you. Everyone is. No pressure, just the weight of a civilization's worth of hope on our scarred shoulders. But we've carried worse. Extraction, complicity, the knowledge that we burn the world to maybe save it. We leave as the sun rises over the ruins of Low City. 7 people carrying medicine and knowledge, and the stubborn refusal to accept that yesterday is all tomorrow can be. The road stretches ahead, broken but navigable, like everything now. Damaged but possible, worth trying despite the odds. Think it'll work? Marcus asks as we walk. This whole teaching people to make medicine thing? Ask me tomorrow, I say. Always tomorrow with you. Better than yesterday. True. We walk in companionable silence. Survivors among survivors, carrying our small rebellion against the arithmetic of acceptable losses, teaching the alchemy of mold into medicine, proving extraction isn't necessary, that suffering isn't the only currency, that maybe, possibly, hopefully, tomorrow can be different. It's not much, but it's what we have, and sometimes what you have is enough if you're willing to carry it far enough. Share it wide enough. Believe in it hard enough. The city falls behind us. Ahead, the world waits, sick, scared, desperate, but alive. Ready, maybe, for something better than extraction. Ready for the hard work of healing without hurting, of saving without sacrificing others. We'll find out, one settlement at a time, one taught lesson at a time, one small victory against the mathematics of despair at a time. Tomorrow, always tomorrow, but getting closer with every step. Chapter 19. The settlement doesn't have a name. Just the place by the dead river, according to the travelers who pointed us here. 2 days north of Low City, nestled in what used to be industrial farmland. Now it's 43 people trying to make poisoned soil feed them. Visitors, a child announces. She can't be more than 8, but carries a crossbow like she was born to it. These days, maybe she was. The adults emerge slowly, cautious, armed with whatever works, farm tools, kitchen knives, a few precious firearms. They've survived this long by trusting nobody. Smart. We're from Low City, I say, hands visible and empty. We have medicine. Everyone says they have medicine, an older woman responds. She's missing her left eye, the socket covered by a patch made from leather. What's the cost? Knowledge. Let us teach you to make your own. They laugh. Not humor, disbelief. A week ago, I'd have laughed too. Medicine without extraction sounds like promising water without wells. I was extracted. Marcus steps forward, letting them see his scars. Spent 3 months as a slow. Now I'm recovering. Free. No more extraction, ever. The laughter dies. They recognize the scars, the specific damage only extraction leaves. One man pulls up his own sleeve, showing matching marks. You were in the system, he asks. Subject prime. The source. Until we destroyed the mountain. That was you? The one-eyed woman lowers her weapon slightly. We heard rumors. The explosion, the facilities burning. All true. And now we're teaching people to make medicine without the suffering. Real medicine. From mold. Mold? She spits. You're selling us bread fungus as salvation? I'm giving it away, I correct. And it works. To prove it, we set up a demonstration. One of their people has an infected wound, a farming accident turned septic. Without antibiotics, he'll be dead in days, maybe hours. His family watches with the hollow eyes of people who've already started grieving. Doc Park trained us well. We clean the wound, apply our cultivated antibiotics. Within hours, the infection's retreat is visible. The fever breaks. The man sits up, asks for water. Lives. Magic, someone whispers. Science, Noemi corrects. The same science the old world used before extraction seemed easier. They want to learn. Of course they do. Who wouldn't want the power to save their own? We spend 3 days teaching how to identify the right mold, how to cultivate it in controlled conditions, how to process it into usable medicine. The one-eyed woman, her name is Garrett, takes notes on precious paper. She was a veterinarian before the collapse. close enough to medical knowledge to understand what we're sharing. This will really work? She asks during a break. We can make our own antibiotics? Small batches, not enough for everything, but enough for emergencies. Enough to stop choosing who dies from treatable infections. And High City, the consortium, they're allowing this? They're dead or adapting. Extraction is over. This is what comes next. She studies me with her good eye. You sound like you believe that. I have to. We all have to. The alternative is accepting yesterday forever. One of our slow volunteers, Chen, works with their children, teaching them to identify beneficial molds versus dangerous ones. The kids are fascinated. They've grown up in a world where medicine meant extraction, where healing required someone else's suffering. This is different. Hopeful. Can we grow other medicines too? A boy asks. From plants? From dirt? Some, Chen confirms. Willow bark for pain, honey for wounds, garlic for infection, old knowledge your grandparents might remember. My grandmother said herbs were medicine, a girl volunteers. But father said that was before, when people were stupid. Not stupid, Marcus tells her gently, just different. They used what worked until they found something better. Then extraction seemed better than herbs. Now we're finding something better than extraction. What's better than better? She asks. Good question. What comes after you fix the fixing of the fix? Maybe just the endless work of maintaining hope. The second night, Garrett shares their real problem. It's not just infection. People are changing. Some who lived near the chemical zones. They're not going kind of slow, but they're not staying human either. Show me, I say. She leads us to a reinforced shed at the settlement's edge. Inside, 3 people sit in chains. Volunteers, she assures us. They wanted to be contained. It started 2 weeks ago, one says. His voice is normal, but his eyes reflect light like an animal's. Headaches, then the vision changes. Now I see heat, smell emotions, feel things that aren't there. The chemicals, Noemi breathes, from the poison zones. They're not just killing, they're mutating. Is it reversible? Garrett asks. We don't know, can't know. This is beyond our teaching, beyond antibiotics and traditional medicine. The world isn't just dying, it's transforming into something unrecognizable. I feel them, Marcus says suddenly. He's staring at the changed people. The connection, like with the slow but different. They're networked, becoming networked. Becoming what? I ask. I don't know, but it's not random. There's a pattern, a purpose. The changed people nod. We dream the same dreams, see the same visions of green things growing in poison soil, of water running clean, of the world healing through us. Delusion, Garrett says, but uncertainly. Maybe, one admits. Or maybe evolution. Maybe this is how humanity survives its own suicide. We don't have answers, just more questions to carry. We leave them antibiotics and knowledge and the promise to spread word of the changes. Maybe someone somewhere will understand what's happening. Maybe the mutations are hope. Maybe they're just another way to die. The road takes us west through territories that cartographers gave up on. The slow are everywhere now, in various stages of recovery or decline. Some greet us as saviors, others as reminders of what they've lost. All need more than we can give. There, Chen points to smoke rising from a valley. Settlement. Big one. It's more than big. It's organized. Functional. A small city of 5,000 souls who've somehow kept civilization running. They have walls, guards, even electricity from solar panels and wind capture. Halt, a guard calls. Professional. Trained. Not the desperate scrambling we've seen elsewhere. State your business. Medical knowledge. Teaching. Free. He radios someone. We wait. The walls are impressive up close, scavenged materials, but expertly assembled. These people have engineers, leadership, hope made structural. You can enter, the guard finally says, but weapons stay here. Council wants to see you immediately. We're escorted through streets that almost look normal, shops trading goods, children playing actual games instead of survival training, people walking without the constant fear hunch we've grown accustomed to. The council meets in what used to be a school, 5 people, elected apparently. Democracy surviving in the cracks of apocalypse. You're the ones from Low City, their leader states, a black woman with silver hair and steady hands. We've heard the stories. Medicine without extraction sounds too good to be true. Most good things do, I reply. But we have proof, samples, patients we've treated, knowledge we're sharing. In exchange for? Nothing. Maybe supplies for the road, maybe just the chance to see it spread. They exchange glances, suspicion and hope warring on their faces. We had extraction here, one counselor admits. Small scale, voluntary, trying to balance need with ethics. When the mountain exploded, we thought we were doomed. You weren't wrong, Noemi says. People are dying for lack of medicine, but fewer than were dying from extraction. And now there's another way. They want proof. We provide it. A child with pneumonia, an elder with infected teeth, simple problems with deadly consequences. Our antibiotics work, the council watches, learns, decides. Teach us, the leader says. But more than that, stay. Help us build. We have the infrastructure to produce at scale. Clean rooms, equipment. We could be a center of production for the region. It's tempting. So tempting. A place of stability, purpose, home. We can't, I decide. Others need this knowledge. But we'll stay long enough to ensure you understand. To see production begin. 2 weeks. That's what it takes to embed the knowledge deeply enough to survive our leaving. 2 weeks of teaching, demonstrating, proving that medicine doesn't require suffering. Just patience, care, and the willingness to try. The settlement transforms around us. Hope is infectious, spreading faster than any disease. People who'd accepted death as inevitable start believing in tomorrow. Start planning beyond the next meal, the next crisis, the next loss. You've given us our future back, the council leader tells us as we prepare to leave. You already had it, Marcus corrects. We just reminded you it existed. They give us supplies, maps to other settlements, letters of introduction that might mean safe passage or might mean nothing. Most importantly, they give us confirmation. The knowledge is taking root. Spreading, surviving. Chen stays behind. My place is here, he decides. Teaching, building, being the proof that slow can recover and contribute. We understand. The road isn't for everyone. Some plant seeds by traveling, others by staying. Both matter. 6 becomes 5 as we head west. The landscape changes. Less industrial collapse, more natural reclamation. Green things growing through concrete. Life insisting despite everything. Look, Noemi points to movement ahead. Travelers. A group of 20, moving with the purposeful stride of people with destination. We approach cautiously, but they greet us with smiles. You're the medicine teachers, one says. It's not a question. Words spreading. We're heading to Riverside to learn. Is it true? Medicine from mold? True, we confirm. And the slow recovering? The extraction ended? All true. They cry. Some from relief, some from grief for those lost while waiting for hope. We share a meal, exchange stories. They're from the coast, where fishing communities have maintained fragile stability. The fish are changing, they tell us. Not dying, changing. Growing in strange ways. Some say it's the chemicals, others say it's evolution. Either way, the ocean provides. More changes, more adaptations. The world refusing to die in expected ways. We part with mutual promises to spread the word. They go east toward Riverside and its new knowledge. We continue west toward uncertainty and necessity. 3 months on the road, a dozen settlements taught. Hundreds of people learning that suffering isn't the price of survival. The network grows, invisible but strong. Knowledge spreading like beneficial contagion. Getting colder, Marcus notes as we climb into hill country. Winter's coming. Winter after the collapse. We've heard stories. Frozen death for those without shelter or heat, but also preservation. Diseases slowing, food lasting longer. The world's seasons continuing despite human failing. There, I spot smoke. Another settlement. This one's different. Smaller. Harder. Only 15 people, all related somehow. Clan survival in its purest form. We don't want your medicine, their patriarch states flatly. We've survived this long without extraction, without outsiders, without false hope. It's not false. Noemi tries. We can show. No. We've decided. The old world died for reasons. Maybe humanity needs culling. Maybe the weak dying is evolution working. We won't interfere. It's the first outright refusal we've encountered. Won't be the last. Some people choose isolation, choose the harsh arithmetic of natural selection. Can't force hope on those who've decided despair is safer. We move on. 3 days later, we're followed. A young woman from the clan, maybe 16. She keeps distance but keeps pace. Finally, she approaches our camp. I want to learn, she says simply. My mother died of infection last winter, treatable infection. I won't watch that again. Your family chose their way. I'm choosing mine. We teach her. She's quick, intelligent, desperate to absorb everything. When we reach the next settlement, she stays to practice what she's learned. Another seed planted, another future growing from poisoned ground. Getting easier. Noemi observes as we prepare for another teaching session. The knowledge. People accept it faster now. Necessity, I suggest. And word spreading. Hard to deny when your neighbor's child lives because of mold medicine. Think it'll last? Marcus asks. Or will someone find a way to control it? Patent it? Turn it into new exploitation? Probably, I admit. But maybe by then we'll have spread it too wide to capture. Maybe knowledge wants to be free more than people want to own it. Optimist, Noemi says. Realist. There's a difference, I know. But she's almost smiling. The expression fits better now after months of seeing hope take root, of watching people choose tomorrow over yesterday. Another settlement, another teaching, another community deciding that suffering isn't the only price for survival. The work continues, will always continue, but each successful treatment, each batch of cultivated medicine, each person who learns to heal without hurting, they add up, accumulate, matter. Next settlement's 3 days north, I check our map. After that, the winter settlements might be our last chance before snow makes travel impossible. Then we'd better make them count, Marcus decides. We pack up, move on, always moving, always teaching, always believing tomorrow exists and might be better than today. It's not much of a mission, not much of a life, but it's ours, and we've learned to make that enough. The road stretches endlessly ahead. Behind us, knowledge spreads like beneficial infection. People learning, growing, choosing. The quiet revolution of small victories accumulating into transformation. It won't save everyone, won't fix everything, but it's something, and something beats nothing every time. Tomorrow, we'll teach again, share again, plant more seeds in the poisoned ground of what's left, and maybe eventually, hopefully something better will grow. Worth walking for. Worth trying for, worth believing in, one settlement at a time. Chapter 20, the winter settlement perches on a mountainside like a frozen afterthought. Smoke rises from chimneys that shouldn't still be standing. Snow covers everything, hiding the scars of collapse under pristine white lies. Winter home, Marcus reads from our map. Population unknown, status unknown. Everything unknown except they're still burning wood. Living people burn wood, Noemi observes. Dead ones don't. 5 months since we left Low City. 5 months of walking, teaching, spreading the antidote to extraction. Our clothes are patches on patches. Our bodies carry the map of every settlement. Scars from suspicious greetings, frostbite from mountain passes, the lean look of people who eat when they can, not when they want. The path up is treacherous. Ice over stone, carved by people who knew what they were doing. Defensive positions every 50 meters, kill zones where avalanches could be triggered. These people survived by being ready for war. Stop, a voice commands from somewhere above. State your business. Medicine, I call back. Knowledge, teaching, same as we've done from here to the coast. We've heard of you. A figure emerges from camouflaged positions. Young man, maybe 20, carrying a rifle that's seen better decades. The mold teachers, the extraction enders. That's us. Prove it. Marcus steps forward, shows his scars, tells his story. We've done this so many times it's become ritual, the revelation, the proof, the slow dawning of possibility. Follow, the guard says eventually. The council will want to see you. Everyone will. Winterhome is a marvel of desperate engineering. Houses built into the mountainside. Greenhouses capturing every moment of weak sunlight. Geothermal taps providing heat that tastes of sulfur but doesn't kill. 300 people who chose the hardest place to live because the easy places were taken or toxic. The council meets in what used to be a ski lodge. The luxury remnants feel obscene. Chandeliers over discussions of rationing, mahogany tables for planning survival, 5 people who look like they've aged decades in years. We know why you're here, their leader says, a woman with premature white hair and eyes that have seen too much. Word travels even to the mountains. Medicine without extraction, hope for the hopeless. Not hope, I correct. Just options, different choices than yesterday. We had extraction here, another counselor admits. Voluntary, limited. We told ourselves it was necessary, justified, that the few suffering for the many was mathematics, not monstrosity. It was both, Noemi says simply. They nod. No argument, no defense. Just the acknowledgement of complicity that comes with survival. Show us, the leader says. Teach us. Let us earn absolution through action. We set up in their medical center. It's better equipped than most. The benefit of raiding abandoned hospitals early in the collapse. Clean, organized, ready. The teaching goes well. They have a trained nurse, a veterinarian, 2 people with chemistry backgrounds. The knowledge lands on fertile ground. Within days, they're cultivating their own cultures. Within a week, producing medicine. It works, their nurse breathes as she watches infection retreat from a child's wound. It actually works. But something else is happening. The slow in Winterhome aren't recovering like elsewhere. They sit in a communal area, cared for but unchanging. The extraction damage remains locked in place. Why aren't they getting better? Marcus asks, studying them. I can feel the connection. They're still in there, but stuck. The cold, the nurse theorizes. It's preserving them, like hibernation, slowing all biological processes including recovery. So they'll stay slow until spring? Maybe. Or maybe the colds lock them permanently. We don't know. Can't know without risking their lives to find out. Another variable. Another way the world refuses simple solutions. We make notes, share theories, but can't solve what we don't understand. There's something else, the council leader says during our second week. Something we haven't told outsiders, but you've earned truth. She leads us deeper into the mountain, past living areas, past storage, into natural caves that predate human ambition. We found them when we settled here. Thought they were mineral deposits at first, but they're not. The cave glows, soft green phosphorescence from growths on the walls. Not quite plant, not quite fungus, something between or beyond. They eat radiation, she explains, feed on the background contamination from the bombs, clean it, transform it, and they produce this. She hands me a vial, clear liquid with a faint green tint. We've been harvesting small amounts, testing carefully. It enhances healing, speeds recovery, makes our medicine work better. Why keep it secret, Noemi asks. Because we don't understand it, because it could be dangerous, because the last time humans found something that enhanced medicine, we created extraction. Fair point. The miracle cure that becomes tomorrow's curse, the pattern we can't seem to break. Study it, Marcus suggests, openly. Share the knowledge like we're sharing antibiotics. Let everyone examine it, make it impossible to monopolize. Or we destroy it, I counter. Stop the cycle before it starts. That's fear talking, the leader says. The same fear that made us hoard instead of share, that made extraction seem reasonable. I won't be ruled by fear anymore. They're right, all of them, which makes the choice harder. We stay another week. Not teaching now, learning. The cave growths are fascinating, impossible, hopeful. They process contamination into healing. Turn poison into possibility. The metaphor is too obvious to ignore. It's the world healing itself, Marcus says one night. We're watching the growths pulse with their own slow rhythm, evolution in real time, life finding ways we never imagined. Or it's false hope that'll kill us in new ways, Noemi suggests. Another shortcut, another extraction waiting to happen. Or it's just what it is, I say. A thing that exists, that might help or hurt depending on how we use it. Like everything. We take samples when we leave. Small amounts, enough to study, to share with other settlements, to let collective wisdom decide what to do with one more impossible possibility. The road down from Winterhome is harder than the climb. Ice has become slush. Stable has become treacherous, the world refusing to stay still even in its dying. South? Noemi checks our map. The desert settlements? Last major region, I confirm. After that, what? We've been walking for half a year, teaching for longer. The knowledge has spread beyond our ability to track. Independent discoveries, innovations, improvements, the network growing without us. Maybe we go back, Marcus suggests. See what low cities become. If the partnership with high city holds. If the plant still stands. Maybe, I allow. But part of me knows we won't. Can't. We're travelers now. Carriers, the human vectors of hope's contagion. Stopping would mean admitting the job is done and it never will be. Always one more settlement. One more group that needs to know suffering isn't mandatory. The desert is another world. Red stone and impossible heat. Plants that hoard water like misers. People who've adapted to the harsh in ways that make everywhere else look soft. No extraction here, their leader tells us proudly. She's ancient by apocalypse standards, maybe 60, skin like leather, eyes like flint. Never was. We knew better than to sell ourselves for comfort. Then why let us in? Because knowing better doesn't mean knowing enough. Show us this medicine. Let us judge its worth. They're skeptical, suspicious. Right to be both. But when the antibiotics save a child's infected spider bite, common here, often fatal, they pay attention. When we show them how to cultivate in their arid environment, they engage. Not enthusiastic, but willing. It requires water, one points out. Water we don't have. Moisture capture, another suggests. Dawn condensation, cave drip, small amounts but maybe enough. They iterate, improve, make our teaching fit their reality. Within days, they've developed techniques we hadn't imagined. Desert medicine, dry cultivation, innovation born of necessity. You'll share this? I ask. With other desert settlements? Already have. Runners went out yesterday. Knowledge spreads or dies. We choose spreading. 6 months become 7. 8. A full year since the bridges fell. Since extraction ended. Since we chose tomorrow over yesterday and started walking toward whatever that means. We're different now. All of us. Noemi moves with the confidence of someone who's faced every fear and found herself capable. Marcus has become the bridge between slow and not slow, proving recovery is possible. I've learned that courier was always what I was meant to be, carrying what matters between people who need connection. Message, a runner finds us between settlements. Young woman breathing hard from pursuit, from low city, from Ellen. We read together. The partnership holds, barely. Production increases monthly, distribution networks grow, high city provides infrastructure, low city provides knowledge. Both provide suspicion that keeps the other honest. It's not trust, but it's functional. More interesting, the mutations spread. People changing in response to chemical exposure. Not dying, adapting, becoming something new, something that might survive the poisoned world we created. She wants us to come back, Noemi notes, help manage the changes, study what's happening. Do we? Marcus asks. I look at the road ahead, always another settlement, always another group that might benefit from what we carry. But maybe that's the point. Maybe we've taught enough others to teach. Maybe the network is self-sustaining now. One more region, I decide. The islands. Then we'll see. Tomorrow will tell us what it needs us to be. Same as always. The boat is barely seaworthy, held together by rust and determination. But the fisherman swears it'll make the crossing. The islands don't like visitors, he warns. They've survived by isolation, by refusing the mainland's poisons. We're not bringing poison, Noemi assures him. Just knowledge. Same thing sometimes. But he takes us through waters that glow wrong at night, past the bones of dead cities poking through the waves, to islands that cartographers forgot because forgetting meant not having to admit failure. The first island turns us away at spear point. The second listens but chooses not to learn. The third has a problem. The children, their leader explains. A woman who looks carved from driftwood. They're being born different. We see what she means. Children with webbed fingers, with eyes that see too well underwater, with skin that seems to shift between human and something else. The water, Marcus breathes. They're adapting to the poisoned ocean, becoming what survives here. Is it reversible? A parent asks. Can your medicine fix them? They're not sick, I say carefully. They're evolved, or evolving. This might be how humanity continues. By becoming not human, by becoming what works. It's not the answer they want, but it's what we have. We teach them antibiotics for the infections that still happen, basic medicine for the problems that remain human. But the bigger changes, those are beyond our knowledge, beyond anyone's maybe. Will they spread? The leader asks. The changes? To the mainland? Probably, eventually. Change doesn't respect borders, she nods. Accepting. Adapting. Like her children in her own way. We spend weeks island hopping, teaching where welcome, learning more than educating. The ocean settlements have developed their own solutions. Kelp that processes toxins, fish that concentrate medicine in their organs, the sea providing in ways the land forgot. We should document this, Noemi suggests. All of it. The mutations, the adaptations, the different ways people are surviving. Who would read it, I ask. Tomorrow, Marcus says. Someone tomorrow who needs to know they're not alone in changing, that there are many ways to be human, or used to be human, or might be human next. So we write, record, create the encyclopedia of impossible survival, desert medicine and ocean adaptation, mountain growths and city ruins, all the ways the world insists on continuing despite our best efforts to end it. A year becomes 2. We return to the mainland, changed by salt air and witnessed evolution. The settlements we taught have become teachers. The network spreads beyond mapping, knowledge multiplying like beneficial virus. Low city? Noemi asks as we stand on a western shore. Low city, I agree. Time to see what we helped create, time to witness tomorrow actually arriving. The journey back takes 3 months. Every settlement we pass through knows us now. The medicine teachers, the ones who started the change. We're legend, which is uncomfortable, but also proof. The knowledge survived, thrived, mutated into local solutions we never imagined. Low city shocks us. It stands. Not just the plant, the whole city. Towers repaired, gardens growing on every level. The marriage of high and low creating something neither could achieve alone. Ellen meets us at the plant, older, scarred by leadership, but smiling. You came back. Seemed like time. She shows us the facilities, industrial-scale production now, hundreds learning, thousands benefiting, the careful balance of former enemies maintaining productive distrust. It's not perfect, she admits, never will be, but it works. People live who would have died. That's enough. Is it? I ask. Has to be. Enough is all we get, all we ever get. She's right. The perfect is tomorrow's enemy. The good enough that saves lives today is worth more than the ideal that never arrives. What now? Marcus asks. For us, we've been walking so long I forgot how to stop. Then don't, Ellen suggests. The knowledge needs updating, sharing, protecting. The network needs maintenance. Tomorrow needs couriers. Couriers. Still, always. But carrying hope instead of extraction, carrying connection instead of isolation, carrying tomorrow between all the todays that need reminding it exists. Rest first, Noemi decides, then we'll see. We rest, a day, a week, a month, learning to be still, to exist without the next settlement always calling, to be humans being instead of humans doing, but the road calls. Always does. New settlements, new adaptations, new ways the world insists on continuing, new tomorrows that need visiting. Ready? I ask when the restlessness becomes unbearable. No, Noemi says, but going anyway. Story of our lives, Marcus adds. We pack light. We always do now. Knowledge weighs nothing. Hope travels easy. The network will survive without us, but might thrive better with us moving through it. Connecting, reminding, proving. Ellen sees us off. Try not to die out there. Try not to let this die in here, I counter. Deal. We leave as dawn breaks over Low City. 3 people who helped break the world walking into whatever comes next. The road stretches endless, settlements wait, knowledge wants to spread, tomorrow keeps needing to be built one today at a time. It's not much of an ending because it isn't one. Just another beginning, another chance, another tomorrow arriving exactly when it should, worth walking toward, worth believing in, worth the price we paid to find it. The road calls, we answer. Simple as that. Complicated as everything, human as hope itself. Tomorrow, always tomorrow, but getting closer with every step. Chapter 21. The broker's name is Rowls. Was Rowls. I'm standing over him in what used to be someone's rooftop garden, hydroponic beds cracked open, nutrient solution pooling around tomato cages. The plants are dead. Everything up here is dead except the moss growing through the drainage grates. Noemi is at the edge of the platform, scanning the towers below. Her brother's propped against the water filtration unit, eyes half closed but tracking. He's been doing that more, tracking movement. Yesterday he blinked twice when I asked if he understood me. We need to move, Noemi says. I'm looking at Rowls, at what I did to him. The gun's still warm in my hand, 3 shots, center mass, like he taught me back when I was running medicine for the floor councils. And he was the one who decided what got distributed and what got held for emergencies. Emergencies meaning whenever someone paid enough. He wanted the pure serum, offered me a permanent spot in the 15th floor market, protection, steady supply routes, access to the gardens. All I had to do was hand over the vial and forget about the clinic. I told him no. He reached for his piece. Now there's red on the hydroponic beds, and my hands won't stop shaking. Simon. Noemi's voice cuts through. We're exposed here. I holster the gun. My fingers leave prints on the grip. Rowls's blood mixing with the grip tape. The vials in my jacket pocket, glass cool against my ribs. Still intact. That's what matters. That's what I tell myself matters. The garden's on the 14th floor, which means we climbed past the flood line, but we're still in contested territory. The Civil War started 3 days ago when the floor councils realized the high city wasn't sending any more supply drops. Turns out the entire economy was built on pharmaceutical extraction. And when we sabotaged the mountain facility, we didn't just cut off the consortium's supply, we cut off everyone's. Noemi crosses to me, stepping over Rowls without looking down. She's good at that. Not looking. You did what you had to, she says. Yeah. He would have taken the serum, sold it, people would have gone without. I know. She studies my face. Her scarred muzzle catches the light. Old burns from some extraction gone wrong back when she worked for the consortium. She hasn't told me the full story. Probably won't. You're thinking too much, she says. I'm thinking I just became the thing I hated. What thing? The violent barbarian, the guy who solves problems with a gun because the system's too broken to fix any other way. She doesn't argue. That's worse than if she did. Her brother makes a sound, low, guttural, not quite a word, but closer than yesterday. Noemi moves to him, crouches down. He's looking at the vial in my pocket. His eyes are clearer today. The pure serum's working, pulling him back from whatever the slow state is. But it's slow, painfully slow. We should get to the clinic, I say. Noemi nods. She helps her brother stand. He's unsteady, but he can walk now, sort of. Shuffles more than walks, but it's movement. Progress. We head for the stairwell. The door's been pried open, hinges bent. Someone tried to barricade it from the inside with furniture, but gave up halfway through. There's a mattress blocking the landing, springs poking through. I go first. Gun drawn. The stairwell smells like rust and old food. Everyone's been living in these towers for years, and the plumbing's been shot since before I was born. You get used to it. Doesn't mean it's not there. Noemi follows with her brother. She's got her own piece out, smaller caliber than mine, something she pulled off a consortium guard back in the mountain. She's better with it than I am. Steadier hands. We descend. The 13th floor landing's clear. 12th too. 11th is where we start hearing voices. I hold up a fist. Noemi stops. Her brother stops. The voices are coming from below. 10th floor, maybe 9th. Angry voices. Crowd noise. Someone's shouting about distribution rights, about who gets access to the remaining supply caches. The floor councils are fracturing. Each one thinks they deserve priority. Can we go around? Noemi whispers. Not without going back up. The external scaffolding's collapsed on this side. She curses under her breath. Her brother sways. She steadies him. We go through, I say. Through a riot. You got a better idea? She doesn't. Neither do I. We keep moving. The voices get louder. By the time we hit the 10th floor landing, I can smell it. Bodies pressed together, unwashed, desperate. The kind of smell that means people have been here too long without enough resources. I peer through the stairwell door window. The floor's packed. 50, maybe 60 people crammed into what used to be a residential level. They're surrounding someone, a floor council rep, from the look of his jacket. He's trying to explain something about rationing protocols, but no one's listening. They're going to tear him apart, Noemi says. Not our problem. Simon, we don't have time. Your brother needs the clinic. The serum needs the clinic. That's the priority. She looks at me. Something in her expression shifts. Disappointment, maybe. Or recognition. Like she's seeing what I've become and it's not what she expected. But she doesn't argue. We slip through the door. Stay low, keep to the edges. The crowd's too focused on the council rep to notice us. Someone throws something. A bottle shatters against the wall. The rep's backing up, hands raised, still trying to talk. We're halfway across when someone grabs my jacket. I spin. It's a kid. Can't be more than 14, skinny, eyes too wide. He's looking at my pocket, at the bulge where the vial is. You got medicine, he says. No. I saw it. In your pocket. The crowd's starting to turn, heads swiveling. The kid's voice was loud enough to cut through. Let go, I say. My sister's sick. She needs... I shove him. Not hard, just enough to break his grip. He stumbles back into someone else. A woman, older. She catches him. She looks at me, at my pocket. He's got medicine, the kid says. The crowd shifts. The council rep's forgotten. Now they're looking at us. Noemi's already moving, pulling her brother toward the far stairwell. I follow. Someone reaches for me. I dodge, shoulder through. More hands. The crowd's pressing in. Stop, someone shouts. He's got pure serum. That word, pure. It's like blood in the water. Everyone knows what it means. Everyone wants it. I draw the gun. Don't aim it, just hold it visible. Back off. No one backs off. A man lunges. I sidestep, bring the gun up. He freezes. I said back off. Noemi's at the stairwell door. She's got it open, her brother halfway through. Simon, I back toward her. The crowd follows. Slow at first, then faster. Someone shouts about sharing, about community responsibility, about how we're all in this together and hoarding medicine is murder. I reach the door. Noemi's inside, holding it. I slip through. She slams it shut. There's no lock. We jam the door with a piece of rebar someone left on the landing. The crowd hits the door. It shakes. The rebar holds. For now. We run. Down the stairs 3 at a time. Noemi's brother can't keep up. She's half carrying him. I'm in front. Guns still out. Checking each landing. 9th floor. Clear. 8th floor. Flooded. Water seeped up from below. Ankle deep. We wade through. The water's cold, oily, smells chemical. 7th floor. Someone set up a checkpoint. 2 guards with makeshift spears. They see the gun. Let us pass. One of them looks at Noemi's brother at the way he moves. Recognizes the slow shuffle. That one dosed? The guard asks. He's recovering, Noemi says. Don't look recovered. We're going to the clinic. The guard spits into the water. Clinic's full. Been full for days. They're not taking anyone new. They'll take us. Yeah? What makes you special? I raise the gun. Not at him, just enough to remind him it's there. We're going through. He steps aside. Smart. We keep moving. By the time we hit the 6th floor, the sound of the riots faded. Just our footsteps and the slosh of water and Noemi's brother's labored breathing. He's getting worse. The exertion's too much. He needs to rest, Noemi says. We rest at the clinic. He can't. We stop here. We don't make it. You know that. She knows. Doesn't mean she likes it. We push on. 5th floor, 4th, 3rd. The clinic's on 2, just above the permanent flood line. Used to be a school. My school, actually. Before the floor council sold our medical rations and the whole thing collapsed. Literally collapsed. The East Wing caved in when I was 17, got 2 classrooms in the library. We lost 6 kids that day. The council blamed structural fatigue. Everyone knew it was because they'd stripped the support beams for scrap metal. Now it's a clinic. Informal, unlicensed, run by a doctor who got blacklisted from the official High City network for refusing to participate in the extraction program. Dr. Lenz, she's kept it running on salvaged equipment and sheer stubbornness. We reach the 2nd floor landing. The doors reinforced, sheet metal welded over the original frame. There's a slot at eye level. I knock. The slot eyes peer through. Full up. It's Simon. Up. Dr. Lenz knows me. She's busy. Tell her I've got pure serum. The eyes widen. The slot closes. We wait. 30 seconds. A minute. The door opens. Inside, the clinic's chaos. Every bed full, people on the floor, makeshift cots lining the walls. The smell hits first. Antiseptic trying to cover rot. Not quite succeeding. Someone's screaming in the back room. Someone else is crying. Dr. Lenz appears from the crowd. She's older than I remember. Gray hair pulled back, lab coat stained with things I don't want to identify. She sees Noemi's brother, sees the slow shuffle. Her expression hardens. You brought an active case here? He's recovering, Noemi says. We used pure serum. I don't care what you used. I can't take him. I don't have space. I don't have supplies. I don't have... She stops, looks at me. You said you have pure serum. I pull out the vial. Hold it up. She stares. For a moment, everything else in the room fades. The screaming, the crying, the desperate shuffle of bodies. Just her and the vial. How much? She asks. Enough for maybe 3 doses. Maybe 4 if we dilute it. Where did you get it? High City, the extraction facility in the mountain. We sabotaged it. Her jaw tightens. You sabotaged it. Yeah. You sabotaged the only source of pharmaceutical production left in either city. It wasn't production. It was extraction. They were harvesting spinal fluid from live, slow victims to make... I know what they were doing. She cuts me off. Everyone in the medical community knows. We just couldn't prove it. Well, now you can. But the facility's gone. We destroyed it. She looks at the vial again, then at the room full of desperate dying people, then back at me. You destroyed our only medicine source and brought me a vial that'll save maybe 4 people out of the hundreds I'm seeing every day. It's not about the vial, I say. It's about replication. You can analyze it, break down the composition, figure out how to synthesize it without the extraction. No more spinal fluid harvesting. Clean production. Clean production requires equipment I don't have, chemicals I can't source, and time I definitely don't have. But you can do it. She's silent, thinking, calculating. Maybe, she finally says, if I had a month and a miracle. You've got the vial, I say. That's a start. She takes it from my hand, holds it up to the light. The liquid inside is clear, slightly viscous. Hard to believe something so simple is worth this much. I'll need samples, she says. Blood work from people who've been dosed, comparative analysis with standard antibiotics, cellular response data, whatever you need. And I'll need you to defend this place. Because the second word gets out that I have pure serum, every desperate gang and floor council in the low city is going to come through that door. I look at Noemi. She nods. We'll defend it, I say. Dr. Lenz pockets the vial. Get your friend to a bed. I'll see what I can do. Noemi helps her brother toward the back. I watch them go. He stumbles, she catches him. They disappear into the crowd. I'm left standing in the clinic entrance. Is a gun at my hip. Rawls's blood still on my hands. Dr. Lenz is already moving through the patients, barking orders at her assistants. She stops at one bed, a woman, mid-30s, eyes glazed in the slow stare. Dr. Lenz checks her pulse, makes a note on a clipboard. The woman doesn't react, just stares at nothing. I turn back to the door. Through the reinforced slot, I can see the stairwell, empty for now. But I hear them, distant voices getting closer. The riot's spreading. The civil war over dwindling supplies is pushing through the towers floor by floor. They'll reach us eventually. I check the gun. 3 rounds left. The gun's weight in my hand feels heavier than before. Not the weapon itself, but what it represents. What I've become. Rawls is gone because I pulled this trigger, because I chose violence over negotiation, chose the mission over mercy. The clinic door rattles. Someone's outside, testing it. I move to the slot, peer through. It's the kid from the 10th floor, the one who grabbed my jacket. He's alone now, standing in the stairwell, staring at the door. I know you're in there, he says. I don't respond. My sister's dying, he continues. She got dosed last week when the water supply got contaminated. She's 14. She's not slow yet, but she's getting there. You saw what happens. You know. I know. Please, he says, just a little, just enough to stop the progression. I'm not asking for a cure, just time. Behind me, someone in the clinic starts coughing, wet, rattling, the sound of lungs giving up. I can't help you, I say through the slot. You have medicine. I saw it. It's not mine to give. Whose is it? The clinic's. Dr. Lenz is going to use it to make more, to help everyone. By the time she makes more, my sister will be gone. He's right. He's absolutely right. But if I give him the serum now, Dr. Lenz loses her samples, loses the chance at replication, and hundreds more die. It's the math of survival. Calculated attrition. The same philosophy Director Vane used to justify the spinal fluid extraction. I close the slot. The kid pounds on the door. Please, she's all I have left. I turn away. Walk back into the clinic. The sound of his fists on metal follows me, steady, desperate rhythm that doesn't stop. Noemi finds me near the supply closet. She's got her brother settled, she says. He's resting. Dr. Lenz gave him something to help with the tremors. You okay? She asks. No. That kid outside, he's got a sister, 14. Dosed. She's not slow yet. Noemi's quiet. She understands the equation. She's been living it longer than I have. We made the right call, she finally says. Giving the serum to Dr. Lenz, it's the only way to stop this long term. Doesn't feel right. Since when do right things feel right? She's got a point. The pounding stops. The kid's either given up or he's regrouping. Probably regrouping. Desperate people don't quit. They adapt. I look at the clinic, at the rows of dying people, at Dr. Lenz working with equipment that should have been replaced a decade ago, at Noemi standing beside me, her brother slowly recovering in a building that used to be my school. This is what we saved. This is what destroying the High City extraction facility bought us. Chaos, civil war, and a tiny chance at something better buried under a mountain of immediate suffering. Rawls is gone because I chose this. Because I chose Noemi's quest over my own safety, chose sabotage over compliance, chose violence when the system wouldn't bend. The gun's still warm against my hip. I haven't holstered it, haven't cleaned Rawls' blood off the grip. Outside, the kid's voice rises again, not at our door this time, but somewhere distant. He's shouting about medicine, about the clinic hoarding supplies. He's rallying others. I look at Noemi. She's already checking her ammunition. We both know what's coming. The civil war's reached the clinic, the riots at our door, and somewhere in the High City mountain, the chemical stores we sabotaged are probably still smoldering. We destroyed the extraction economy. We killed the parasite. But the host is dying too. and I'm standing here with 3 rounds left and Raoul's blood on my hands, wondering if this is what winning looks like. Chapter 22. The kid's name is Marin. He brought 12 people with him. Noemi counted from the window. She's better at crowd estimates than I am. They're outside the clinic door, not pounding yet, just standing there, waiting. Dr. Lenz is in the back room with the pure serum, running tests. She's been at it for 6 hours. The clinic's too quiet. Everyone's listening to the crowd outside, holding their breath. I'm at the door, gun ready. 3 rounds. How long until they rush us? This Noemi asks. She's next to me, her piece in hand. She's calmer than I am. She's always calmer. Depends on how desperate they are. They're carrying makeshift weapons. Pipes, rebar, one's got a machete. They're past desperate. I look through the slot. Marin's at the front. He's holding something. Looks like a crowbar. His sister's not with him, probably too sick to move. Simon, he calls out. He knows my name. Of course he does. In the low city, everyone knows everyone eventually. We just want to talk. Nothing to talk about, I say. Dr. Lenz has pure serum, we know. We're not asking for all of it, just enough for the critical cases, the ones about to turn. She's using it to synthesize a cure for everyone. How long will that take? I don't answer, because I don't know. Dr. Lenz said a month, maybe, with equipment she doesn't have. How many people turn slow in a month? Marin continues. How many die waiting for a cure that might not come? Someone in the crowd shouts agreement, others join in, the noise builds. We need to barricade the door, Noemi says. Already barricaded. More. We need more. She's right. The rebar we jammed earlier won't hold against 12 people with tools. I move away from the door. Scan the clinic. There's not much. Most of the furniture is being used for beds. We've got a supply cabinet, metal, heavy. It'll work. Help me move this, I say. Noemi and I drag the cabinet across the floor. It scrapes, loud. The patients watch us. Some of them are slow, not full progression, but far enough that they don't react to the noise. Just stare with those glazed eyes. We get the cabinet against the door. It's not much, but it's something. Marin's voice rises outside. We're coming in. You can open the door, or we break it down. Your choice. I look at Noemi. She checks her ammunition. 4 rounds, she says. 7 total, I say. Against 12. Math's not great. No. Someone starts pounding on the door. Not just fists, something metal. The crowbar, probably. The sound echoes through the clinic. One of the patients starts crying. A woman, older, sitting on a cot near the window. She's not slow yet, but she's close. The crying sounds wrong. Too slow, too hollow. Dr. Lenz emerges from the back room. She's carrying the vial. It's half empty now. She used some for testing. How's it going? I ask. It's going, she says. She looks at the door, at the barricade, at the crowd outside. How long do we have? Minutes. Maybe less. She nods, doesn't look surprised. I need more time. You've got what we can give you. She moves to a patient, a young guy, early 20s, slow progression about 60%. She draws blood. Fast, efficient. She's done this 1,000 times. What are you doing? I ask. Comparative samples. If I can isolate the active compound in the pure serum and cross-reference it with pre-dosing blood work, I might be able to synthesize a stable variant without needing spinal fluid. Might? It's experimental. I've never worked with pure serum before. No one has. The High City Consortium kept it locked down. The pounding gets louder. The cabinet shifts. Not much, but it shifts. They're going to break through, Noemi says. I know. We can't hold them. I know. She looks at me. You want to negotiate? With what? We don't have anything they want except the serum, and we can't give them that. So we fight. Yeah. She doesn't argue, just nods. Checks her gun again. 4 rounds. She's thinking the same thing I am. 7 rounds won't stop 12 people. Not if they're committed. The door buckles. The metal groans. Someone's using leverage now, probably jamming the crowbar into the frame. Dr. Lenz finishes with the blood sample. She labels the vial, sets it on a tray with the others. She's moving fast but methodical, everything precise. If they get in, she says, don't let them take the serum. Destroy it if you have to. Destroy it? If they take it, they'll use it piecemeal. Save a few people, waste the rest. It'll be gone in a week and we'll have learned nothing. At least if it's gone on our terms. That's the priority. She cuts me off. The serum or the research, pick one. I look at the vial in her hand. Clear liquid. Enough to save maybe 3 more people, or enough to maybe save everyone. Maybe. The door splinters, not the metal. The frame around it, wood cracks. The barricade holds but barely. They're through in 30 seconds, Noemi says. I move to the door. Noemi flanks me. We take positions, covering angles, overlapping fields of fire. It's instinct. We've done this before in the gap, dodging bandits and slow hunters. The door gives. Not completely, just enough for a hand to reach through. Someone grabs the cabinet, tries to pull it away. I see the hand, see the crowbar wedged in the gap. I don't shoot. Not yet. 7 rounds. Gotta make them count. Last chance, Marin shouts. Open the door or we take it. I press against the cabinet. Noemi joins me. We push back. The hand retreats. We're not opening it, I shout back. Then you're choosing violence. You're the ones breaking in. We're choosing survival, same as you. He's not wrong, that's the worst part. He's not wrong. So the pounding resumes. Harder now. Multiple people. The door frame's splitting. Another few hits and they're through. Dr. Lenz is still working. Blood samples, notes, measurements. She's ignoring the noise. Or maybe she's too focused to care. One of the patients, a man, middle-aged, about 40% slow progression, stands up. He's unsteady, but he moves toward the door. Noemi intercepts him. Sit down, she says. He doesn't respond, just keeps moving. His eyes are glazed, but there's something else, purpose. Like he's heading toward the noise because noise means people, and people mean something his slow brain remembers needing. Noemi gently pushes him back. He resists, not violently, just persistent. She pushes harder. He stumbles, falls back onto the cot. The door splinters again. Bigger gap now. I see faces through it, Marin and 2 others. They're working the crowbar into the frame, prying it open. We need to fall back. Noemi says, where? Back room. Barricade there. That leaves the patients. They're not moving. Most of them can't. She's right. The ones who are slow won't react. The ones who aren't are too sick to run. We barricade in the back room. We abandon them. I look at the patients, at the woman still crying, at the man Noemi pushed down. He's trying to stand again. At the dozens of others just lying there, staring at nothing. We hold here, I say. Simon, we hold. The door breaks. Not the metal, the frame. The whole thing gives way. The cabinet tips forward. We catch it, keep it upright. But the gap's wide enough now for someone to squeeze through. Marin comes through first, crowbar raised. He sees the gun, freezes. Get back, I say. We just want the serum. You can't have it. People are dying. People are dying anyway. Dr. Lenz is working on a cure, real cure, not a temporary fix. How long? As long as it takes. He looks past me, at Dr. Lenz, at the vials on her tray, at the half-empty pure serum. That's not good enough, he says. He moves, fast, crowbar swinging at my head. I dodge, barely. The crowbar hits the cabinet, metal on metal, sparks. I bring the gun up. Don't fire, just aim. He freezes again. Don't, I say. Behind him, the others are pushing through. 2 more people, then 3. They're inside now, spreading out. Noemi shifts, covering the ones moving toward the supply area. Everyone stops, I say. Loud enough for the whole room. We're all stopping right now. No one stops. Marin's still moving forward. Heck, the others are flanking. One of them, a woman, younger, holding a piece of rebar, is heading straight for Dr. Lenz. Noemi fires. The shot's deafening in the enclosed space. It hits the floor near the woman's feet. She jumps back, drops the rebar. Next one's not a warning, Noemi says. The room goes still. Everyone's frozen. Marin with the crowbar. The woman without the rebar. The others halfway through the door. Here's what's going to happen, I say. You're going to back out. Slowly. We're going to fix the door, and you're going to wait. Wait for what? Marin asks. For Dr. Lenz to finish, for the cure. And if there's no cure, then we're all gone anyway. But if there's a chance, any chance, we don't waste it for a few extra days. He's staring at me, crowbar still raised, deciding. My sister's 14, he says. I know. She's dying. I know. And you're asking me to let her die, so maybe Dr. Lenz figures out something that might work. Yeah. He lowers the crowbar. Not far, just enough to show he's thinking. What if it was someone you loved? He asks. What if it was her? He nods toward Noemi. Would you wait? I look at Noemi. She's still aiming at the woman. Steady hands. Didn't flinch when she fired the warning shot. I did wait, I say. Her brother was the prime donor in the High City extraction facility. He was conscious, knew what was happening. We could have pulled him early, saved him faster. But we waited until we could sabotage the whole facility, until we could stop the extraction economy. He nearly didn't make it. We nearly didn't make it. But we waited because the alternative was letting the system keep grinding people down. Marin's quiet, processing. Your sister's not gone yet, I continue. Dr. Lenz has people here who are farther along than her. She's stabilizing them, buying time. If your sister's dosed but not fully slow, bring her here. Dr. Lenz will do what she can. With what? She's out of medicine. She's got the pure serum for analysis, and she's got people who know how to stretch supplies. It's not much, but it's something. He looks at the others. They look at him. Silent conversation, weighing options. The woman picks up her rebar, slowly, non-threatening. She backs toward the door. We're not done, Marin says. No one's done, I say. We're all just trying to make it through. He nods, backs toward the door. The others follow. They slip out through the gap, one by one. I keep the gun raised until the last one's through. Then I lower it. My hands are shaking. Again, Noemi moves to the door. We wedge the cabinet back in place. It won't hold long term, but it'll slow the next attempt. Dr. Lenz hasn't looked up. She's still working. Blood samples, notes. Her hands are steady. She's been through worse. I holster the gun. Look at Noemi. 3 rounds left, I say. 3 left, she echoes. Not enough if they come back with more. No. I move to the window. Look out. Marin and his group are in the stairwell, talking. Planning. They'll be back. Maybe not tonight, but soon. Behind me, one of the patients, the man who tried to stand earlier, is moving again. Slow, unsteady. He reaches out toward nothing. His fingers grasp air. Noemi watches him. How much longer, she asks Dr. Lenz. 2 weeks. Maybe 3, if I can get the equipment. What equipment? A centrifuge, proper storage, chemical reagents, basic lab setup. Where do we get that? High City, or what's left of it. I turn from the window. The High City's locked down. Consortium's in full containment mode after we sabotage the facility. Then we improvise, Dr. Lenz says, or we accept that I'm working with Stone Age tools and pray for a miracle. The patient collapses. Noemi catches him before he hits the floor. She lowers him back onto the cot. He's breathing, but it's shallow, irregular. He's deteriorating, Dr. Lenz says without looking. He'll be full slow by morning. Noemi looks at me. We need that equipment. We can't get into High City. We got in before. That was when we had a guide route. Before we sabotaged the facility, before we turned the consortium into an active enemy. So we find another way. There is no other way. She's quiet, thinking. I know that look. She's already planning something reckless. Don't, I say. Don't what? Whatever you're thinking. I'm thinking we need equipment. I'm thinking High City has equipment. I'm thinking we've done harder things. We barely made it out last time. We made it. That's what matters. She's right, technically. But barely making it once doesn't mean we'll make it twice. Dr. Lenz speaks up. There might be another option. We both look at her. The Low City used to have medical labs, she says. Before the floor councils sold everything for tech. Some of the equipment might still be salvageable, buried under the floodline. The floodline's been sitting for years, I say. Anything down there's rusted through. Maybe, maybe not. Chemical storage is usually sealed. If we can find one of the old lab levels, That's floors 1 through 8, fully submerged. No power, no light, and probably full of slow who got trapped when the water rose. Like I said, another option, not a good one. Noemi and I exchange looks. High city suicide mission or low city underwater death trap? Great choices. We'll scout the flooded levels, Noemi says. Tonight we hold the clinic. Dr. Lenz nods, goes back to her work. I move back to the window. Marin's group is gone now. Stairwell's empty, but I can hear them. Distant voices echoing up from the lower floors. They're not giving up, just regrouping. The patient on the cot is still breathing, shallow. His eyes are fully glazed now. By morning, Dr. Lenz said, by morning he'll be one more body shuffling through the low sissy, looking for something his broken brain can't remember. Noemi stands next to me, close enough that our shoulders touch. We're going to fix this, she says. Yeah, you believe that? I look at her, at the scar across her face, at the orange hair now faded and dirty from weeks in the gap, at the eyes that have seen too much and still haven't given up. I believe we're going to try, I say. She smiles, small, sad, good enough. Outside, something crashes, distant, another building collapsing, maybe. Or another riot starting, the low city's tearing itself apart, floor by floor. The civil war's spreading, and we're standing in a clinic with 3 bullets, half a vial of pure serum, and a prayer that Dr. Lenz can synthesize a cure before everyone turns slow. I holster the gun. The grip's still dirty. Raul's blood dried into the texture. I should clean it. Should have cleaned it hours ago. But I don't. Because every time I look at it, I remember what I did, what I became. And maybe that's important. Maybe I need to remember. Dr. Lenz holds up a vial, one of the blood samples. She tilts it toward the light, examining the color. Then she makes a note on her clipboard and reaches for the next one. 3 weeks, she said. Maybe, with equipment, with luck, with time we don't have. The patient stops breathing. Just like that, mid-breath, his chest goes still. No one moves to help him because there's nothing to help. He's gone. Noemi closes his eyes. Habit. Respect. Doesn't mean anything, but we do it anyway. Dr. Lenz makes another note. Doesn't look up. She's seen hundreds die. One more doesn't change the work. I watch the stairwell through the door gap. Empty. Quiet. Waiting. Marin will come back with more people, better tools, and I'll have 3 bullets and a choice. Defend the clinic or let them take the serum. Calculated attrition. The same math that built the extraction economy, the same math that's going to save us or end us, one or the other. The clinic goes quiet, just the sound of Dr. Lenz working, and the distant echo of the low city tearing itself apart, and Noemi's breathing next to me. Steady, constant. I check the gun, 3 rounds. It's going to be a long night. Chapter 23. The water's cold, seeps through my boots before we're even past the 3rd floor. Noemi's ahead of me, testing each step with a length of pipe we found in the stairwell. Smart. The floors are unstable down here, rot and rust and years of sitting underwater. We left the clinic at dawn. Dr. Lenz needs equipment. The flooded levels are the only option that doesn't involve suicide running back into High City. So here we are. Descending into the drowned heart of the low city. The stairwell's dark. Our only light is a hand-crank flashlight Noemi's carrying. She cranks it every few minutes. The whir echoes off the walls. How deep are we going? I ask. 6. That's where the main medical lab was. You remember it? I was a kid, but I remember the floor number. My mom worked there before. She stops, doesn't finish. Before the floor council sold the equipment, before the lab shut down, before everything collapsed, we reached the 4th floor landing. Water's up to our ankles now. The door's sealed, rusted shut. We move past it, keep descending. 5th floor, water's at our knees. The smell's worse here, stagnant, chemical. Whatever seeped into the flood over the years, it wasn't good. Noemi ties a cloth over her face. I do the same. The flashlight flickers. She cranks it. The beam steadies. Something moves in the water ahead. Ripples. We both freeze. Slow? I whisper. Maybe. We wait. The ripples fade. Could have been anything. Debris shifting, structural settling, Or it could have been someone trapped down here when the water rose, still shuffling around in the dark. We keep moving. 6th floor, water's at our waist. The door here's open, bent off its hinges. We shine the light through. Can't see much, just water and shapes that used to be furniture. This is it, Noemi says. We wade through. The hallway's narrow, water sloshes against the walls. Everything's coated in slime, biological, chemical, hard to tell. The floor shifts under our feet. Watch your step, Noemi says. Unnecessary, but appreciated. The hallway branches, left toward what used to be residential units, right toward the commercial wing. The medical lab was commercial side. We go right. The light catches something ahead. A door frame. Sign above it. Half the letters missing, but I can make out the rest. MDCLLB, medical lab. Noemi pushes through. The door's stuck. I help. We shove together. It gives. Opens into a room that's completely flooded. Chest deep. Great, I say. Noemi sweeps the light. Desks underwater. Cabinets overturned. Equipment scattered across the floor. Or what I assume is the floor. Hard to tell under the murk. We need to dive, she says. Dive. The storage lockers are probably at floor level. Sealed. That's where they'd keep the valuable equipment. You want me to dive into flooded, possibly toxic water to feel around for storage lockers that might have equipment that might still work. Yeah. I look at the water. Can't see past a few inches. Could be anything down there. Slow. Structural collapse waiting to happen. Chemical spills. This is a terrible idea, I say. You have a better one? No. She hands me the flashlight. Hold this. I'll go first. No. But she's already moving, takes a breath, ducks under. I hold the light at the surface, try to track her shape. Can't. The water's too dark. 10 seconds. 30. She surfaces, gasps, nothing. Just desks. Try further in, she nods, goes under again. I count. 40 seconds this time. 50. She breaks the surface. Got something. Feels like a cabinet, locked. Can you open it? Not underwater. We need to bring it up. How heavy? Heavy. We work together. She dives. I hold the light. She describes what she's feeling. Handles, hinges, size. We strategize. After the 3rd dive, she manages to get a grip under it. Pull, she says. I set down the light. Reach into the water. Feel for her hands. Find them. She's got the cabinet by the bottom edge. I grab the top. We lift. It's stuck. Wedged under something. We pull harder. Something gives, not the cabinet, but whatever was pinning it. It shifts. We lift. The cabinet breaks the surface. Metal. Rusted. Sealed with a heavy lock. We haul it toward the door. It's slow work. The thing weighs maybe 80 pounds. Submerged, it was manageable. Out of the water, it's brutal. We get it to the hallway. Rest. Noemi's breathing hard. Me too. Think there's anything useful inside? I ask. Only one way to find out. We don't have a key, obviously. Noemi produces a small pry bar from her pack. She works it into the lock seam, jimmies it. The lock holds. Tough lock, she says. Good sign means whatever's inside was worth protecting. She keeps working. 5 minutes. The lock gives, snaps clean off. We open the cabinet. Inside, vials, dozens of them, sealed in waterproof cases, labels faded but readable, chemical compounds, reagents, some medical supplies, syringes, tubing, and at the bottom, a small centrifuge. Old model. Manual crank. This is it, Noemi says. She's smiling. First real smile I've seen in days. I lift out the centrifuge. Check it. Heavy. Functional. The crank mechanism moves. Stiff, but it moves. Dr. Lenz can use this, I say. We need to get it back. We repack the cabinet, seal it as best we can, prepare to haul it up 6 floors of flooded stairwell. Then we hear it. The sound. Shuffling from deeper in the lab. Multiple sources. Noemi grabs the flashlight. Shines it into the room. The beam catches movement. Shapes, slow shapes, moving through the water. Slow, plural, maybe 5, maybe more. They were here the whole time, just didn't react to us until now. Back up, I say. We move toward the hallway slowly. The slow are moving toward the noise, toward us. One of them reaches the doorway. Woman, middle-aged, her face is half gone, rot, not injury. She's been down here for years. She doesn't shuffle so much as sway. The water's holding her up. Don't run, Noemi whispers. They track movement. I know. We back into the hallway. The slow follows. Slow, uncoordinated. Her eyes are glazed, but they're tracking us. Barely. Two more appear in the doorway. Then three. They're all coming. We need to move, I say. The cabinet. Leave it. Simon, we move now or we don't move at all. She looks at the cabinet, at the centrifuge inside, at the slow closing in. She grabs the centrifuge, just the centrifuge, leaves the rest. We move, fast as we can through waist-deep water. The slow follow. They're faster than I expected. Not fast, but not stationary either. We hit the stairwell, start climbing. Water level drops, knee-deep, ankle-deep. Behind us, the slow are at the stairwell entrance. They don't climb, just stand there, swaying, watching us go. We don't stop until we hit the third floor. Above the waterline, dry ground relatively. Noemi sets down the centrifuge. She's breathing hard, soaked through. Shivering. You okay? I ask. Yeah, she coughs. Wet cough from the water, but hopefully just from the water. I look at the centrifuge. It's intact. That's something. Dr. Lenz can work with this? I ask. She'll have to. We rest. 5 minutes, long enough to catch our breath, not long enough for the cold to set in. Then we hear it again. Different sound this time. Not shuffling. Running. Footsteps above us. Coming down. I draw the gun. Noemi does the same. The footsteps get closer. 2 people, maybe 3, moving fast. They round the corner. Stop. It's Marin. And 2 others from his group. They see us, see the centrifuge, see the guns. Everyone freezes. You went into the flood levels, Marin says. Statement, not question. Yeah. For equipment. Yeah. He looks at the centrifuge. For the doctor. Yeah. He's quiet, thinking. The other 2 are watching me. Watching my gun. We followed you, Marin says. Saw you go down. Figured we'd wait. See what you found. And now I'm deciding whether to take that equipment or let you keep it. If you try to take it, this gets loud. 3 guns against 2. Math's not in your favor. He's right. I've got 3 rounds. Noemi's got 3. 6 total. They've got 3 people and probably more weapons than just the crowbar Marin's carrying, but they don't know I'm counting rounds. Don't know we're nearly empty. You take this, I say. Dr. Lenz can't synthesize the cure. You'll get your sister a few extra days? Maybe. Then she's slow anyway. And so's everyone else. And if the doctor fails, if there's no cure, then we all go slow together. But at least we tried. Marin looks at his people. Silent conversation. They're considering it. One of them speaks up. Woman. Younger. My brother's at the clinic. Dr. Lenz stabilized him yesterday. He's not better, but he's not worse. Because she's rationing the pure serum, I say. Stretching it. With this equipment, she can analyze it, replicate it, make enough for everyone. You keep saying that. Make enough for everyone. But I haven't seen proof. Because she's been working for less than a day, with broken equipment. Give her time. Time's the one thing we don't have. The woman steps forward. Let them keep it. If it works for all of us. If it doesn't, we're no worse off. Marin's quiet. Still thinking. Then he lowers the crowbar. You get 1 week. 1 week's not 1 week. If Dr. Lenz doesn't have results by then, we take what's left of the pure serum and distribute it ourselves. Fair share. No hoarding. That'll waste it. She needs the full sample to 1 week, or we take it now. I look at Noemi. She's still aiming at them. Steady. But I can see it in her eyes. We're not winning this fight. Not today. 1 week, I say. Marin nods. Steps aside. His people do the same. We move past them. Slow. Careful. No sudden moves. They don't follow. Just watch us climb. I don't relax until we're 2 floors up. Out of sight. Noemi finally holsters her gun. We're not going to make it a week. I know. Dr. Lenz needs at least 3. I know. So what do? I look at the centrifuge, at the water still dripping off it, at Noemi, soaked and shivering. We get this to Dr. Lenz, I say, and we buy her as much time as we can. We reach the clinic. The barricade's still up. Noemi knocks. The signal. 3 short, 2 long. The slot opens. Dr. Lenz peers through, sees the centrifuge. Her eyes widen. You found one. Yeah. She opens the door. We bring it inside. Set it down. She's already inspecting it, cranking the mechanism, checking for damage. It's old, she says, but functional. I can work with this. How long? I ask. For what? For results. Proof that the synthesis is working. She looks up, studies my face. Why? Because we've got 1 week. Then Marin and his people are taking the pure serum, distributing it themselves. Her jaw tightens. 1 week's not enough. It's what we have. She looks back at the centrifuge, at the vials of reagents we brought up, at the makeshift lab she's been running with scraps and willpower. I'll do what I can, she says. It's not a promise, it's a fact. She'll do what she can. And if that's not enough, then it's not enough. I leave her to it, move to the window, look out, the stairwell's empty. Marin's gone, but I can feel it. The timer, 1 week, 7 days, and then the clinic tears itself apart. Not from outside, from inside, when desperate people realize they're out of time and out of options. Noemi joins me at the window. She's changed into dry clothes, still shivering. You need to warm up, I say. I'm fine. You're soaked. The water was toxic. I'm fine. She's not fine. None of us are. But we're pretending, because pretending's easier than accepting. One of the patients starts coughing, wet, rattling, the sound of lungs giving up. Dr. Lenz moves to them, checks vitals, makes notes. The patient stops coughing, goes quiet, too quiet. Dr. Lenz closes their eyes, moves to the next patient. Noemi watches. How many are we losing per day? 3, maybe 4. And how many new ones are coming in? More than we're losing. She's quiet, doing the math. The numbers don't add up. They never will. We should have taken more, she says. More what? From the lab. More equipment, more supplies. We got what we could carry. It's not enough. It never is. She looks at me, tired, defeated. Then what's the point? I don't have an answer, because I'm asking the same question. What's the point of saving 3 people when 30 more are dying? What's the point of synthesizing a cure when the city's tearing itself apart before we can distribute it? What's the point of any of this? But I don't say that. Instead, the point is we keep trying. That's not a point. That's just stubbornness. Maybe, but it's all we've got. She doesn't argue, just turns back to the window, watches the empty stairwell. Dr. Lenz calls out, I need more blood samples. Anyone who's been recently dosed, bring them here. Noemi moves to help. I stay at the window. The city's quiet, too quiet, like it's holding its breath, waiting for something to break. I check the gun, 3 rounds, 1 week. The numbers don't add up. They never will, but we keep counting anyway. Chapter 24. Noemi's brother spoke. Not much, just a word. But it was a word. We're in the back room of the clinic. Dr. Lenz sectioned it off for the recovering cases. People pulled back from the edge, but not yet stable. Noemi's brother's been here for 4 days, mostly sleeping, occasional tremors, nothing coherent until now. I'm standing next to Noemi when it happens. She's holding his hand. He's lying on a cot, eyes open but not really seeing, the standard slow stare, but his fingers are moving, twitching. That's new. Then his mouth moves. Destruct. Noemi leans in. What? He blinks, focuses on her, really focuses, first time in days. Self-destruct. His voice is rough, barely a whisper, but it's there. What about self-destruct? Noemi asks. Facility has. He goes quiet, eyes closing. Noemi squeezes his hand. Stay with me. What about the facility? His eyes open again, clearer this time. Chemical stores, self-destruct. For containment, I lean in. The High City facility? The extraction site? He nods. Barely. Fail-safe. Buried. Deep. Red. Button. Where? Central. Core. His eyes close. He's gone again. Not gone. Just back into whatever half-state he's been in. But he spoke. Coherent sentences. Information. Noemi looks at me. The facility has a self-destruct. He worked there. He'd know. If we trigger it, it destroys the chemical stores, the extraction capability, everything. But we already sabotaged it. We sabotaged the refinery, the production area. But the stores are deeper, the raw chemicals, the concentrated stuff. If that's still intact, the consortium can rebuild, start extraction again. She's quiet. Processing. We need to go back. Back to High City. Yeah. I look at her brother, at the way his chest rises and falls, slow but steady. He's fighting his way back. But it's fragile. If we go back, I say, we might not make it out. I know. Your brother needs you here. My brother needs the facility gone permanently, so no one else becomes a donor. She's right. Of course she's right, but it doesn't make it easier. Dr. Lenz appears in the doorway. I heard. He spoke. Yeah, Noemi says. He said the facility has a self-destruct for the chemical stores. Dr. Lenz processes this. Her face doesn't change much. She's too pragmatic for visible reactions. If the stores are intact, the consortium can restart extraction within months, maybe weeks. That's what we figured. Then you need to destroy them. We need to stay here. Marin's deadline is in 3 days. If we're not here to defend the clinic won't matter if the extraction economy restarts. She cuts me off. Everything we're doing here, the synthesis, the research, it's pointless if the consortium rebuilds. They'll flood the market with pure serum, create dependency again. We'll be right back where we started. You're asking us to abandon the clinic. I'm asking you to prioritize. The clinic's a temporary fix. Destroying the facility is permanent. She's not wrong, but she's asking us to choose the immediate crisis or the long-term solution. People dying today or people dying tomorrow. Calculated attrition. Noemi's already decided. I can see it. She's checking her gear, her gun, her pack. We leave tonight, she says. Noemi, tonight, while there's still time. I look at Dr. Lenz. What about Marin? I'll handle Marin. With what? He's got numbers, weapons, 3 days of patience left. Then I'll stall him, tell him we're close to a breakthrough, show him progress. Are you close? She hesitates. Close enough to be convincing. Not the answer I wanted, but it's the answer we've got. Noemi's at the door. You coming? I look at her brother, at Dr. Lenz, at the clinic full of people barely holding on. Yeah, I say, I'm coming. We leave at midnight, quiet. Dr. Lenz sees us off, doesn't say much, just hands me a sealed vial. What's this? I ask. Sample of the pure serum, concentrated. If you don't make it back... She stops, starts again. If you don't make it back, there's enough here for me to continue the work. Maybe. Maybe? It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing. I pocket the vial. We'll make it back. She doesn't respond, just opens the clinic door. We slip through. The stairwell's empty. No Marin, no guards, just us and the echo of our footsteps. We climb past the 10th floor riot site, past the 14th floor garden where Rowls went down, up and up until we hit the rooftop access. The night air's cold, clear. I can see the high city from here. The mountain silhouette against the stars. The faint glow of work lights from the mines. How do we get in? Noemi asks. Same way as before. Support class housing. Blend in with the labor crews. They'll be on high alert after the sabotage. Yeah, so we're improvising. Yeah. She nods. Checks her gear again. Force of habit. Her gun's loaded. 4 rounds. I've got 3. 7 total between us. 7 rounds to get past consortium guards, infiltrate a heavily fortified facility, find the self-destruct and trigger it. The math's bad, but the math's always bad. We move. The rooftop-to-rooftop route takes us north, toward the gap. The scaffolding's unstable, years of weather and neglect, but it holds. We move fast, quiet. By the time we reach the gap's edge, the sun's starting to rise. Early light, cold and gray. The gap looks different, emptier, fewer slow than usual. Maybe they've migrated, maybe they've just stopped. Hard to tell. The slow don't follow patterns. They just exist. We descend into the gap, the same route we took weeks ago when this all started. Back when I thought I could stay independent, stay uninvolved, seems like years ago, might as well be. Noemi leads. She knows the terrain better than I do. Old extraction routes, old consortium pathways. She used to work these, before she left, before they chewed her brother. How you holding up, I ask. Fine. You sure? She looks back. I got dosed, at the clinic, when we were sealing the water valves. My stomach drops. What? The water. It hit my face. I swallowed some. How much? Enough. Noemi, I'm fine. For now. The progression's slow. Might be days, might be weeks. We need to get you back. Dr. Lenz can't do anything until she synthesizes a cure, and she can't do that until the facility's gone. So we finish this, then we worry about me. She turns away, keeps moving. I stand there, processing. She's dosed, she's turning, and she didn't tell me until now. How long have you known? I ask. Since the valve sealed. 3 days. 3 days and you didn't... What would you have done? Forced me to stay at the clinic? Used the last of the pure serum to save me instead of helping Dr. Lenz synthesize a cure for everyone? She's right. I would have. I would have used the serum. Saved her. Doomed everyone else. Because I'm selfish. Because I care more about her than the mission, than the city, than anything. And she knew that, so she didn't tell me. We should go back, I say. No. Noemi, no. We finish this. For my brother. For everyone at the clinic. For every person who's going to be shoot if the consortium rebuilds. She's moving again. I follow because what else can I do? The gap takes 6 hours to cross. By the time we reach the high city outskirts, the sun's overhead. Work crews are coming off shift. Support class housing is packed. We blend in, dirty clothes, tired faces. We look like everyone else, exhausted, desperate. The consortium guards at the checkpoint barely glance at us. They're checking for weapons. We don't have anything obvious. Noemi's got her piece tucked in her waistband, covered by her jacket. Mine's the same. They wave us through. The support class housing is worse than I remember. More people, less space. The stimulant use is visible. Everyone's got the jitters, the too wide eyes, the constant motion. This way, Noemi says. She leads me through the housing maze, past the shacks, past the medical tent where people line up for their daily dose, past the work distribution center where guards assign shifts. We reach the mine entrance, the same one we used before. But there's a problem. Guards, lots of guards, more than before. They're checking everyone. Scanning IDs, running names against a list. They're looking for us, I say. Yeah. So how do we get in? She's quiet, thinking. The auxiliary entrance, the one for equipment transport. Where? North side, less guarded, but it's exposed. Cameras. Cameras we can't disable, no. So we walk in, hope they don't notice. Yeah, it's a terrible plan. But we're out of good options. We move north, circle around the housing. The auxiliary entrance is exactly where she said. Large doors, equipment carts, 2 guards, and cameras. Mounted high, covering every angle. We need a distraction, I say. Like what? I look around. Work crews, equipment, stimulant distribution happening nearby. Follow my lead, I say. I approach the stimulant tent. There's a line. I cut to the front. Guy at the desk looks up. Back of the line, he says. I lean in, whisper. Consortium audit, they're checking dosage records. Someone's been skimming. His face goes pale. What? Audit. Now, get your records. They're coming here next. He stands, panicked, grabs a box of files, runs toward the administrative building. The line dissolves. People scattering. No one wants to be around for an audit. The guards at the auxiliary entrance notice the commotion. They move toward the tent, investigating. Noemi and I slip through the door, into the mine. Inside, it's exactly as I remember. Cold, chemical smell, work lights, and the sound of machinery deep below. We move fast, down the access tunnel, past the storage areas, toward the central core. How do you know where we're going? I ask. I worked here for 2 years. I know every tunnel. And the self-destruct? It'll be in the core. That's where all the fail-safes are. We reach a junction. She goes left. I follow. The tunnels get narrower, the lights sparser. We're in the older sections now. Pre-collapse construction. Everything's reinforced, sealed. We hear voices ahead. Guards. Patrol. We duck into a side passage. Wait, the patrol passes, doesn't see us. We keep moving. The core's ahead. I can hear it. The hum of machinery. The chemical processing. It's still running, still functional. We reach the entrance. Heavy door. Sealed. Keycard access. How do we get through, I ask. Noemi produces a keycard. Old one. Faded. This still work? I ask. Only one way to find out. She swipes it. The panel lights green. The door unlocks. We're in. The core's huge, larger than the refinery we sabotaged. This is the heart of the facility: chemical storage tanks, processing equipment, and in the center a control panel. Noemi crosses to it. I cover the door, listening for footsteps. She's scanning the panel. Self-destruct should be here, she points. Red button, recessed, protected by a clear cover. That's it, I ask. That's it. Seems too easy. It's designed for emergency containment. It needs to be accessible. She lifts the cover. The button's exposed. Red. Simple. If we press this, she says, the whole facility goes. How long until detonation? 5 minutes, maybe less. Can we make it out in 5 minutes? Maybe. I look at her, at the way she's standing, a little unsteady, the early stages of the slow progression. She's still coherent, still herself, but the clock's running. You should go, she says. I'll trigger it. Meet you outside. No. Simon, no. We press it together. We run together. She doesn't argue, just nods. We both reach for the button. Press it. The alarms start immediately. Loud, piercing, red lights flash. We run. Chapter 25. The alarms everywhere. In the walls. In my head. Noemi's ahead of me, moving fast but not steady. She stumbles. I catch her arm. Keep moving. I'm trying. We're back in the access tunnels, the one leading out. Behind us, the chemical core's already venting. I can hear it. Hissing. Pressure release. 5 minutes until total detonation. We've been running for 1. The tunnel branches. Noemi goes right. I follow. Can't question her navigation now. Just trust it. We pass a work crew. They're evacuating too. Panicked. Shoving past each other. One of them slams into me. I shove back. Keep moving. The exit's ahead. The auxiliary door. We're almost there. Then Noemi collapses. Not a stumble. A full collapse. She goes down hard. I grab her before she hits the ground. Noemi. Her eyes are unfocused. The glaze. The slow stare. It's starting. No. Stay with me. She blinks. Focuses. I'm here. We need to move. Can you walk? Don't know. Chapter 27. The scaffolding's worse than I remember. Rust-eaten metal groaning under our weight. We're 300 feet up the high city mountain face, clinging to a maintenance crane that hasn't been serviced in decades. Below us, nothing. Just the chute. The massive disposal shaft where the consortium dumped the slow. Timar's behind me, breathing hard. We've been climbing for 6 hours. Why are we doing this again, he asks. Because Director Vane's still alive. And that matters because as long as he's alive, the consortium can rebuild. He's got support, resources, people who believe in his calculated attrition philosophy. 3 settlements we visited in the past week reported consortium scouts. They're regrouping. We found out 4 days ago, a runner from the eastern settlements brought word. Vane survived the facility explosion. He's holed up in the High City Administrative Tower, the one structure still standing after we triggered the self-destruct. He's rallying the remaining guards, promising a return to order. To the extraction economy, people are listening because people are scared. The cure's distributing slowly. Not everyone's getting it. Some settlements are too far. Some don't trust it. The chaos is spreading and Vane's offering stability. The same stability that built the extraction economy, that turned people into biological resources, that created the slow in the first place. We can't let him rebuild. Can't let the cycle restart. So here we are, climbing a crane, in the middle of the night, with a plan that's mostly improvised and definitely suicidal. The crane platform's ahead, 20 feet. We pull ourselves up. The metal's slick with condensation, cold. My hands are numb. We reach the platform. Rest. The administrative tower is visible from here. Lights in the windows, guards on patrol. Maybe 20, maybe more. How do we get in? Tamar asks. Front door. That's your plan? Front door? They're not expecting us. Everyone thinks the consortium's finished. They're not on high alert. We walk in like we belong. We might make it to Vane before anyone realizes. And if they realize? I check the gun. Still 3 rounds. Been carrying them for weeks. Keep thinking I'll need them. Keep not using them. Then we improvise. We cross the gap between the crane and the tower using a narrow catwalk. It's exposed. No cover. If a guard looks up, we're spotted. No one looks up. We reach the tower's service entrance. Locked. Tamar pulls out a pry bar, works it into the seam. The door's old, corroded. It gives, we slip inside. The tower's different from the facility, cleaner, administrative, the kind of place where decisions get made by people who never see the consequences. Carpeted hallways, functioning lights, even some pre-collapse furniture that hasn't been stripped for parts. We move through the ground floor, empty, everyone's upstairs. We find a stairwell. Start climbing, 3rd floor. Voices, we stop. Press against the wall. 2 guards pass, talking about rations, about how Vane promised increased distribution once they secure the remaining pharmaceutical caches. They don't see us. Keep walking, we continue up. 5th floor. 7th. The voices get louder. More people. We're getting close to the command center. 9th floor. The door's reinforced. Guarded. 2 consortium soldiers, armed, alert. We need a distraction, Tamar whispers. I look around. There's a fire alarm on the wall. Pre-collapse system. Probably doesn't work, but maybe the guards don't know that. I pull, nothing happens. The alarm's dead, but the motion catches the guards' attention. C-turn. See us. Hey, I don't let him finish. Rush forward. He's reaching for his weapon. I'm faster. Hit him in the throat. He goes down gasping. The second guard gets his weapon up. Tamar's already moving, tackles him. They hit the floor hard. The weapon skitters away. Tamar pins him, knocks him unconscious with the pry bar. We drag both guards into a side room, tie them with their own belts, gag them. So much for stealth, Tamar says. We're past stealth. The reinforced door's unlocked from the inside. We push through. The command center is exactly what you'd expect. Maps on the walls, communication equipment, 12 people working, consortium officials, administrative staff. And at the center, looking at a map of the low city, Director Vane. He's older than I remember. Gray hair, thin, but his eyes are sharp, calculating. He sees us immediately, doesn't look surprised. Simon, he says, I was wondering when you'd arrive. You were expecting me? Of course. You destroyed the facility south, killed the extraction economy. You're thorough. I'd be disappointed if you didn't come to finish the job. The room's gone quiet. Everyone's watching, waiting. Some of them have weapons. None of them have drawn them yet. Call off your scouts, I say. Stop trying to rebuild. Why would I do that? Because the extraction's over. There's a cure now. Synthetic, no spinal fluid, no donors. The economy you built is obsolete. He smiles, small, condescending. You think a cure changes anything? The cure is just another resource, another commodity, and commodities need distribution, management, control. Without structure, without hierarchy, your cure will reach maybe 10% of the population. The rest will die waiting. Is that what you want? Better than enslaving people for their spinal fluid. I never enslaved anyone. I managed a resource crisis. Humanity was dying. I created a system that extended survival. Yes, it required sacrifice, but all systems do. Your cure will require sacrifice too. You just don't see it yet. He's moving while he talks, subtle, positioning himself near the communication console. I track it but don't interrupt. Let him think he's controlling the conversation. The difference, I say, is consent. The donors didn't choose to be donors. You took them, processed them, threw them away when they were empty. And you think the people receiving your cure are choosing? They're desperate. They'd agree to anything. That's not consent. That's survival instinct. Same as what I built. You're just prettier about it. It's not the same, isn't it? You chose to let Noemi die so the cure could be synthesized. You prioritized the collective over the individual. That's calculated attrition. That's my philosophy. You're living it. He's right. I hate that he's right. But he is. The room's tense. Everyone's waiting to see how this plays out. That's whether I shoot him or walk away. Your philosophy required victims, I say. People who suffered so others could survive. My choice required one sacrifice, made willingly. There's a difference. A difference of scale, not principle. Then let's talk principle. You believe humanity's a biological resource, something to be spent, managed, optimized. I believe humanity's people, individuals, worthy of dignity even when it's inefficient. Your system turned people into products. Mine gives them a chance to be people again. Vane's hand is on the console now, resting, casual, but I see it, the tension in his fingers. He's about to trigger something. Your idealism is admirable, he says, but it won't save anyone. Systems require hierarchy, control. Without it, you've got chaos. And chaos kills more people than any extraction economy ever did. Then we'll build a better system. With what? Hope? Good intentions? Those don't distribute medicine. They don't organize supply chains. They don't make hard choices when resources are scarce. You destroyed the only functioning system in either city. What are you replacing it with? Something better. That's not an answer. That's a prayer. His finger moves, presses a button on the console. Alarms throughout the tower. Loud, piercing. Guards pour into the room. 10, 15. Weapons drawn. They surround us. Tamar's reaching for his weapon. I grab his arm. Stop him. Don't, I say. But we're outnumbered, outgunned. We fight. We die. Then Vane wins. Vane's smiling. Full smile now. Triumphant. You see, this is what happens when idealism meets reality. You had a chance to kill me when you walked in. You didn't, because you wanted to talk, to convince me, to make this mean something. But in systems like ours, meaning is a luxury. Function is what matters. The guards are closing in, weapons aimed at us, center mass, professional. You're going to rebuild the extraction, I say. I'm going to restore order. If that requires extraction, then yes. But I'll remember your cure. Maybe we can synthesize both. Extraction for the short term, cure for the long term. Hybrid approach. More efficient. That's not. That's reality. You can accept it or die fighting it. Either way, the outcome's the same. The guards are right on us now, hands reaching for our weapons, for our arms. I look at Tamar. He's tense, ready to fight. I shake my head. Small. He relaxes. Barely. They disarm us. Take the gun. 3 rounds gone. Take Tamar's pry bar. Search us for anything else. Find the whistle. The one Noemi gave me. A guard holds it up. What's this? Nothing, I say. Just a whistle. He pockets it. They bind our hands. Zip ties. Tight, professional. Vane approaches. Stands close. Looking at me. I'm not going to execute you. That would make you a martyr. Instead, I'm going to put you to work in the mines. Extraction detail. You'll see firsthand how the system functions. Maybe you'll understand. I'll never work for you. Everyone works eventually. It's just a matter of incentive. He turns away. Addresses the guards. Take them to holding. Process them in the morning. The guards move us toward the door. Out of the command center. Into the hallway. The alarms are still blaring. More guards arriving. The tower's on full alert now. We're halfway to the stairwell when the explosion hits. Not inside the tower. Outside. Somewhere below. The building shakes. Lights flicker. The guards stop. Confused. Looking at each other. Another explosion. Closer this time. The tower shudders. A window blows out. Glass everywhere. One of the guards speaks into his radio. What's happening? Static. Then a voice. Panicked. The crane. Someone rigged the crane. It's coming down. The building lurches. Hard. We're thrown against the wall. The guards lose their grip on us. Tamar looks at me. Did you? No. But I know who did. The settlements, the people we distributed the cure to. They followed us. Set charges on the crane. Timed them to go off after we made entry. They're bringing down the tower. The building's tilting now. Structural integrity compromised. Everything's sliding. The guards are trying to evacuate. Scrambling for the stairs. We run too. Hands still bound. Can't balance properly. The floor's at an angle. Getting worse. We reach the stairwell. It's packed. People shoving, pushing. Panic. Panic. The tower groans. Metal screaming. Something massive gives way below us. The entire structure shifts. We're falling. Not free fall, but close. I hit the railing. Hard. Ribs crack. Can't breathe. Tamar grabs me, pulls me up. Move, he shouts. We're moving down the stairs. The building's collapsing in slow motion. Floors pancaking. We've got maybe seconds. We burst out the ground floor exit. Into the night air. Behind us, the tower folds. Massive sections breaking away. Falling. Crashing into the mountain face, we run, away from the structure, toward the scaffolding. The crane's already down, destroyed. But there's another route, a maintenance path, carved into the rock. We reach it, start descending, the tower's still falling, debris everywhere. A chunk of masonry the size of a car crashes past us, misses by feet. We keep moving. The path's steep, treacherous, hands still bound, but we're moving. Behind us, the tower hits the ground. The impact's seismic. The entire mountain shakes. Then silence. We stop, turn, look back. The administrative tower's gone. Just rubble, smoke, fire. And somewhere in that rubble, Vane. Is he? Tamar starts. Don't know. Don't care. We need to move. We continue down. The path leads to a lower plateau. There are people there, waiting, armed. I recognize some of them, settlers from the eastern settlements. One of them approaches, cuts our zip ties, hands me the whistle. Figured you'd want this back. You followed us. You gave us the cure. We don't forget that. When we heard Vane was rallying, we knew you'd come, knew you'd need backup. You brought down the tower. We brought down the consortium for good this time. I look at the rubble, at the smoke rising, at the end of the extraction economy. The end of Vane's philosophy. The end of calculated attrition. Thank you, I say. Don't thank us. We're even now. They disappear back into the mountain paths. Heading home, we're left standing there, alone, watching the high city burn. You think he's really gone? Tamar asks. Yeah, I think he is. And the consortium? Done. Without Vane, without the tower, without the extraction capability, they're finished. We start walking. Back toward the gap, toward the low city, toward the clinic. The war's over. For real this time. And I'm still alive. Didn't expect that. Chapter 28. The chemical core is exactly where Tamar's brother said it would be. Deep, below the extraction facility. Below the refinery we sabotaged. This is the source. The storage, pre-collapse pharmaceutical reserves. Enough antibiotics and compounds to supply both cities for decades. And we're about to destroy it. Tamar's at the control panel, reading the instructions. They're printed right there. Emergency protocols. In case of containment breach, the consortium built fail-safes into everything, paranoid about contamination, about losing control of the resource. Now, those fail-safes are going to end them. It's simple, Tamar says. We flood the cooling system with the remaining antibiotics. Chemical reaction, exothermic, massive heat buildup. The storage tanks rupture. Everything goes up. How long until detonation? 5 minutes from activation. Maybe less. Can we make it out? If we run. Big if. I look at the core. It's enormous. Storage tanks the size of buildings. Pipes everywhere. The air's thick with chemical smell. Sharp. Acrid. This is what the consortium hoarded, what they built their economy on, what they extracted spinal fluid to preserve. All of it. About to go up in smoke. Do it, I say. Tamar activates the sequence. The console lights up. Red warnings, countdown timer. 5 minutes. Alarms start immediately. Throughout the facility, lockdown protocols engaging, blast doors closing. We run the corridors long, narrow. Emergency lighting kicks in. Red, pulsing. The blast doors are descending. Heavy metal, slow but steady. We reach the first door. Duck under. It's halfway closed. We make it through. Keep running. Second door. Almost closed. We slide, baseball style, under the gap. Metal scrapes my back. We're through. Third door. Fully closed. No gap. Let override panel, Tamar shouts. Points to a console on the wall. I run to it. No access code, just a manual crank. Pre-collapse engineering, mechanical failsafe. I turn it. Hard. The gears engage. The door rises. Inch by inch, 3 feet. 4. Enough. We squeeze through. The door drops behind us, slams shut. The facility's shaking now. The chemical reaction started. I can feel it. Heat building, pressure increasing. The walls are groaning. We're maybe halfway out. 2 minutes left. The corridor branches, left toward the main exit, right toward the secondary shaft. Left, I say. Main exit's collapsed from when we sabotaged the refinery. We need the shaft. The shaft's vertical. We'll never... It's got ladders, emergency evacuation route. He's already moving right. I follow, because what choice do I have? The shaft's ahead, open, dark. I shine the flashlight down, can't see the bottom, just ladders, descending into nothing. How far, I ask. 300 feet, maybe more. We've got 90 seconds. Then we better climb fast. He's on the ladder, descending. I follow. The rungs are cold, wet, condensation. My hands slip. I grip harder. We're climbing down, but we need to be climbing up, out, away from the core. But the main exit's blocked. This is the only route. The shaft's shaking. The explosion's imminent. Chunks of concrete falling. One hits the ladder near my hand. I flinch. Keep climbing. 60 seconds. The ladder's endless. I'm counting rungs. Lost count at 50. Tamar's below me, moving fast. Too fast. He slips. Catches himself. Keeps going. The heat's rising, coming up from below. The core's directly beneath us. When it goes, the blast's going to channel up this shaft. We'll be incinerated. 30 seconds. I see light below, an opening. Lateral tunnel. Exit point. Tamar sees it. He's climbing faster. 10 rungs, 5. He reaches the opening, pulls himself through. I'm right behind him. 5 rungs. 3. The explosion hits. Not the full blast. The initial pressure wave. It shoots up the shaft. Superheated air. I'm thrown off the ladder like into the lateral tunnel. I hit hard. Roll. Can't breathe. Tamar's pulling me, dragging me away from the shaft. We're moving. Fast. The tunnel's collapsing behind us. The pressure wave's expanding. Chasing us. We reach another opening. Daylight. We're out, on the mountain face. We jump. Fall. Hit the slope. Slide. Behind us, the mountain explodes. Not dramatic movie explosion. Geological. The entire peak fracturing. Massive sections breaking away. Falling. The core's gone. The storage tanks ruptured. The chemical stores ignited. Heck, everything the consortium built. Everything they hoarded. Gone. We're sliding down the mountain. Can't stop. Can't control it. Just sliding. Rocks and debris everywhere. I hit something. Stop hard. Tamar crashes into me. We're tangled. Can't see. Dust everywhere. The rumbling stops. Slowly, the mountain settles. We lie there. Can't move. Can't think. Just breathing. Dust-filled air, but breathing. Tamar asks, no. You? No. We laugh. Hurts. Everything hurts. But we laugh anyway. We stand. Slowly. Check for injuries. Nothing major. Bruises, cuts, possible concussion, but alive. The mountain's changed. The peak's gone. Collapsed. The facility's buried. The core's destroyed. The consortium's resource cache, decades worth of pre-collapse pharmaceuticals, obliterated. We did it, Tamar says. Yeah. The extraction economy's dead. No refinery, no core, no vein. It's over. I look at the destruction, at what we sacrificed to get here. Noemi. The stability of both cities. The illusion that someone was in control. Over, I repeat. Now what? Now we go home. Tell Dr. Lenz, tell the settlements, tell everyone it's finished. We start walking, down the mountain, toward the gap. The sun's rising, early light, cold but clear. The gap's changed too, fewer slow. The ones that are there aren't moving much, just standing, waiting. Some of them look almost peaceful, like they know something's different, like they can feel the extraction pressure lifting. We reach the low city by midday. The towers are quiet. The riots have stopped. Word spread about the cure, about the distributions. People are hopeful, cautiously. But it's there. The clinic's busier than when we left. Dr. Lenz has expanded, taken over 2 more floors, more patients, more staff. The synthesis is working. Production's scaled up. 200 doses this week, 500 next week. Dr. Lenz sees us coming. She's outside, coordinating supply distribution. She stops, looks at us at the dust. The injuries. You destroyed it, she says. Not a question. Statement. Yeah. The core, the storage, all of it. She nods. Doesn't smile, but close. Good. That was the last piece. Without it, the consortium can't rebuild. The extraction's finished. What about the cure? Scaling faster than expected. We've got settlements requesting it, other cities, word spreading, people are organizing, building distribution networks. It's working. And the slow? The ones already gone? Early results suggest the cure works on full progression. Slower reversal, but reversal nonetheless. We're cautious, need more data, but it's promising. She hands me a vial, clear liquid, the synthetic cure. We're naming it after her. Noemi's cure seemed appropriate. I take the vial, look at it. The liquid barely moves, dense, viscous, everything she gave up for this, everything we lost. She'd hate that, I say. The attention, the recognition. Probably, but she's not here to complain. Dr. Lenz walks away, back to her work, always more work. Tamar and I stand there, looking at the clinic, at the people coming and going, at the cure being distributed, at the world Noemi died to create. You did good, Tamar says, both of you. Doesn't feel like enough. It never does. But it's what we've got. He's right. It's what we've got. A cure. A chance. A world without extraction, without the consortium, without Vane's calculated attrition philosophy. It's not perfect. People are still dying, still suffering. The cities are still broken. The infrastructure is still collapsed. But there's a cure. And people are distributing it, helping each other, building something new. Maybe that's enough. Maybe. Chapter 29. The refinery's gone, but the city's still burning. Not literal fire. The slower kind, the kind where everything falls apart gradually. Structures collapsing, systems failing. The extraction economy held things together. Badly. But it was structure. Now there's nothing. Just people trying to survive in the ruins. I'm searching for Noemi. Don't know why. She's gone. Been gone for weeks, but I'm looking anyway, through the low city levels, through the crowds of recovering slow, through the settlements in the gap, looking for something that isn't there. Maybe I'm looking for closure. Maybe I'm looking for proof she existed, that it all meant something. The gap's different now. The slow are moving less. Shuffling stopped. They're just standing, scattered across the landscape, waiting. The cure's reached, some of them. The ones close to settlements, the ones people prioritized. But there are thousands, maybe tens of thousands, standing in the ruins, waiting for help that's coming too slowly. I distribute doses as I search, carry a pack of 50. Dr. Lenz keeps producing, keeps sending runners, keeps trying to reach everyone. But the gap's huge. The settlements are scattered. The slow are everywhere. I find groups of them clustered near the old exchange points, places where couriers used to stop, where medicine used to flow. They're drawn there, some kind of memory, some part of broken brains remembering that help came from those places. I administer doses, one by one. They don't react, just stand there. Let me inject them. Within hours they start responding, eyes clearing, movement returning. Not full recovery, but progress. One of them speaks. Woman, middle-aged, first words in probably months. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank the doctor. She made the cure. No. Thank you for bringing it. I move on. More slow ahead. More doses. More thank yous I don't deserve. 3 days into the search, I find something. Not Noemi, but close. A group of slow at the Western Gap edge. Near the chute where the consortium dumped bodies, they're standing in a circle, just standing. Looking at something, I approach. They don't acknowledge me. Just stare. In the center of the circle, a marker. Makeshift, made from scrap metal, no name, just a date, recent, and a whistle. Military style, like the one Noemi gave me. I pick it up. It's hers. Has to be. Same make, same weight. Someone put it here. Someone who knew. The slow are still watching, waiting. I realize they've been guarding it, this marker, this spot, protecting it from scavengers, from the chaos. They remember something, not everything, but enough. I blow the whistle. 3 short, 2 long. The signal for advance. Keep moving forward. The sound echoes across the gap. The slow move, not away. Closer. They form a tighter circle, around me, around the marker. She saved a lot of you, I say. Don't know if they understand. Don't know if they remember. But I say it anyway. She destroyed the facility, ended the extraction, gave up everything so you'd have a chance. One of them reaches out, touches my shoulder, light, gentle, then moves away. The others follow, dispersing, back into the gap, back to waiting for the cure. I'm left alone with the marker, with the whistle, with the proof that people remember. Even when their brains are broken, even when they've lost everything, they remember. I pocket the whistle, leave the marker standing, walk away. The search continues. 4th day, 5th, 6th. The gap's enormous. The settlements are everywhere. I distribute doses. coordinate with other runners, help where I can. On the seventh day, I reached the far edge, the boundary between the gap and the unknown territories, the places no one maps, no one explores, the true wasteland. There are people here, not slow, not settlers, refugees from other cities, other places. They've heard about the cure, they're migrating, coming here, dozens of them, maybe hundreds. They see me, see the pack, they know what it means. You have medicine, one asks. Young guy, carrying a child. The child's slow, early stages. Yeah, how many need it? All of us, 30, maybe more. We've been traveling for weeks. The disease spread to our city. No cure there. We heard about this place, about the cure. I count the doses. 20 left. Not enough for 30. Not even close. I've got 20 doses. We prioritize the worst cases. Children first. Then, we don't prioritize. We share. Everyone gets a partial dose. That won't work. The cure needs full dosage to be effective. Partial doses just delay progression. Then some of us delay and some of us cure, better than leaving anyone out. I look at the group, at the desperation, at the hope, at the math that doesn't work. Wait here, I say. I'll get more doses. Be back by tomorrow. We can't wait. Some of us are critical. Then give me the critical cases. I'll administer full doses. The rest wait for tomorrow. They argue among themselves in a language I don't fully understand. Finally, they agree. Push forward 5 people, children, elderly. Critical cases, I administer doses, use 15, save 5 for emergencies. Watch as the 5 start responding, eyes clearing, breathing easier. The rest watch, waiting, hoping they're next. Tomorrow, I say, I'll bring more. I leave, head back toward the low city, toward the clinic. I need to tell Dr. Lenz there are more people than we thought, more cities affected, more territories. The cure needs to spread faster, wider, beyond the gap, beyond both cities. This isn't just a local crisis, it's global, or close enough. The implications are massive. More production, more distribution, more coordination. We need infrastructure, systems, the things the consortium had but used for extraction instead of healing. I reach the clinic by nightfall. Dr. Lenz is working? Always working. I tell her about the refugees, about the territories, about the scale. She listens, makes notes. We'll need more production facilities, multiple sites, distributed network. Can't rely on one clinic. How long to scale up? Months. If we have resources, materials, people trained in synthesis. We don't have months. People are dying now. Then we do what we can, save who we can, accept that we can't save everyone. Calculated attrition, different flavor, same math. We've become what we destroyed. Not intentionally, but the result's the same. Choosing who lives based on logistics, on capacity, on what's possible instead of what's right. There has to be another way, I say. Show me one and I'll take it. I don't have an answer, just frustration. Just the weight of too many people needing help and not enough hands to deliver it. I leave the clinic, go back to the collapsed school, the place where I've been sleeping, the East Wing, where everything started falling apart. Noemi's brother finds me there, Tamar. He's been helping with distribution, running routes, building networks. Heard about the refugees, he says. Yeah, we need more runners, more supply chains, more coordination, I know. So we build it, we organize, we create the infrastructure the consortium had, but without the extraction, without the hierarchy, distributed, community-based. That'll take time. Everything takes time, but we start now or we never start. He's right. Of course he's right. But I'm tired, bone tired, running on nothing, been running for months. Ever since Noemi pulled me out of that flooded tunnel. I need rest, I say. Then rest. I'll cover your routes. For how long? As long as you need. I look at him. He's thinner than he should be, scarred, recovering, but determined, like his sister. Same eyes, same focus. Thank you, I say. Don't thank me. We're even. You got me out of the facility. I help with the cure. That's the deal. He leaves. I'm alone in the collapsed wing, just me and the rubble. And the memory of when this place was a school, when I was a teacher, before the floor council sold our medicine, before everything fell apart, seems like lifetimes ago. Maybe it was. I pull out the whistle, Noemi's whistle, the one from the marker. I blow it. Once. Long. The signal for run like hell. But I don't run. Just sit there. In the ruins. Listening to the echo fade. Somewhere in the city, people are healing. Somewhere, the cure's working. Somewhere, the extraction economy is just a memory. Somewhere, Noemi's sacrifice meant something. But here, in this moment, in this collapsed school, it's just me. And the whistle. And the weight of everyone we couldn't save. I blow it again. 3 short, 2 long, advance. Keep moving forward. Because that's all there is. Keep moving. Keep distributing. Keep trying. Even when it's not enough. Even when the math doesn't work. Even when the person you loved is gone and you're left carrying the cure she died to create. Keep moving. The whistle's echo fades. The city's quiet. I close my eyes. Rest. For the first time in weeks. Tomorrow I'll go back. To the refugees. To the gap. To the work. But tonight I rest. And in the silence, in the darkness, I almost hear her, Noemi, telling me I did good. Telling me to keep going. Telling me it's enough. Almost. Chapter 30. The rooftop water's clean. First time in years. Maybe ever. Someone figured out a filtration system, jury-rigged from pre-collapse parts and pure stubbornness. Now the 9th floor memorial has real water, not the chemical-tainted stuff from the flooded levels. Real water. Noemi's brother brought me here. Tamar. Said I should see it. Said things are changing. Better. Slowly, but better. The city looks different from up here. The towers aren't just vertical tombs anymore. People are moving between them, not just surviving, building. There are rope bridges connecting the higher floors, gardens expanding. The rooftop farms are producing actual food, not much, but something. The gap's clearing. The slow are decreasing. Every day more of them get the cure. Every day more of them wake up, return, become people again. It's slow. Painfully slow, but it's happening. Tamar hands me a cup. The clean water. I drink. It tastes like nothing, like it should. Water shouldn't taste like chemicals and rust and desperation. It should taste like nothing. Dr. Len says we've distributed to 80% of the local population. Tamar says the refugees are getting regular shipments. 3 more synthesis sites opened last week. In the Eastern Territories, they're producing independently now, training their own people. That's good. It is. We're building something, not the old system, something new. Community-based, distributed, no central authority, no extraction, just people helping people. I look at the memorial, at the hundreds of markers. Noemi's is there. Somewhere in the crowd, I know where, but I don't go to it. Haven't in weeks. Don't need to. She's not there. She's everywhere. In the cure. In the distribution networks. In every person who wakes up from the slow state and remembers there's more to life than shuffling. People are leaving, Tamar continues. The towers, the cities, heading out into the territories, building new settlements, starting over. The old hierarchies are dissolving. High city, low city. Doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just people finding places, making homes. You going? Yeah, there's a settlement forming, west of the gap, near the clean water source. They need help, infrastructure, organization. Thought I'd go. Help build something from scratch. When? Tomorrow. You should come. I look at the city, at the towers, at the place where I was born, where I taught, where I lost everything, where I found purpose. I don't know. You've been delivering the cure for months, running yourself into the ground. It's time to rest, to build instead of just survive. He's right. I know he is. But leaving feels wrong, like abandoning something, even though there's nothing left to abandon. The clinic's self-sufficient. The distribution networks run without me. Other runners have taken my routes, done them better, faster. I'm not needed here anymore. That should feel good. Freedom. But it just feels empty. Take your time, Tamar says. Decision doesn't need to be today, but think about it, about what comes next, because we're past survival now. We're into the building phase, and that needs different skills, different energy. He leaves, gives me space. I'm alone on the rooftop, just me and the memorial, and the clean water, and the changing city. I walk through the markers, reading names, some I recognize, couriers, floor council members, Sorsham staff, people from both cities, all mixed together now. Death doesn't care about hierarchy. I find Noemi's marker. The rebar cross, her name scratched into it. Rough, uneven, but permanent. I sit next to it, pull out the whistle. Don't blow it. Just hold it. We did it, I say. The extraction's gone, the cure's spreading, people are healing, building, moving forward. The wind picks up. Cold, but not as cold as it used to be, or maybe I'm just used to it. Tamar's leaving, starting a settlement. He asked me to come. I don't know if I should, don't know if I can. This city's all I know, even broken, even falling apart. It's home. A bird lands on the railing. Small, gray, pre-collapsed species that was supposed to be gone. But here it is, surviving, building nests in the tower cracks, adapting. You'd tell me to go. I know that. You'd say staying is just fear, that building something new is more important than mourning what's gone. You'd be right. You usually were. The bird flies away, west, toward the gap, toward the territories, toward whatever's out there beyond the cities. I stand, look at the marker one more time. I'll go. Not tomorrow, but soon, when I'm ready, when I've said goodbye, properly. I blow the whistle. 3 short, 2 long. Advance, forward. The echo carries across the rooftop, across the city, fading slowly. I walk away, down the stairs, through the 8th floor. The water's receding there, the floodlines dropping. People are moving back in, reclaiming the lower levels, cleaning, rebuilding, turning tombs back into homes. I pass the clinic. Dr. Lenz is outside, talking to new staff, training them, passing on knowledge, the synthesis, the distribution, the care. She sees me, nods, goes back to teaching. She doesn't need me either. Nobody does. That's success. That's what we fought for. A world where people don't need heroes, don't need couriers, don't need extraction, just people helping, building, living. I reach the collapsed school, the East Wing. One last time. I've been sleeping here for months, using it as a base, but it's time to leave, time to let it be what it is. A ruin, a memory, a marker of what was. I pack my things, not much, sleeping bag, some food, medical supplies, the gun. Still has 3 rounds, never used them, probably never will, but I carry them anyway. I'm heading for the exit when I hear it. Voices. Inside the West Wing. The part that didn't collapse. I move toward them. Careful. Quiet. There are people there. Children, young ones, 7, 8 years old. They're in the classrooms, the old ones, where I used to teach. They're cleaning, setting up desks, salvaged furniture, pre-collapse books, actual books. An older woman's with them. Organizing. She sees me, smiles. You're Simon, the courier. Was, not anymore. Dr. Lenz told me about you, about what you did, about the cure. That was Dr. Lenz and Noemi. I just carried things. Carrying things matters. She gestures to the classroom. We're reopening the school, starting small, basic education, reading, math, history, the things people forgot during the crisis. This wing's unstable. We're reinforcing it. Got engineers, materials, it'll hold. And even if it doesn't, well, we'll rebuild, again, as many times as it takes. The children are watching me now, curious. They're too young to remember the worst of it. The extraction, the slow crisis, the civil war. They'll grow up in the after, in the world Noemi died to create. Good luck, I say. You're welcome to stay. Help. We need teachers. I look at the classroom, at the children, at the books, at what I used to be, before the floor council, before the collapse, before everything. Maybe, I say. After I do something first, after I say goodbye. She nods, understands. Offer stands. Come back when you're ready. I leave, out of the school, through the lower city streets. People are everywhere, not hiding, not hoarding, working, talking, planning. The riots are over, the civil war's done, the panic's fading, slowly, but fading. I reach the gap edge, the sun's setting, long shadows across the ruins. The slow are fewer now, scattered, most of them walking purposefully toward settlements, toward help, toward the cure. I see one group heading west, toward the territories, 20 people. Mix of recovered slow and settlers. They're carrying supplies, tools, seeds, building materials. starting something new, I join them. Don't ask permission, just fall in step. They see me, see the pack, the medical supplies. They nod, welcome. We walk through the gap, past the marker where Noemi's whistle was, past the exchange points, past the dead zones, into the territories, into the unknown. The group's quiet, tired, but determined. By nightfall, we reach the settlement site. There's nothing here yet. Just land, clean land, no flood damage, no extraction scars, no consortium infrastructure, just possibility. Someone starts a fire, we gather around it, share food, water, stories. They talk about what they'll build. Homes, gardens, a medical facility, a school, things that were impossible in the cities, things that are possible now. I sit at the edge, watching, listening, not participating yet, just observing. Learning what it means to build instead of just survive, instead of just courier, instead of just carry. Tamar arrives at dawn with more people, more supplies. He sees me, smiles. You came. Yeah, figured it was time. Good. We need help. Setting up the water filtration, planning the layout, building shelters. You in? I look at the empty land, at the sunrise, at the people starting to move, starting to build, starting something new. I pull out the whistle, Noemi's whistle. I blow it. 3 short, 2 long, advance, forward, keep moving. Yeah, I say, I'm in. The settlement grows, one day at a time, one building at a time. It's slow, it's hard. Nothing's easy, but it's building, creating, not extracting, not destroying, building. The cure reaches everyone eventually, every slow, every settlement, every territory. Dr. Lenz's synthesis spreads, other people learn it, teach it, improve it. The knowledge becomes distributed, shared. No single source, no control point. Just people helping people. The cities don't disappear, they adapt. People remain, rebuild. But differently, without hierarchy, without extraction, with something better. Something Noemi believed was possible. Something I didn't believe in until she showed me. I teach again, eventually, in the settlement school. Basic survival, navigation, medicine, the things I learned as a courier, the things that matter, not the old curriculum, the new one, the practical, the real. Tamar builds the water system. With others, it works. Clean water for everyone, no rationing, no hoarding, just access. The settlement becomes a village. The village becomes a community. More people arrive, more settlements form. Connected, trading, helping. Building a network, not a hierarchy, a network. Years pass, the cities fade into background, the towers become historical, the extraction becomes cautionary tale. The consortium becomes example of what not to build. And Noemi becomes legend, the person who gave up everything, who ended the extraction, who made the cure possible. Her name's on the markers, in the stories, in the memory of everyone who recovered, who survived, who built the after. I'm old now. Too old to run routes, too old to carry supplies, but I teach. I tell stories I remember for the ones who weren't there, who don't know what it cost, what she gave, what we all gave. And sometimes, on quiet nights. When the settlement's asleep and the stars are clear, I sit on my porch with the whistle, Noemi's whistle, and I blow it once, long, run like hell, because that's what she did. Ran toward the impossible, the terrifying, the necessary, didn't stop, didn't turn back, just ran and changed everything. The whistle's echo fades across the settlement, across the territories, across the world we built from the ruins of the world that fell. And somewhere, in that echo, I hear her, laughing, telling me I did good, telling me it was enough, telling me she's proud, not almost, not maybe, really. And for the first time since she's been gone, I believe it. We did good. We built something better. We saved everyone we could. We created a world worth living in. It's not perfect. It never will be, but it's ours, and it's enough. The sun rises over the settlement, over the territories, over the civilization we built without extraction, without victims, without calculated attrition. Just people, building, growing, living together, and that finally is enough.